Shadow Slave Cinema Reaction Fanfic. By author, jrawt. Chapter 11-20. And it waved at her. Rain's eyes widened at the sight, as she fought back the unusual urge to squeal in excitement. She could barely contain herself as everything was shown on her face. Luckily everyone was still discussing the events in the previous reward and was paying no mind to her. As she sat silently, her face slightly changed as the dopamine receded, now replaced with logic and a growing suspicion. Briefly, she looked side to side before tilting her head forward. "Master, why have you been hiding all this?" she whispered. The shadow continued to stare at her, which was in her expectations. However, it exhibited no subtle movements or expressions to communicate how she felt. Over the last 4 years, they had figured out an unspoken chain of simple gestures to use when he wanted to convey something to her, when others were around. Seeing that he hated and was scared of social interaction, apart from anyone other than her. But now, all her shadow did was stare at her silently, like it was observing something it had long lost and cherished. Her eyes narrowed as unease grew in her stomach. "Really? So shy that you want me to introduce you or something? Why don't you go greet your supposed girlfriend who now, kind of knows who you are?" she hissed in a joking tone. The shadow briefly stared at her, before it slowly turned its head to look at Nefis, who was currently conversing with the rest of the cohort. It stared at her for a lengthy amount of time, seemingly deep in thought, before it then turned back to face her. It raised its hands, fingers moving, seemingly trying to communicate with, literal, shadow puppets. Rain watched with wide eyes as it stopped, finally having formed a message. "Missed. You." Rain shuddered, as her eyes grew wide with shock. There had been no indication or reason for her brother to suddenly appear or be brought here. And yet he missed her. Sure, Rain was an excellent disciple, a prodigy one might say, that people should feel honored to be in the grace of while teaching. But it hadn't been that long since they had been brought here. She thought, and hoped. Nevertheless, it didn't make sense for her master to immediately convey his feelings about how he missed her. Maybe now that his identity had been revealed to her, his emotions were slipping and becoming soft. No, that was not his style. If anything, he would be grinning ear to ear as he instead taunted her about how he always said so, and that she should learn to be more honest like him. "Missed you." Rain's eye twitched. No way. Was the Prince of Madness in her shadow? She became light-headed at the realization. It explained it all, from the unusual behavior to the unsettling cold feeling she felt from him. But how? Had he in fact managed to breach the place and jumped into her shadow unnoticed, or had some unseen change happened that allowed him into the room? Slowly, she turned back to her shadow, her anxiety screaming as her lips twitched with an awkward smile. It's you, isn't it?" she stammered, her breath shaky. The shadow continued to hold eye contact, as it briefly nodded, causing Rain's body shake. The Mad Prince was indeed hiding in her shadow. She was reeling. The literal evil and corrupted version of her brother was now hiding in her shadow and talking to her. What the hell would happen next? Jump out and kill everyone? Plot to destroy this place? Corrupt everyone? Terrible possibilities flooded her mind, as she groaned in stress. Her eyes flashing back, scanning him for any suspicious activity. But there was none. It simply stared at her, slightly tilting its head. At the sight, Rain's heart softened, fear and stress slightly calming. Yes, it was an evil and corrupted version of her brother, but it was still, her brother. It was still Sunny, the amazing person who she had learned so much about, and seen do so many aspiring things, which left her giddy, excited, and although she hated to admit it, proud. Her brother was a freaking divine saint, connected to demons and the shadow god. Who wouldn't want to gloat about such things? But more importantly, he was still her brother and master, who clearly loved and cared for her deeply. She had caught a glimpse at what she dreaded he had gone through alone, and so it felt wrong for her to look at him with disgust and rejection. More importantly, it seemed like he was calm around her. Like she was some sort of beacon, or anchor, that calmed him and slightly quelled the madness and corruption within. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, before looking at her shadow. "How did you get here?" she questioned. The shadow slightly turned, pointing at the screen. So the room did act and pull him here. Why? She pressed. The shadow remained silent for a few seconds, before it shrugged nonchalantly. It seemed he didn't know either. Can you talk or do anything, or are you also mundane in here? She continued, her voice full of suspicion. Her shadow looked at her, as his hands moved once again, forming a new statement. Shadow. Yes, and I reign. She leaned back, sighing in relief. So, it indeed did seem like he couldn't do anything, not even speak, which was a relief. Properly and perfectly filling the role of a shadow, like he was. Though, it was a question on how long and if she could even hide this from everyone else. She frowned. Why should she? It wasn't her responsibility. Why the hell did she have so many bums freeloading in her shadow like it was their home? And for free. She scoffed at the prospect of how her hospitality was being taken advantage of. From now on, this shadow ain't free, I'm establishing rent, you damn cheapskate. One memory capable of killing a god periodically, or at least some world-changing information. Take it or find someone else's shadow to mooch on. She paused as her eyes narrowed. Wait, I can't be too cruel of a landlord, or else I may actually lose my tenant. I can adjust the demands later, she murmured in deep thought. More importantly, she was puzzled on what would happen once she left this place, whenever that was. What would happen then? How the hell would she explain what happened to her master, including how there was an alternate corrupted version of him chilling in her shadow? Would they fight over custody of her shadow? Like two roaches. That was given if she survived until she could leave. And what would happen to her after returning to the real world was its own problem entirely. Her eyes narrowed. Will you kill everyone in this room? She questioned in a serious tone. Her shadow twitched, as if scoffing, before raising its shoulders to imitate a shrug. Rain's eyes twitched. She slowly turned around, to sneak a glance at Mordred. Currently, he was watching with amusement as Morgan conversed with the other Valor Saints in a serious tone. He didn't notice her gaze to her delight. She turned back around, rubbing her face with agitation. Great, now there's two lunatics in this room, except one is my brother, she silently groaned. Fortunately, people began to quiet down, clearly wishing to discuss the events that had just transpired, so they could better understand Sonny and his backstory. And hopefully, leave this place. Julius stepped up. So, that somewhat solves the mystery of their third nightmare, and also reveals a lot of information. Especially the warning to not trust the gods, his voice echoed, as eyes narrowed. Never trust the gods and their vain lies. The statement still repeated in everyone's minds, it left them all shook at the ambiguity. Something the gods had done or knew, and thus erased it from the world. Something so terrible, that even the mention of the truth would supposedly bring corruption. It was mortifying. Some even regretted now knowing this reclusive information, fearing that it would cause unseen forces to put their attention on them. But what was done was done. Now that they knew the truth, they had to understand and live with it, or find peace in oblivion. And yet, the Prince of Madness had learned the truth. Who else, but such a treacherous existence could pry into the secrets of gods and get away with it? He had learned the truth and endured the corruption for eons, and still managed to escape. Now residing in an ordinary cafe. It was disorienting to comprehend. Noctis coughed. Indeed, I never put my faith fully in the gods, I always had an uncomfortable feeling they were hiding something. Heads turned towards him in interest. How so? Saint Cor questioned. Noctis laughed. Anyone who's lived long enough would have noticed it. Something happened. They grew distant from everything, sometimes even lashing out, but mostly forsaking their believers in silence. Darren and Windflower silently lowered their heads, as they thought about the words. Indeed, it is a mystery which we know little and risk learning about. Our only hope is to learn more through filtered information in the viewings, Darren murmured. Everyone became silent. More viewings. Eyes slightly dropped at the mention of the words, conflict breathing in everyone's minds. Naturally, they yearned to learn more about the mystery of Sonny's existence, gaining vast knowledge about hidden secrets and unknown information. But in the end, it was tiring. As one ascends, their existence changes. Food becomes less necessary, thought processes become complex and accelerated, their entire biology changes. But at the end of the day, they're human. And humans have their limits. The air became heavy as people rubbed their faces in thought, their minds wandering until a light flashed on the screen. Slowly everyone turned, looking to see what two viewing options they had now. But everyone froze. Because there was now something different on the screen. Instead of two options, a long sentence now blinked. You have deepened your knowledge of the Forgotten One. Spectators may now take a break to process information. Please follow the path to the waiting room. As the statements flashed, the curtains fluttered as they snaked towards the screen, as if they were alive. They covered every part, as something behind them seemed to move. What felt like forever finally ended, as the curtains moved in the middle, revealing a long hallway, with similar curtains for walls. There was no visible end in sight, and it seemed to stretch forever. Everyone stared quietly at the scene, unsure what to think. It wanted them to go somewhere. Do we have a choice? Jet asked with a sigh, causing people to look around. It seems not, it's best to just follow what this thing intends. Either way, it won't harm us anyway, Sishan chimed in. It's like an intermission on a late-night show. Just laughed. Everyone paused as they looked at Darren. Although they were all mundane, Darren was a supreme and a prominent leader, thus although everyone had experienced leadership, it could not compare. It was best at times to confide in one, they had survived and been successful for a reason. Darren paused, as he looked at the gateway for a few seconds. It seems like our only course of action, he sighed, as everyone understood and sat up, making their way down the aisle. Soon, everyone met at the front in their previous groups. Valor and the cohort, who had also adopted Rain, Anank and Ling. Song and the Blood Sisters, and finally the randoms who also now included Telly. Although part of her wanted to go with her parents' group, she got along well with Windflower in the short amount of time, though they didn't converse much. There was no awkward silence, everything felt natural, like it was a friendship meant to be. Of course, she had looked to Tiras and Roan for permission first, and they calmly agreed, although Morgan gave them a questioning look. They stood in silence. So who's gonna go fur? Effie joked before immediately being cut off as two figures walked past her and through the entrance. It was Noctis and Julius, seemingly having been unable to contain their excitement of the unknown. Julius was already on one knee as he studied the marbled floor, as Noctis looked up at the endless tall curtains falling from above, his hands on his hips as he smiled. He seemed to sense the eyes on him, as he turned around with a wide grin. Do I look corrupted to you? I think I look just fine, maybe even better than usual under this lighting. He chortled. Everyone stared at him with varying thoughts as some shrugged their shoulders. Neffys looked at the cohort as they nodded, her lips curling slightly. Let's go, she firmly said, as they walked under the curtain and into the hallway. Morgan and the rest of Valor followed shortly behind. Rain was the last in the group as she hesitantly looked at the shadow planted at her feet which stared silently back. She took a deep breath, before marching to join the group. Mordred took notice of this as his lips curled, his brow raising in curiosity. Shortly after, Darren's group followed and then so did Song. Finally everyone was in the hallway, as they turned around and watched the curtains move, closing the path. Looks of concern came into fruition as people looked at each other. Well, now there really is no going back, Kai murmured, a slight hint of fear in his voice. We can only move forward, Anank echoed, her reassuring smile reigniting everyone's spirit. Effie picked up Ling who squealed and placed him on her shoulders as his hands rested on top of her head, his face gleaming from having such a high vantage point. Everyone shuffled forward slowly along the path. There was no noise as they did so. If anything, it was too quiet and awkward. Mortal enemies of different origins were now casually walking together down a hall. They all felt strange. Some were even conflicted on whether they should uphold their dignity and launch themselves at the other. Morgan and the Blood Sister were especially on edge, the frustration visible on their faces as their muscles underneath their skin twitched. But they couldn't do anything, the violence warning still blinking in their minds, taunting them to act out of line. They continued to walk for a few minutes, expecting something to happen. However, nothing did. Steps became louder and louder from the endless silence in the hallway. Their path didn't deviate once, if anything, it felt almost like it was stretching out and becoming longer. Seconds become minutes, as minutes turned into what felt like hours. Slowly fear started to creep in. How long were they going to walk before they reached their destination? Hours, days, weeks. To such an entity, time was perceived as a different concept, so they didn't know what it felt was short or long compared to their perspective. More importantly, there was nothing. No form of stimuli while they traversed. Such conditions would make a human crack. And such conditions seemed to meet their purpose, as Effie broke the silence with a groan. For spell's sake, how long is it gonna make us walk for? She grumbled in complaint, as she looked at the cohort, who could only shrug. We've traversed longer on the forgotten shore, Kai mumbled. Effie snorted. And, at least there were things to fight and eat along the way, there's nothing here. Like an upper-class nightmare, she whined. The others could only stare at her blankly as she looked away with annoyance, her eyes moving onto Rain, who was strangely walking with her head tilted down, focused on her shadow. What's got your interest? She asked in a bored tone. Rain twitched as she hurriedly looked up, an awkward smile on her face as she struggled to respond. Not much, just thinking about how my brother is the world's greatest achiever, while I'm not even awakened, she mumbled in dejection. Effie stared at her, as a signature wolfish grin found itself on her face. I know, right? Truly he is the princess's man. I cannot imagine anyone else standing next to this immovable ice flower, she cooed, causing Rain to twitch, but before she could speak up, Effie continued. Really makes me wonder how far they've gone, she muttered. Rain's mouth hung open, at the words. Her cheapskate, hooligan of a master, her brother, with nephews. The idea had completely slipped her mind with the recent viewing, but now it was back and alive, like a tumor. And although she would rather die than admit it, Rain was also very curious. She looked at her shadow for some sort of answer, but it didn't change. However, she could weirdly feel it. Like it was radiating emotion, an emotion that was curiosity. Effie watched her as she walked in silence, her smile growing at the scene of the effectiveness of her prodding, enjoying the sight of her very own corruption at work. Her grin widened. So, who do you think is dominant? I have all my money on nephews, she cooed, causing Rain to stop on the spot. She stared at Effie with wide eyes as her mouth opened and closed, seemingly malfunctioning. Pressing for the kill, Effie leaned forward, expecting an answer. But before she could get one, she stumbled forward as a pain shot up from her heel. She yelped as she turned around, to find Jet glaring at her. You're lucky I'm mundane right now, otherwise I would have done a lot worse. Stop spreading your corruption when my nephew is inches from the source, she growled. Effie stared at her, as a look of curiosity took over her face. You know, it slipped my mind, since we've been brought here, have you been, alright? Since you're, her voice drifting off. Jet paused, as she raised an arm over her heart, as if feeling for a pulse, before sighing. No, it seems I'm still same old bag of flesh, but this place seems to be feeding me a steady flow of essence which is keeping me normal. Just like how Cassie has been granted weird artificial vision which allows her to see despite having her blindfold on. It's strange, this place isn't enforcing or making changes to overcome obstacles, it's weirdly superseding it, her voice droning off. Sounds fancy for a way to call this place strange, Effie replied in a complacent tone. Ling shifted on her shoulders. Mom, when will we get there? Ling whined. Effie tilted her head up, until her face was inches away from his, as she smiled. Not long, dumpling. I hope, she replied. But I'm bored, he whined. Effie clicked her tongue. She hadn't taken into account how long it would be before they reached wherever they were heading, and Ling was a child, a naturally ticking time bomb. Ever since returning from the Forgotten Shore, she had faced many harrowing nightmare creatures and abominations. But ever since she had Ling, she realized one thing. No nightmare creature could compare to the impatience and boredom of an infant, it was its own horror. Her eyes darted nervously as she looked around for anything, but there was none. She turned to the cohort, but their faces were distant, especially Cassie and Neffy's, who held solemn looks, clearly deep in thought. Valor was a no-go, and she didn't have the confidence to ask the others she didn't know. She closed her eyes as she took a deep breath. "Ah, screw it," she mumbled. "Hey. Screen. This walk is very refreshing and nice, but how long will it take for us to reach the place? And can we have anything to pass the time?" she asked in an awkward tone. Glares immediately landed on Effie. She could only raise her hands in protest. "What? I have a bored child here. You may not know it, but a child without stimulation is an accident waiting to happen," she argued in protest. Tyrus and Roan slightly flinched at the words, but didn't falter. Morgan opened her mouth to reprimand her for acting on her own coalition without considering the rest, while possibly wasting their last question. Before she could make a noise, floating words blinked in front of the crowd. "You may be allowed to see the cosmos during travel. Questions unrelated to the viewing are unlimited but at the same time limited. Please be wary and do not stare too deep into the void." Eyes widened as before anyone could protest, the curtains on both sides began to churn. Holes and gaps started to appear as the fabric moved, revealing nothing. As eyes squinted, billions of tiny lights started to come into view, as gasps rang out. They were in space. Somehow they were walking in a space that was up in space. They could see it all, from the distant twinkling stars to the iridescent glowing nebulas and galaxies. All of it was right before their eyes, like a never-ending painting. Nobody breathed as they all stared out, staring at the cosmic beauty. One word could only describe it. And it was beautiful, dreadfully beautiful and infinite. They were only brought back to reality by excited ramblings that resounded from the middle of the crowd. It was Noctis, who was sniffling as he wiped his eyes. "Marvelous, I am truly blessed under the moon, or all the moons in fact, to witness such a spectacle," he whispered. "What is this?" Darren asked with intrigue, looking at Julius. Julius nodded. "This is what we call space. It is the space outside our worlds, or better said, the divine realms. It is the home and birthplace of the gods, and more," he whispered, his eyes tearing. Darren and the others who had never seen such a spectacle stared in silence at the vast world that had been hidden from their eyes. Windflower was the exception, who munched on her popcorn with a quickened pace, her eyes twinkling. So their lives had been so small. They continued to look in silence, until Julius loudly coughed, bringing everyone's attention back to him. "While it is all marvelous, this is merely to provide some stimuli. We should not stray from our path and goal," he announced. Morgan nodded. "Let's continue," she boomed, causing some looks from Song, but they still followed. All of them continued to march, as they stared past the shifting curtains out into the void. Time seemed to speed up, as they found themselves having a large distance without even realizing. Because there was something else that alerted them of their passage. It was the cosmos. It had changed. Before, what was a painting of vibrant colors, now had taken a different, darker saturation. Everything seemed colder and more alien, like a place outside of their existence, although they didn't know how to describe it. Everywhere they looked, stars and planets all looked the same. Red, blood red, like a giant carpet of flesh and blood. A festering plague that seemed to spread and encompass everything. All except one lone planet that it hadn't touched. It looked like Earth. But it wasn't. They couldn't describe it. It looked in every way like Earth, but in their souls they could tell it was not. Everyone was confused. Where is this?" Revel echoed in a confused tone, as the Blood Sisters nodded in equal confusion. "A different galaxy," Julius murmured. "You're suggesting that we've somehow traversed the equivalent of light years with mere steps." "Gilead." Julius tilted his head as he smiled sheepishly. "You expect me to explain something that is at the level of a god, or maybe even beyond." He sighed. Gilead held his gaze for a few moments before looking out. "This is," Anank whispered, as she looked at Neffys. She nodded. "Corruption. It seems like even so far away the corruption spreads, she lamented in a solemn tone. Everyone silently stared at the view, dread clawing at them from the sight of the scale. So many had already fallen, and yet it seemed like their own world was one of the last. But also, this one, they were looking at. Why hasn't that world fallen? Kim asked in a wary tone, as everyone looked at her. Who knows, maybe it also has been infected by the nightmare spell. Saint Cor echoed. Doesn't explain why we've never heard or seen it before, they could have at least sent us a postcard, Jest mumbled. Maybe they have already fallen, Cassie solemnly replied. I don't think so, Rain replied, in a rushed voice. Everyone turned to her, eyes full of interest and suspicion. Why do you say that? Saint Cor pressed, as everyone leaned forward awaiting her answer with eager curiosity. Rain looked around at everyone, as she looked out again, rubbing her eyes twice and blinking before turning back and pointing her finger. Because there's a person out there, she said in a hollow tone. Eyes widened in shock as everyone shifted to the side, squirting their eyes as they looked out. Shaky breaths could be heard, as everyone seemed to have finally locked onto the same thing. Not too far away, drifting, was a figure. A human figure. Nobody moved as they stared at the body. It was really a human. A human woman. Some rubbed their eyes in certainty that their mind was playing tricks on them, but it was very real. She was drifting parallel to their path. Her attire was unique, a long stylish beige dress with frills at the bottom, neck and cuffs. Embroidered flowers of different colors below the torso, where a large leather book hung from a stylish belt. Her ethnicity was unclear, but her face was like a mesmerizing doll, accompanied by luscious brown locks that fell over her shoulders. Atop her head was a curt but cute western top hat made of straw with a green ribbon that accompanied her green eyes, which were staring back at them. She blinked as she looked at them, seeming to be able to perceive them, similar to how the Mad Prince did. Her mouth opened as she tried to say something to them, but no words came through, and even if they did, they were all too shocked to register them. She's alive out there. Kai yelled in disbelief. How? Neffes echoed. An aspect of sorts. Salvan muttered in thought. Everyone continued to stare at the woman in disbelief as she attempted to communicate with them, eventually stopping as she looked at them blankly. Then, she grabbed the book by her waist and opened it, flicking through pages as if looking for something. She wants to tell us something. Cassie murmured. We can't, a voice sounded from behind them. Darren stepped forward, his eyes sharp as he stared at the woman. We don't know her origins or her intentions, what she's trying to tell or communicate to us could be dangerous. Indeed, Anank continued, her words alone could bring some sort of corruption to us, she murmured. Shoulders stiffened as eyes narrowed at the woman, who had now pulled out a feathered quill and was writing something. Everyone held their breath as they waited to see what she would show them. But before she could finish, she paused, turning around, seeming to look at something in the distance. There's something out there, Beastmaster muttered. Everyone took a step forward, in anticipation to see what she was looking at. The woman turned back with a look of panic on her face. She frantically ripped out the paper she had written on, and pushed it towards them. Then, before anyone could react, she waved at them before a strange door appeared behind her, which she stepped into and disappeared with. Jaws hung open in confusion at what they just witnessed. What Zhu? Rain stammered. But before she could finish, the curtains shifted, closing the viewing and returning the pathway to normal. Everyone, still dumbfounded, looked up as new statement blinked in the air. Cosmos view has halted. Malicious presence detected. In the empty void where the woman had just been, the paper drifted slowly as ice began to form around the edges. On the paper was some strange foreign language, a mix of incoherent scribbles and symbols. Fortunately, it did not matter whether they had seen what was written on the paper, as they had been blocked from their connection to everything including the nightmare spell. Thus, they would not have been able to understand what was written on it. But if they had waited a little longer, they may have seen the paper. In an unknown language, two simple lines were scribbled. Its origin unknown, but if one could translate it to English, it would read, "The fool I think it's necessary to have a small break for the spectators to process what they've seen and learned. Transcendent, supreme or more, humans have limits. O_O. This little segment won't be long, and next chapter they will return to the cinema for good old viewings and reactions. So don't worry. This is still a reaction FIC. I just thought this would be fun smiley face. Also, it may or may not have importance later in the story. Inside the endless hallway, everyone stared at where the breach in the curtains had just been, as the two statements continued to blink in the air. Cosmos viewing has ended. Malicious presence detected. Most were filled with confusion, while a small mixed group had a growing sense of fear and unease. Though they were incapable of perceiving how it was possible, the correlations were not too far-fetched. Space. Malicious presence. Was it him? The third sovereign who had been lost in space, time and history. The one that struck fear even into the hearts of Anvil and Ki-sung. Most were fortunately oblivious to the idea, as information regarding Astarion was tightly guarded and limited, as supposedly through the simple gesture of knowing or saying his name, he would become aware of your existence. Nephes, Cassie, Morgan and Jest all wore looks of concern as the possibilities probed in their minds. Had he somehow found the space? No. If he was capable of sensing and arriving at their destination, it would be illogical, as what would then stop him from leaving the moon and making his existence known back on Earth? Additionally, they were in a supposed nebula light years away from their own, meaning that whatever was out there was something entirely alien to their knowledge. And maybe even more dangerous. They lowered their heads at the idea, silently dreading, as a voice finally spoke up. What the hell was that? Luster stammered in a shaken tone. Everyone slowly looked at him with gloomy faces, equally uninformed. Dangers of the unknown, Julius murmured, causing people to shift. Space is vast and infinite, it is only natural some horrors beyond our imagination prowl around. Fortunately we have a cheat that keeps us hidden from these forces. He chortled. What dangers? Salvan questioned in a low tone. Julius looked at her, and shrugged. Gods. Demons. Something even more dangerous. Who knows? While I aspire to know as well, in reality, I am just a simple professor who educates people on the basics of how to start a fire. He sighed in a placid tone. Something even more dangerous. What could possibly be above, and more dangerous than gods and demons? Heads lowered as some let out sighs. Truly it was harrowing and humbling to be reminded of how small and feeble their existences were in the face of such implausible forces. Nephes, Cassie, Morgan and Jest felt a wave of relief at the reasoning. Though Astarion was likely not at such a level, strangely, they still felt more fear at him. Kai looked around in disbelief, seemingly shocked by everyone's lack of concern about the woman they had just seen. Yes, that's all fascinating, but are we going to gloss over how there was a live human out there? He gasped in disbelief. What of it? The nightmare spell has proven and taught us that the impossible is more than real, Gilead replied, causing Kai's eyes to widen. That doesn't change the fact that she was alive and trying to tell us something out there. He complained in protest. We likely wouldn't have been able to understand what she even wrote with the nightmare spell cut off, which does automatic translations for us, Saint Core murmured. Kai turned side to side. But still, we are just as oblivious and shocked as you, Notice hummed, before bringing his hand to his chin in thought. Although I would love to learn about her world, the clothes she wore were quite stylish, he murmured in thought. Everyone stared in disbelief at Noctis' carefree tone, as they became even more confused on the events they had just witnessed. Julius paused as he seemed to be considering something, before looking up to bring everyone back to focus. From now on, let's not take such risks. We seem to be straying from our main objective, of reaching this so-called waiting room. The place doesn't seem to want to show us anything more, so it's best if we just make the rest of the journey, he echoed. Heads silently turned to others, before turning back in a long-kept silence, some nodding in affirmation. Though there was a silent divide between the prospect of the goal being the destination, or witnessing the journey to such a place, one seemed more amiable than the other. With that, they once again commenced their trek, lumbering forward down the path in silence. As they did so, Julius slumped his head. Though I really would have liked to learn what that actually was, he whined in an unusually pouty tone, unbecoming of a well-aged professor. They continued to walk, giggles sounding from the top of Effie's head as she played with Ling, while hushed whispers resounded from behind between groups. It continued for another 15 minutes, before they finally saw a door. At the sight, everyone unconsciously picked up their pace, until they finally arrived in front of it. The door. Was normal. Nothing extravagant, nor meek. It was a simple dark oak door with a delicate brass doorknob. There was no unsettling feeling exuding from it, and it did not make them feel any sense of unease. The only unusual thing about it was the name of it, engraved in cursive on a copper sign, welded into the frame. The language was not unknown, it was English. What was unknown was one of the engraved phrases which seemed to be a slang they were not familiar with. It read, "Sunfis Lounge." Everyone stared in confusion at the door, some stroking their chins in thought. Even the seemingly bright and gifted minds couldn't understand what it pertained to. All except one, which wasn't quite bright, but indeed, gifted in some sense. Effie stared at the words, as the gears in her mind churned. Sunny. Nephews. Relationship. Love. Sunfis. Her eyes bulged as her mouth hung open, her body beginning to shake as her fingers twitched at her discovery. No way, she shakingly murmured, causing an unusual shiver in Neffy's. Silently she clasped her hands as she closed her eyes, making a prayer, a single tear falling down her face. "You are my new god," she whispered, as Ling leaned over, a look of confusion on his chubby face. "Mom, what is this place?" he whined. Effie lifted her arms up, picking Ling off her shoulders as she held him in front of her. An impossibly foolish smile on her face, as her eyes twinkled. She beamed at him. "Dumpling, you are about to learn about the holy art, known as rom-com," she exclaimed. Ling smiled in excitement, as some looked at Effie in curiosity. The cohort turned their heads, their eyes shifting as their lips slightly curled. Rom-com. Slowly they craned their heads at Neffy's. She returned their gazes with a look of foolish obliviousness, completely unaware of her situation. Although Neffy's was a valiant and steadfast leader who they respected and cherished, there was an unspoken rule in friendships. A long, ancient rule, that everyone knew and found pleasure or despair in, depending on the position they were in. And that was the act of exploring another's love life. Not to mention, the love life of Neffy's, the seemingly emotionless and somewhat childish woman who had the romance awareness of an 8-year-old girl. They had wanted a breather, a pause to process and digest everything they had learned, so they could ready themselves for the next volley of viewings about Sunny. The screen had responded, delivering possibly the greatest thing they could have ever silently wished for. This is going to be good. Slowly, they looked back at Neffy's, a synchronized smile of mischievousness growing on their faces, as she continued to stare at them in confusion, a slow creeping feeling of dread growing in her body. Before she could ask what they were getting at, or discuss a plan of action with the rest of the people, a figure blurred past her at inhumane speed, as they quickly turned the doorknob and pushed open the door, stepping inside. Everyone stared at Effie with wide eyes, as she turned around with a mad look on her face, beads of sweat sliding down her face, as she smiled like a madman. "Safe. Yes. Come on, let's see what it wants to show us, so we can quickly get back to viewing and learning about Sunny." She cheered in a rushed tone, before slightly pausing. "Hell, we might even have to put a sock on the doorknob with what we might see," she laughed. Those who had experienced a childhood looked at her with wide eyes, as their jaws dropped. Jet silently glared at Effie as Ling looked at his mother's face in confusion. Some of the more sheltered legacies and people of history looked at her in confusion, foreign to the implication. But those that weren't, were well aware. "Oh." The thought silently echoed in their minds at the realization. Rain was especially confused with herself and her emotions. One part of her was violently disgusted by the idea of seeing her brother, not to mention, her master, possibly doing the deed. Yet as his sister and his disciple, this was the perfect opportunity. An opportunity For blackmail. She grinned at the thought of her tormenting him for once instead of being the victim. The thought of his miserable and grumpy face brought an indescribable satisfied feeling in her body. She could do so much with the information. Slave him into making her divine tier memories, VIP education on combat, possibly learning all the world-changing secrets he had witnessed. She almost squealed at the prospect. Her eyes twitched, as she paused. Wait, would it even work? What if it made him happy instead, she muttered. She rubbed her face in thought as she glanced at Neffes, who was expressionless as usual, as a new thought idea came into fruition. How would she look? Neffes was her idol in every possible way, someone she looked up to and aspired to be. And yet, she was also very curious how she acted around her brother. Was she also emotionless, mature and polite, or affectionate and cuddly like a cat? Ideas and possibilities started to burst in her mind as her lips twitched. Eventually she shook her head as she slapped her cheeks, grounding herself back to reality. No, this makes me look like a pervert, she muttered, as her shadow looked at her in curiosity. Slowly, unnoticed to anyone, it also turned to look at Neffes, seemingly in anticipation and curiosity as well, as it also wanted to know. No, it yearned to know. Song and Valor also processed and understood what she had just said. Morgan was conflicted. Although there was no better opportunity to learn the emotional vulnerability of Neffes, who she had suspicions of, for Valor to get a better hold on her, she was still conflicted. Not because of the act of learning vulnerable information, because of what she would have to watch to learn it. She detested rom-coms or any sort of romance-related topic, for very painful and personal reasons. But now, it seemed she would, like always, have to cast her feelings aside in line with her duty and responsibility as a representative of Valor. Her face became cold, as she glanced at the other Valor Saints, and gave them a nod of affirmation. Song was also processing the information, although one was more affected from the rest. Beastmaster was practically salivating as she stared at the door, her fingers slightly twitching. The other blood sisters stared at the scene, a look of concern and realization on their faces. As sisters, they understood each other, and thus understood Beastmaster well. More specifically, her unusual tendencies to search out possible worthy adversaries. While everyone had their own tastes and preferences, hers were quite unique and dominating of her rationalization. Over time, they had become aware of Beastmaster's increasing view towards Sunny, at a level they had never seen before, which quite frankly, made them feel uneasy. This will only make things more dangerous. Revel mumbled. Silent Stalker looked at her with amusement. Oh. I thought you would be supportive of our sister finding a companion, she murmured. Seashane sighed, as she shook her head. It is our objective to get him and his sister onto Song's side, knowing his position and strenuous potential and survivability. She paused, as a rare look of concern dawned her face. But now, I'm strangely concerned that he won't even last a week, she murmured. The other blood sisters lowered their heads in thought, briefly turning to glance at Beastmaster, who still stared at the door with an enthralled look. They turned back, a solemn look on their faces. I don't suppose anyone would like to step up and tell her otherwise then, Moonveil murmured, as the others silently shook their heads. Although all of them were saints, in this situation, some saints became more dangerous than others. Let's just proceed and continue gathering information for Mother, Seashane said in a careful, silent tone, as the others nodded. Unanimously, both Valor and Song began shuffling towards and through the door. The separate group of outcasts held a look of confusion at the unspoken agreement, but held their questions and continued through the group. Eventually, they all made their way in and stood motionless, observing their new surroundings. The new room was a bit different from the cinema. It had the usual red curtains for walls and a grand viewing screen at the front, while the dimensions were all the same. However, instead of rows of seats, there were now 4 large couches spread out in the room, facing the screen. Each couch was quite grand, clad in stylish red fabric that looked soft to the touch. Their shape was circular, with a hollow center which had a small table. On each table was a sizable plate of sliced tomatoes. Before anyone could speak, Noctis seemingly teleported onto one of the couches as he kicked his leg onto the table, tossing some of the tomatoes into his mouth as his arms stretched over the neck of the couch. Tangy, but flavorful. And it accompanies the red aesthetic of both the curtains and the couches. Again, this fabric is truly divine. I refuse to die, although it's not possible. Before I find the artisan behind this place, I must request he send some of this furniture to my ship. He laughed, caressing the couch. He paused, sensing the gazes of everyone on him as he smiled. You'd think that by now, you'd start to create a profile of who I am, yet you're still surprised by my actions. He chortled. Just brought his hand to his mouth to stifle a laugh that was fighting its way out of his mouth, as Morgan glared at him. Silently the group split off as they walked to their separate couches. The first row, now merged with the rest of Valor as they claimed a couch near the front, while Song claimed one parallel. The middle row moved last, claiming and filling the other couch which Noctis resided on. 4 people remained standing having not chosen a place yet, as their eyes moved to the 4th, which remained empty. Telly and Windflower both glanced at their parents, looking for approval, which they received a nod. Tiras, Ron and Darren exchanged glances, as they briefly smiled at each other in parental telepathy. Telly and Windflower beamed as they looked at each other, smiling as they moved in sync, like they were one being, plopping together onto the 4th couch, and digging into Windflower's popcorn bucket. While their meeting had been abrupt and short, the unspoken time they spent together spoke to both of them. Like they were best friends meant to be. Rain was another one of the people who remained standing. She nervously glanced at the couch which had the cohort and Valor, tempted to join them. However, a part of her was slightly in fear at the prospect of what Effie would say to her, and in front of the rest of the world-renowned saints. She glanced at Anenk and the cohort, as they stared at her, before giving a nod of understanding. Neffy's still oblivious. Rain let out a shaky breath at the reassurance, as she glanced at her shadow, before making her way over to the 4th sofa and plopping down near Telly and Windflower. They glanced at her, as her lips curled into an awkward smile. "Why you don't mind if I join you, right?" One girl to another. She stammered with a lack of confidence. Telly and Windflower looked at each other, before Windflower raised her arm, beckoning the popcorn bucket to Rain. "Want some?" she asked in a muffled tone, seemingly pleased that another was being assimilated into the growing popcorn cult. Rain stared at the outstretched bucket, as she slowly reached in and grabbed a handful. Thanks," she said in a confused tone. As she brought her hand out, a figure moved past her, as the 4th and final person plopped down on the opposite side of the couch, parallel to Rain, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Mordred smiled as he looked at them, before glancing at Windflower. "May I?" he asked. Windflower stared at him for a few seconds, before shifting the bucket towards him. "Help yourself." Mordred smiled, as he grabbed a handful, happily munching on it with a carefree expression. Both Valor and Song stared at him, a mixture of suspicion and disbelief in what they were seeing. He innocently blinked as he smiled, his mouth now stuffed with popcorn. Before anyone could speak up, the screen blinked, having sensed that everyone had taken a place. A statement now blinking. "Welcome to the Sunfist Lounge. Spectators have been brought here to calm down after multiple viewings. You may choose between 2 viewings to enjoy. After one has been witnessed, you may proceed back to the cinema. 2 questions may be asked." The sentences blinked on the screen as everyone stared at them. Effie was shifting uncontrollably in her seat, while others read over the statements. So, these viewings were not of importance, but did hold some sort of value. But what type of value and to whom? Silence was broken by the sound of coughing, which came from Julius as everyone shifted their gaze onto him. He meekly smiled. "I assume we hold one question for the context behind the viewings, while the other is open for debate," he echoed. Darren nodded in affirmation, as the other followed suit. Julius smiled as he stood up, dusting his clothes before spinning around. "Is there any inquiries or suggestions on what the other question should be used for?" he questioned. Heads lowered in thought, before a hand finally rose. "Ask for the definition behind this term," Sunfus, Solvan's voice sounded from the back, only to be met with a defiant snort. For someone who's lived so long, your brain seems awfully slow, Effie chimed. Solvan stared at her across the room, her eyes slightly twitching as Noctis wiped the tears forming on his eyes. She took a deep breath, before looking back at Julius. Then, ask for the context behind why these viewings are separate from the other room, she hissed. Julius nodded as he looked around for any objections, as everyone remained silent. He bowed, before turning to the screen. Ahem, why are these viewing choices separate from the ones available in the cinema? He echoed. The screen blinked as words began to shift, everyone leaning forward. Light and darkness are two sides of the same coin taken for granted. Darkness cannot exist without light. And light's brilliance cannot be recognized without the dark. Despite their positions, these paradoxes cannot exist without each other. Yet, the light has left the darkness. The darkness never gives up, forever chasing after it. Light and darkness. Everyone stared at the sentence, solemn looks everywhere. One did not need to be a poet to understand what it alluded to. Light and the dark, Sunny and Neffys, and how one had forgotten the other. While one still chased after them in desperation. Some glanced at Neffys with solemn looks while others with a mixture of spite and curiosity. Morgan was also feeling slightly better, having found something to distract her mind, being that of the misery that Neffys would feel in this moment. They all looked at her as she silently stared at the screen, wondering what she was thinking. Neffys remained silent, staring at the words. Her unease growing as her stomach dropped. In this moment, she only felt guilt and remorse. The description hinted at a continuing battle of their emotions for one another, which she had a guilty suspicion she played a part in. What was the reason he had been forgotten? Was it because of her? Did she do something to hurt him? What would have happened if he hadn't been forgotten all those years ago? No. She closed her eyes as she looked at the others with her mask, as she flatly responded. We have our answer, let us proceed with the options and the context, she echoed without emotion. Eyes widened in shock at the lack of display on her face, some even shook by her inability to express herself. Effie and the other cohort members seemed to look at her with a slight hint of disappointment, while Cassie stared at the screen silently. But Neffys did have emotion. Only it was like a raging storm that she was a victim of, she didn't understand it, nor could she control or harness it. All she could do was hide it with a mask on her face, just like she did so with the searing pain she felt when healing someone. Conflicted, she signaled Julius to continue to not let her emotions get the better of her. He nodded in silent response. What are the two viewing options and what is the context behind them? He finished. The screen blinked again, as two statements formed. A New Dawn, or Twilight of Martyr. Effie's face twitched at the sight of the two options, inches away from lashing out in outrage if not for the two paragraphs that began to form under the viewings. Like the beginning after the end. Darkness and light will separate. Time is not finite, and these two will meet again one night. Fate watches silently as light and darkness converge to once again merge. Or, in a silent room, alone from the world, a light flickers. A fleeting glow as the quiet lingers. Light and darkness embrace, hearts surge. Bound by love as their souls converge. The world forbids an unholy embrace. Yet fate itself will not erase. A love so strong, none dare urge, not even gods nor demons diverge. As they lay in silence, lost in sight. A delicate painting of black and white. As the final paragraph blinked, Noctis sniffled as he wiped his eyes. Solvan looked at him in confusion, as he noticed her gaze. What? So heartless you can't appreciate such beautiful poetry? He murmured. Solvan stared at him for a few seconds before she turned back to the screen, slightly leaning back, her eyes softening. It is quite nice, she whispered in a hushed tone, her demeanor causing Noctis to shudder in confusion at who the person next to him was. Quite elegant, Darren murmured as Julius nodded. Neffys stared at the screen as her heart dropped. Not at the prospect of options, but because she had finally realized what this place meant. It was going to show everyone. Her love life. She was reeling in shock. The image she had built up to everyone and the world itself was now about to be torn apart at the indecency that was going to be displayed in full view to everyone's eyes. She wanted to scream and bury her face, but she couldn't. Like a statue, she stood silently rooted to the spot, as murmurs rang out. Speak out. No, that will ruin my image and thus my position. Go along with it. As if. I have no clue how far this thing will go. She brought her hand to her face as she chewed on her nail. There had been no previous explicit scenes or exposure, so it was highly unlikely that would change. But this was a completely different room with a different focus, so maybe the rules had also changed. She shifted to her left to look at Cassie for aid, as she silently stared at the screen. Cassie turned to Neffys, her expression flat, before a slow smirk grew on her lips. Neffys had been aware that Cassie had been shaken by the previous viewings and the stuff they had learned. Thus, she had been delighted at the prospect of the break room, which could maybe calm her down. But it seemed to have been a bit too effective. Wow, Neffys. I didn't think you'd be the one for romance, she cooed, causing Neffys's mouth to drop. You don't, she spoke up, but Cassie cut her off. You did say that you were researching and trying to understand passion, she murmured with a mischievous tone. Neffys's eyes widened, as her poker face and facade slightly cracked. How? Why you've never even had a boyfriend. She blurted out, her hands flying to her mouth at the realization of her rash actions. Cassie shuddered, seemingly physically affected by the words, as the atmosphere around her grew dark. She silently tilted her head up to look at Neffys, a simple but dangerous smile on her lips. Then I hope you can give me some pointers in the viewings, she said in a flat tone, with a slight hint of spite. Neffys could only stare at her in disbelief, at a loss of how to respond. Before she could even grasp her thoughts, two large familiar hands landed on her shoulders, as she slightly paled. She had known them all too long, and the corrupted being they belonged to. She tried to resist, but although they were all mundane, sheer mass gave her a slight advantage in strength as she forcefully turned Neffys around to face her. As she did, Neffys slightly shuddered at what she saw. Effie was beaming as she smiled, her grin stretching across her entire face, almost inhumane. Neffys could only stare silently. There was nothing she could do. At this moment her fate was truly sealed. All she could do was take a deep breath, and prepare for the verbal slaughter she was about to endure. But strangely, instead of a barrage of words, Effie instead pulled her inwards into a tight bear hug. Neffys blinked in confusion as Effie held her, a slight sniffling sounding. Princess. I knew there was always hope for you, she whispered as she patted her back. Neffys slightly shuddered as she remained motionless in Effie's embrace, enduring everyone's stares and solace. Eventually, her strength came back, as she managed to push her off. She breathed deep breaths as everyone looked at her in silence. Clearly, because the viewings were related to her, they wanted some affirmation of which she preferred or had an idea about. But in this moment, the battle-hardened Valkyrie had taken an emotional blow she had never experienced before, as she stood silently, like a broken robot. It seemed, like the only incorruptible being in existence had finally succumbed. Gazes intensified as Neffys could muster out the only thing she could think of. Choose what you want. As words left her lips, and her eyes widened at the realization to the weight behind her words, before anyone could react, Effie shot up like a tall pillar. Give US viewing option number 2. She squealed excitement. The screen shifted before anyone could protest, as Effie triumphantly lowered herself down. Jet slowly leaned over as she grabbed Ling and placed him on her lap, earning a look of confusion from Effie. What? Jet looked at her pity, as she sighed. There's no hope in saving you, might as well preserve your bloodline, she lamented in a solemn tone. Before she could retort, a hand grabbed her forearm, as she turned to the side. Effie, why did you do that? Neffys said in a slightly rushed tone. Effie smiled. Why else? She cooed. Neffys continued to stare at her blankly, her grip on her arm tightening, threatening to rip it off. Effie slightly winced as she leaned forward. You'd think as a legacy baggage you'd be more knowledgeable in literature, but it seems swords were more attractive to you, she said in a sing-song voice. She leaned forward, her face now inches from Neffy's. Let me spell it out. We get to see you two being freaky. Like the finishing blow, Neffy's physically shuddered at the realization, as her eyes widened. Effie relented, proceeding from kill, and commencing the slaughter. I can even spell it out for you. F-R-E-A-K-Y. She cooed, each syllable causing Neffy's to twitch. Neffis's eyes continued to widen in disbelief at the revelation as her mouth slightly dropped. No, that's no, she said in a panicked voice, but was cut off by the colors having finally set. Neffy stared in horror at the screen as she scrunched her toes. Everyone leaned forward in shock at what they were seeing, a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Jet quickly placed her palms over Ling's face to shield him. Rain covered her eyes with her hands, slightly moving her fingers to sneak a look, while Telly and Windflower eating pace quickened. Seishan had to smack Beastmaster's head to make her close her mouth at the possibility of a saint actually drooling all over the place. But what better reasoning could there be? As on the screen, to everyone's shock, was a vibrant image of Sunny and Neffys in a bed, wrapped in a silk blanket as their hair sprawled all over the cushions like a delicate painting. Their faces inches away, as they held each other's bodies, wrapped in an embrace as they slept in tranquility. Not gonna lie, this chapter had me giggling and kicking my feet at times when I was writing. Hopefully, I quelled your concerns about this still being a reaction fic. This is and always will be a reaction fanfic. We will get back to all the bloody and cool fights in the next chapter, DW smiley face. And yes, I will follow up in 2 days. We are already starved for Sunfist moments in Shadow Slave. This one goes out to all the Sunfist fans. Scream my Sunfist warriors, intersection oh intersection. Sunny slowly opened his eyes. Pure sunshine was pouring through the tall arched windows, and the air was suffused with warmth. The sweltering heat of Godgrave was dispelled by a pleasant breeze. The storm was long over, and the world was at peace. His body felt refreshed and revitalized despite having been enveloped by a blissful fatigue not too long ago, and his mind was at ease. He had slept well, better than he had ever slept in his life. Waking up in Neff's bed for the second time in a row felt quite amazing. Of course, this time, he had not just fallen asleep atop the covers. Feeling a tantalizing, warm softness pressing against his chest, Sunny raised his head and rested it on a hand, looking down. Neffys was sleeping peacefully by his side, in his embrace. Her long, beautiful silver hair was scattered across the pillow, glistening in the sunlight. Her face was smooth and enchanting, more vulnerable than it had ever seemed before. Below it, her slender neck led to a round, alabaster shoulder, and beyond that, the alluring sight of her delicate clavicle was revealed, making his heart race. To Sunny's chagrin, the rest was covered by a pristine white sheet. Everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes, mouths open in shock, both from the context of the screening and also the image itself. Clearly this pertained to a time after an intimate moment, which was embarrassing to say the least. But strangely no reaction had sounded or been visibly audible from Neffys, who had been in silent shock ever since the image formed. The other part of the shock was the bombshell of the image itself. Both Neffys and Sunny drastically stood out among other saints in beauty, one could even mistaken their appeal at the level of supremacy, or possibly more. And now, these two beings were together in a loving embrace. The image, to say the least, was overpowering. Like a depiction of Adam and Eve, it was a spectacle to the eyes, which nobody could refuse to indulge in, nor not show appreciation for, as voices soon sounded out. Princess. Why you? Effie squealed, barely able to hold a sentence. Damn Neffys, Jet whistled, still covering Ling's eyes. Kai remained silent as he stared at the scene, a subtle blush of embarrassment as he refused to avert his eyes from the spectacle, seemingly basking in the appealing aesthetic. Rain held her gaze, seemingly in a trance at the sight, internally fighting between averting her eyes and continuing to look, as a single phrase boomed in her mind. You know, changing star. Lady Neffys. I was practically her boyfriend. Her mind threatened to collapse on itself from shock, unsure of how to react. My terrible brother and master has defiled the purity of changing star. A part of her screamed in anguish, while another considered another important matter. Single quote. Single quote. Nefis is my sister-in-law. Her eyes moved side to side at an alarming velocity as she weighed the two realities, unsure of how to feel. Telly and Windflower offered no consolidation, nor words, as they were also absorbed by the image, popcorn flying into their mouths at increasing speed. All the meanwhile, her shadow offered no help or consolidation, as it was also staring at the screen in a trance. What it felt when it stared at the scene couldn't be described. An emotion so deep, complex and passionate, it consumed its entire existence, both as a source of life and decay. A longing, a will, not even the gods could stand up to. Although silent, if it had a body and could act, a silent tear would fall from its face. A single, bittersweet tear. While shock and curiosity was more than alive in the room, some people also had different feelings when staring at the scene. Morgan was the main person, as she remained motionless, her hands slightly clenching the leather by her side, as she looked at the display of affection. Her face betrayed no emotion, but her eyes were unfathomably deep, as a storm of emotion raged in her heart. She was anguished, pained one could say, at the sight. She helplessly stared at the warmth of the scene, despair tugging at her being at the prospect at how she could and would never be able to experience or receive such feelings. Her flaw had stripped her of the possibility of experiencing such a life. Her face darkened, as spite and disdain grew in her being. Meaningless, she muttered under her breath, as her eyes shifted. She paused, recounting the beginning of the scene, as her lips slightly curled, her mood improving slightly. God grave. So he had indeed been brought over to Valor's side for the war. Though the reason was certainly due to changing Star's position and his relationship with her, likely not swearing or holding any allegiance to her father, he had been won over nonetheless. Her lips continued to curl in satisfaction as she turned her head towards the couch with the blood sisters. Seishan had also seemed to realize the implication, as she held Morgan's gaze with a cold indifference, bringing her satisfaction. She lost concentration from incoherent ramblings that emanated from her right side, as she turned her head and gazed at Beastmaster with a worrying look. All the other blood sisters did the same. This surely must be a gift left behind by the gods, a legacy relic in the form of a human, made for me. But he holds affection to Changing Star, doesn't matter, maybe we can even get him to digest Mother's blood to turn him into a puppet, she muttered. Her eyes dangerously darkened. Or a toy, she mumbled, as the other blood sister shuddered, unsure whether they were talking to their sister or some corrupted nightmare creature of lust. Still, there was probably no sight more lovely in the entire world. He remained motionless for a while, delighting in the breathtaking scene and listening to the subtle sound of Nef's tranquil breathing. His mind was a little empty. This moment, this feeling, this closeness. He had been wanting it so desperately, and for long. Being here, with her, was almost too meaningful to fathom. And he did not really want to fathom it, either, or anything, for that matter. He was in too good of a mood to spoil it with excessive thinking, and wished to simply enjoy the blissful beauty of the moment. He wished that it would never end. How fitting it was, for him to attain what he wanted so deeply in the Tower of the Demon of Desire. With a quiet sigh, Sunny lowered his head back to the pillow and closed his eyes, enveloped in Nef's smell and basking in the sensation of her warmth. Perhaps, it was all right to sleep for a bit more. Effie's face seemed to glow like an artificial sun, as she stretched her arm out around Nefis's shoulder, pulling her closer to the side. She shook her head, as a look of admiration grew on her face. I always feared and doubted that you may lead a stale lifestyle of chivalry, she sighed. But now, look at you. Honestly, I would say you're quite the role model for other women like us. I still cannot comprehend how you snagged the cream of the crop, but the result cannot be denied. She cheered, tightening her grip around her shoulder. So lucky, if I wasn't a modest and pure, loyal woman with her own family, I would have fought you for him, she lamented in sadness. She paused, her signature wolfish grin taking over as she looked at Nefis, not a hint of fear at what she was about to say. But, maybe you can let me have one of his avatars, she sheepishly cooed in a joking manner. Everyone on the couch turned at the words, disbelief on their faces, as they looked at Nefis, expecting Effie to be executed on the spot. But strangely, Nefis showed no reaction, as she continued to stare blankly at the scene in front of her. Silence was deafening, as they waited for a reaction. Effie stared at her, bringing her hand up, as she waved it in front of her face. Earth to Nefis. Still no response. Effie turned back to everyone, a look of confusion and slight unease on her face. I think I broke her. She joked. The words didn't reach Nefis as she continued to look ahead, her surroundings dull and dark, her vision tunneled, the image in front of her being her only source of light, illuminating the world. Silently she stared at the scene. Her eyes moved over every detail, soaking it all in. It was like a dream. The dream that remained out of her grasp, at her mission of getting vengeance. The life and world she could only dream about after she succeeded, or tried in doing so. A life of emotion and opportunity she had cast aside when she set herself ablaze in her first trial. It was ironic, although her aspect commanded flames that came from the sun god, the strongest and most volatile flame in existence. She usually felt cold, always missing something that made her human and feel alive. At times when she was with people and listened to their conversations and read their expressions, she felt isolated. Like she didn't belong. She lacked and couldn't harness what made someone human. Emotions, something that all humans were born with, indiscriminately. Yet at times, she dreaded in fear that the fire in her trial did more than burn her body. She feared that it had burned away something at her core, her identity as a human. But now, for the first time for as long as she could remember, a new flame ignited in her soul. Unlike the other of vengeance, which was cold and blue, this new one was warm and light. It continued to grow, encompassing her entire existence, as it reached the boundaries of her body. She slightly trembled. An emotion, a feeling, a longing. One that was at the level she had felt from the Mad Prince, possibly even stronger. An ancient cardinal flame. For the first time for as long as she could remember, she felt warm. A warmth that made her remember what it felt to be alive, as her lips trembled, and uttered a single word. Love. A single tear rolled down her face. He loved her so much, that it hurt to think about. And yet, she didn't remember anything. Pained, she thought about what life for them was like before the third nightmare. Had they gone on dates? Cooked together? Sparred in sport? Lifted each other up? Kissed and embraced each other in passion? How much of her acclaimed progression in her goals were in reality because of his contribution and help? Her lips slightly trembled. I look so happy with him. Her face softened as she smiled, watching him gaze over her. It was gentle, there was no lust or carnal desires in his eyes. The way he looked at her was the purest form of what could be called unconditional affection. His gaze never wavered, like he was looking at a precious memory he had long lost and cherished. He looks so happy with me, she whispered. From the corner of her eye, she saw a blurred image of Effie open her mouth, as she seemingly questioned what she had just mumbled. But Nefis paid it no attention. Everything in the world momentarily lost meaning and value at the thing before her. Her lucid dream did not last forever, as Effie's nagging finally got through, as a sentence finally registered in Nefis's mind. If you don't respond, then that means I can have him. Nefis' eyes widened, as she snapped back to reality, grabbing Effie by the arm. No, she yelped in a panic. Effie looked at her in amusement, as reality began to come back to Nefis, now noticing the confused gazes on her. She pulled up her poker face, as she straightened her posture. No such words should come out of the mouth of a woman who already has a child, she replied in a flat tone. She let go of Effie's arm as she adjusted her posture, feeling a gaze from her side as she turned. Cassie was staring at her with a look of amusement, a smirk on her face. Nefis's eye twitched. Don't, she said in a low tone, as Cassie pulled up her arms to imitate a surrender as she smiled. I didn't even say anything, she cooed. But her cockiness was short-lived. soon replaced with unease, and a slight bit of fear as the screen changed again, showing something which caused Nefis to stir. He had almost drifted back into the gentle embrace of sleep when a tentative voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Sonny. Sonny opened one eye, startled a little and dissatisfied by the sudden interruption. What? Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then asked in calm tone. Are you guys coming down anytime soon? Because, you've been locked up there for a couple of days, already. And Nefis is technically in charge of this entire camp. There are some decisions I can't make alone. Cassie spoke in a composed, nonchalant tone, but that only made Sonny feel more embarrassed about what she had said. For a split second. Then, a satisfied smile crept up on his face. Why yes, we have. Sonny answered without opening his eyes, still lost in the softness, warmth, and sunlight. Sorry. Nefis is a bit tired. We should probably let her rest for a while longer, but I'll be there shortly and lend a hand. Nefis slowly turned to Cassie as they both remained silent. I wouldn't, Cassie flatly responded, but Nefis didn't budge. I really wouldn't, she protested, raising her voice. Nefis continued to stare at her, eyes deep in considering something, as a slight twinkle appeared for a second. Slowly her lips curled, as a small, triumphant smug formed on her lips. This time, it was Cassie who shuddered as her face became dark, her eyes deepening. Don't, she muttered in dejection. Nefis continued to look at her, seemingly enjoying Cassie's growing agitation, before she ceased her actions, and adjusted her posture, leaning back against the sofa. I didn't even say anything, she cooed. Effie watched the whole charade with disbelief, unsure whether she was witnessing reality or some fabricated viewing. But strangely, she felt proud. Rain was also in shock for a different reason, as she stared at the screen. D-days. She gasped in disbelief. Sure, the B biology of Awakened is different, and at the level of a saint I can't even imagine the endurance and stamina one has. Single quote. But D-days. Surely that can't be normal, she thought in horror. Her hand flashed, as she slapped her face, trying to physically rid herself of such demented thoughts. Trying to distract herself, she looked over at Telly and Windflower, who were still munching from the bucket. Rain grabbed her mouth, as a queasy wave of nausea washed over her. The popcorn did not seem so enticing now. Hearing his words, Cassie nodded slowly. If that is the case, there are a lot of preparations that have to be done. Everyone is busy, so I would appreciate some help. She gestured to the pile of papers laying on her desk. Some were written in Braille, but some were not. Cassie needed someone's eyes to read them. Sonny silently walked to stand behind her shoulder and looked down. He hesitated for a few moments, and then couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have any questions, by the way?" "About, I don't." Cassie's swift response came before he could even finish the question. Her voice was a little bit too loud, as well. Sonny could swear that the indomitable blind seer even blushed a little. Where was her composure? Where was her nonchalance? He grinned. Well, good. Don't be like Effie. Cassie took a deep breath. As Cassie's final statement blurted out, the screen shifted back to normal, the viewing now having come to an end. Nefis continued to side-eye Cassie as she loathed in silence, her satisfaction growing, as she turned to the others. Effie was still gleaming, as Ling struggled to free himself from Jet. But everyone else, was still, as they stared at them blankly. The room had achieved its purpose, the viewing had been a nice pacer and a change to calm everyone down, allowing them to process all the insane things they had previously witnessed. Additionally, the subject being that of romance was, kind of enjoyable. If they were watching from a TV in their own home, that is. But they weren't. And the person whose love life they had just glimpsed, was right here with them. What were they supposed to say? Congratulate her? No way. It was just terribly awkward. The type of awkward that made one want to fold into themselves and hide from the world around them. While they were mostly all adults and had matured, it didn't change the context of the situation. Nefis seemed to also realize as she remained silent, having lost her short-lived, smug bravado, unsure of how to respond. Thankfully Noctis coughed, breaking the tension. While that was quite a nice change, I must admit, I am more of an action enjoyer, and am somewhat craving another viewing of one of the ludicrous fights that Sunny has likely partaken in, he sighed with a smile. Everyone slowly nodded their heads in agreement, thankful that the subject had changed, as they looked at Darren. He nodded. Let us proceed back to the cinema to focus on our main objective, he echoed, as everyone lumbered towards the door. Slowly, everyone moved forward into the hallway and began shuffling, Effie picking up Ling onto her head once again, seemingly rejuvenated. Neffys walked at a slightly slower pace, the cringe setting in at the realization of what everyone had just witnessed. Unfortunately she couldn't consolidate in Cassie, as she could still feel the gloom radiating off her. Valor and Song were both in thought about the revelation of Sunny having taken sides with Valor supposedly in the future. Rain was still despairing in confusion about how she should feel about her brother's relationship. The others were mostly looking forward to the potential fights they could see. The only one who was strangely bored was Mordred. Originally, he had found enjoyment in tormenting Rain, who he had surmised was connected to Sunny. Her reactions were quite funny. But after everyone learned of her affiliation, that joy was short-lived. Sure, she was still uneasy around him, but the fear was not the same and constantly fleeting. Otherwise, he didn't really feel or see anything when he looked at her, like he did with any other human he didn't have an interest in. Morgan's agitation was another enjoyment, but conflicted with his overwhelming hatred he felt for her, and everyone else was quite boring. Thus, the only person he held an interest in was Sunny. Absolutely not in a romantic sense, he couldn't and would never be able to understand human affection. He was a never-ending mystery, a spark of amusement that made him feel strangely alive in his existence, apart from his will to destroy his father and Valor, and everything related. But after that, he didn't really know what he would do after. Roll over and die. Too boring. Strangely, he was slightly giddy at the prospect of how Sunny had possibly been his friend, although he didn't understand what that meant. He was still fascinated by the display of depravity from the alternate version of him they had talked to, dare he say that was at a level that rivaled his own. If anything, he would maybe stick around him once his goals were achieved. Maybe he could even work at his cafe. He detested the idea of interacting with other people, but he could maybe tolerate it at the prospect of seeing some funny things by just being around him. He swayed side to side in amusement at the thought. Interesting. Interesting, so interesting, he murmured. The silence continued as they continued to move, before one tiny voice spoke up. Is it possible to have the cosmic viewing again? Julius sheepishly asked, causing everyone to look at him with concern. Was it not you who warned of the dangers lurking in the cosmos? Darren questioningly asked. Julius bit his lip. Well, yes. But that doesn't change the opportunity we have to learn about the world outside our own, he retorted in complaint. Everyone stared at him in silence. We could ask if it's safe to look out, Windflower chimed in, as Telly nodded. Also, we can ask for the viewing to be limited so there's less risk, Telly voiced in agreement. Tyrus, Ron and Darren stared at the duo with confusion, slightly concerned at how quickly their bond was deepening. Heads turned around, as everyone shared looks of temptation. Well, it was true that they were all slightly curious, and their reasoning were intuitive. But it didn't remove the risk of what lurked outside. Then let's ask. Cassie echoed, also seemingly motivated to distract herself from the previous screening. Julius smiled as he adjusted his clothes. Is there any malicious entity outside that poses a danger, and may we have the viewing with a limited time? He echoed. The air seemed to vibrate as statements formed. One entity detected. Neutral, but potentially dangerous. Viewing can be kept for 1 minute. Entity detected. Anticipation burned at the thought. While curiosity was said to have killed the cat, who's to say it was permanent? A cat had 9 lives after all, and they were in the care of a mysterious godlike entity. Thus, they were slightly willing to push their luck. Could it be the girl again? Kai questioned. Possibly, Salvan echoed. Eyes twinkled at the idea. Previously, they had not learned much about the mysterious girl, and the thought of establishing a communication sounded almost too good. It had to happen. Eyes widened in anticipation, as the curtains once again shifted, creating small breaches that allowed everyone to look through. They all shuffled forward towards them, trying to catch a glimpse of her. But there was nobody in sight. Even more strange, it wasn't the same nebula. There was no eerie red, festering rod that encompassed the planets, nor were there any signs of corruption. It was just peaceful. Different, untouched colors of all sorts, no different to the first moments of the previous cosmos viewing, different of course. "We're in a new nebula," Kim whispered. "But then where's the entity?" "There's just nothing," Effie questioned in a serious tone. Everyone leaned forward more, as they continued to search, and they did not have to for long, as an approaching movement in the distance became apparent. Eyes widened, not in fear, but in sheer bewilderment. It wasn't a human. It wasn't even some biological creature. A train. No, a metro. A smooth, white, modern-day metro that barreled with precision through the cosmos, its destination unknown. It was a human creation all right, but nobody was knowledgeable about vehicles to know about what region of the world it would supposedly come from. A metal snake. Noctis mumbled in confusion. Train, Cassie mumbled, still in disbelief. Rain. He replied in confusion. Die in vain. Solvon muttered. Noctis turned to her, a look of stupefied annoyance on his face. You don't even know what it is, he retorted in a sing-song voice. Solvon's eye twitched, as she turned to Cassie for an answer. It's a train, a form of transport used back in the modern world, she replied in a flat tone, still absorbed by the scene. You have such versatile transport? He questioned, seemingly challenged at the idea of his ship being outmatched, and out of date. Cassie shook her head. They're only meant for land, this is the first and only time we'll ever see such a thing, she murmured. Noctis stared at her, before looking back at the approaching train. Slowly, he brought his hands to his face, imitating a crude prayer form. Gods, I love this place, he whispered, tears almost forming in his eyes. Everyone held their breath in anticipation as the metro continued to rapidly approach them, until it finally came within distance, moving parallel to them. Its speed didn't falter, meaning their window of opportunity would be brief. Effie frowned. How are we supposed to converse, let alone communicate with a train? She grumbled, as Ling fidgeted on her shoulders, captivated by what he was seeing. Neffy's narrowed her eyes. Further down, there's a person, she echoed, as everyone turned their heads, squinting. As the metro continued to move past them, they finally saw it. By one of the windows, there was a man. He was also human. His stature was normal, as he wore a white trench coat over normal clothes. His hair was black, especially flat, hinting at a possible Asian ethnicity. While his attire was plain, his face was strangely blurry. They couldn't discern any noticeable features, and the more they looked, the more different he seemed to look by the waking second. However, the most peculiar feature about him was a pair of grand, dark, nebulous wings attached to his back, similar in that of appearance to a raven. He stood motionless next to the window, as if reminiscing about something in deep thought. Neffy shuddered at the appearance. The wings were very similar to the ones that formed in her transcendent form. Were they also a part of a form, or directly part of his biology? Her eyes strained as she focused on his back. To her surprise, they were directly fused with him, unlike hers which didn't directly connect. Nephilim, she mumbled in thought. Darren stepped forward, his eyes deep and narrow. Someone from your world. His voice reverberated. It would look like it, the train does look like something from our world, Luster mumbled. A being from a parallel world. Julius mumbled in thought. Who cares about that, look at the wings. He looks like an angel. Effie chimed in amusement, causing Noctis and Solvon to shudder. Too harmless to be an angel, Noctis echoed, his tone careful, causing everyone to look at him in confusion. Don't bring up those beings so casually, he warned, his tone devoid of his usual banter, cursing people to shudder. They looked back to the metro only to stop. As just like before, the being outside had also seemed to sense their existence. Its head turned to look at them, causing the space to violently shake. The very fabric of the world groaned under the weight of its attention. Everyone spaced their feet and braced themselves for balance, as fear began to creep in. This was the most violently the place had ever reacted, as a word soon began to form and rapidly blink in alarm. A great existence is looking. Warning. The only one who wasn't in shock was Ling, unaware of the situation as he bounced around on his mother's shoulders giggling. He turned his head to look at the metro, spotting the blurry figure. The figure also seemed to sense his gaze as he shifted to look up and meet Ling's gaze. Ling smiled, as he vigorously waved at him. At the sight, the being seemed to waver. The shaking lessened as everyone found their grounding, noticing how its gaze was focused on Ling. Alarmed Effie stood rooted on the spot, wanting to defend and protect her child, but unsure of how to do so. She slightly flinched as it raised its hand. Only, to wave back. They couldn't see his face clearly, but they could tell he was smiling. A sad smile. As if it was remembering something, maybe the past. In line with his reaction to Ling, others seemed to realize that he was a kind entity. Maybe it had children of sorts of its own, which explained its soft response to Ling. Or maybe it was just a kind and selfless being in general. But if so, then why was it all alone out here? Questions would never come to pass, as in the next moment the curtains moved once again, shifting back to normal, the statement in the air now blinking again. Cosmos viewing has ended. Effie immediately grabbed Ling from her shoulders and brought him down, a panicked look on her face. Are you okay? Do you feel weird or hurt anywhere? She hurriedly exclaimed, looking across his body for any differences. Ling giggled as he was moved around like a large plushie. That tickles, he yelped, causing Effie to pause. She smiled before tossing him up and grabbing him as he fell down. Of course you are. What was I thinking? You're the strongest 4-year-old in existence. She pridefully shouted, causing Ling to laugh. No great existence could ever harm you, she slowly worded, her voice trailing off, as she once again checked him all over for any signs of harm. Jet breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. He was nice, Ling mumbled as everyone looked at him. Great existence. Everyone turned to Julius for a response, or at least one of his bright hypotheses. He rubbed his chin in contemplation, before turning to everyone. I assume a great existence in this context would hint at a being at the level of gods, possibly even more. The subjective use of great as a descriptive adjective gives plausibility and more value than just flat-out calling it a god. While we have been here, this place has used subjective wording in relation to positive or negative aspect, but never such at one of a high level. Meaning. He paused, rubbing his eyes to double-check his thought process, before a ridiculous smile formed on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just looked at a being that is above the level of a god, he echoed in celebration. Silence. Not a heartbeat sounded as the words sunk into the minds and body of everyone. Above the level of the gods. Inconceivable, no, impossible. It just was, too much, too damn much for anyone to register. Not even the defiant Gilead could muster the pride to say otherwise. Every single moment they thought they were adapting and getting used to the absurdity of the whole experience, they were once again rocked to their core. They were almost tempted to ask if they could go back and watch more of Nephus's and Sunny's love life, but it had already told them one viewing. Some people became lightheaded at the realization, while others formed thoughts of self-dejection. Ah, so I'm just that weak and insignificant. Ah, I thought I was old enough to have seen everything, Anank sighed, a complicated smile on her face. Let's just go back and watch some violent stuff to turn our brains off. Kai mumbled, as heads solemnly nodded in unison. Everyone once again began their pace, as they went over the event in their head, continuously failing to make it any clearer and probable. The only person who wasn't slumped was Rain, who was quite happy. For once, she had finally experienced something similar to the level of her brother, maybe even higher. The prospect of finally not being a complete bum in comparison to him, was mood-lifting, like the realization of one's first employment. She beamed, her pace quickening as she slightly skipped. I guess it does run in the blood, she hummed. Eventually, they made it back, and all moved back to their respective seats, although Rain was a little saddened to be split apart from Tully and Windflower, but obliged and joined the front with Anenk and Rain. They all adjusted themselves, as Julius stood up and looked around, silent nods signaling him to proceed, and also asked the last question they had saved. Welcome back to the Cinema of Forgotten. Would you like to see the viewing options? He coughed. Yes. The screen churned, as two refreshing statements popped up. Hermit of Legacies. Or, Shadow of Godgrave. What is the context behind the two viewing choices? He questioned, as everyone leaned forward to read the slowly forming paragraphs. Shadows, silent, cold, and meek. Watching, though they never speak. Yet loather they to stand and see. Another rise where they could be. One king, with pride and boundless might. Defied the dark, challenging it to a fight. He laughed at threats, dismissed the toll, unaware it would claim his soul. Patience frays, and darkness calls, even the mightiest of empires must fall. Amidst a sea of blood and pain, two beings clashed in fierce disdain. Their wrathful eyes, like storms untamed, lost in the depths from which they came. He broke the king, his form, his pride, and took the throne he left behind. The crown was seized, the rule undone. In the dark, the shadow won. It placed the crown upon its head, and laughed above the fallen dead. Or, two mighty realms prepare to fight, their banners raised in bloodstained light. Amidst the ash where warriors tread, their pride fierce, their foes lie dead. Yet, in the haze of war's embrace, a shadow waits with silent grace. With blinded rage, they charge in vain, their banners high, their glories chain. But with a breath, a fleeting glance, the shadow ends their grand expanse. Their pride, their strength, their grand design, devoured whole for all in sight. He crushed their pride, their bodies fell, and took their sisters as silence dwelled. Around the ruin, laughter sounded from him, for their fate had long been decided by his whim. And such, an end was bound to be. The shadows laughed at their misery in glee, as such to their ruler, a calamity's cold decree. Noctis choked. I don't know whether to be more shocked by the absurdity of these statements or the fact that the poetry is somehow evolving even further, he mumbled, looking at Solvon. But she didn't respond, seemingly mesmerized by the words, her eyes glistening. Glory, she whispered, causing Nositz to shudder, his gaze turning cold. Everyone stared at the options, eyes wavering. They had been craving to witness a glorious fight, and it seemed the cinema had responded, and delivered more than anticipated. Simply put, they were insane. These supposed fights sounded like long-lost legends, something Odyssey or Hercules would perform under the watch of the gods. And yet Sunny had done so alone. He alone, through sheer will and spite, had clashed in such fights. It seemed that everything that stood in his path was fated to meet a terrible demise, and be devoured by the shadows. Fitting, what other fate would one meet? When fighting not a man, but a walking calamity, the shadow loved by the demons. Rain slumped back in her chair, her short-lived pride of her recent achievement having already been snuffed out. I give up, she grumbled, but nobody heard her, their minds racing to correlate the viewings with people, as the air in the room became dark. In the first choice, it was clearly referring to Darren. Eyes moved as they recalled the earlier claim of the cohort, how Sunny had supposedly defeated Darren, a supreme, as a mere master. Still incomprehensible, they all wanted to watch it, but hesitated. Because they were watching Darren be defeated. As a supreme and a king, he would without a doubt object, and nobody had the gall to step up to his refusal. That left the second option, which hinted at a grand slaughter in Godgrave. A slaughter where Sunny decimated the blood sisters of song, all while laughing. It was chilling. While being divine, a transcendent was still a transcendent in comparison to another. So how in the spell's name did he supposedly slaughter a group of saints? Again, all while laughing, Morgan's eyes gleamed, her mood lifting, as her perception of Sunny turned to a positive light. She slowly turned around to look at Song, as they already glared at her, fire burning in their eyes as they dared her to move her wicked tongue. The only one who didn't hold her gaze was Beastmaster, who held a conflicted look. As one part of her was deeply enamored and drawn to him, while another was shocked that he supposedly had slaughtered the pride of song. It was an inexcusable offense, but like her before, her actions were not completely guided by reason and logic. Thus, she was having a very hard time with herself. I guess he can only be a toy then, she muttered in dejection. I suggest the second option, Gilead said quietly, causing the Blood Sisters to rise from their seats. As if. Silent Stalker roared. Jest cocked his eyebrow. You object then? He questioned, motioning to Darren. The Blood Sisters hesitated, as they glanced at the still silent king, who had yet to move. But their hesitation didn't linger as they straightened their shoulders. They refused to let the image of Song be publicly tarnished, to let what their mother had built up be shamefully torn apart. And they were willing to go against a supreme. Their mother meant that much to them. Yes, as a part of the audience, we hold a right to choose what is chosen, Seishan said in a low tone, causing Morgan's mad look to intensify. She opened her mouth to kick back, but a low voice cut her off. Let's choose option 1. It was Darren. To everyone's shock, he was actually advocating for the option where he brutally lost. Was he mad, or was so morally upright, that people seeing his defeat was beneath him? It was a complete mystery, as his eyes were empty, deep and mysterious. You would like to see option 1. Seishan repeated, echoed, a hint of hope in her voice. Darren remained silent, before slowly nodding. I would like to learn the truth, but the other option should also be saved. This one is before he became transcendent, while the other is clearly after. The gap in his growth is too large, and cannot be cast away. Morgan smiled triumphantly, as she looked to Song for an answer. All the Blood Sister glanced at Seishan as she remained silent, before slowly replying. All right, she echoed, causing the eyes of Song to widen. She turned around, her voice now a hush. While it is humiliating, the future is not completely set with fate still broken, meaning the more we learn of how we lost and about his abilities, the higher possibility we can crush him in the future. The Blood Sisters nodded solemnly in agreement as they lowered themselves. Hermit of Legacies and save option 2, Darren boomed, as the screen began to shift. Everyone adjusted their posture as the colors began to shift. Windflower reached over and gingerly grabbed his palm, as he looked at her with soft eyes. Is this okay? She whispered with concern. Darren quietly looked at her, raising his hand to brush her hair. Nothing is forever, that's what makes it have meaning, he lamented, as a slow smile grew on his lips. It is also strangely invigorating. I am glad to know that I went out kicking till the last breath, not to mention having clashed with such an accomplished man. Windflower slowly nodded as she moved back, leaving him alone, his face complicated as he turned back to the screen. He had no knowledge of why the cinema had described both of them in wrath when fighting, nor did he understand how fate had brought them together. The corruption in his time was already eating away at his kingdom, and threatened to take it all away. Hope seemed to only lie in the tomb of Ariel, but he had no clue whether his lineage and people would survive. He loved them all dearly, but their lives were not for him to decide. He was merely the guardian who paved and led the path, nothing more or less. But it seemed his actions were not for naught, as although conflicted by the idea, his crown supposedly was still carried on. A simple but meaningful piece of iron, that carried the legacy of his culture. The past may be pushed away, but it will never die, it will always reflect itself in the future as long as a remnant survives. And after seeing bits of Sunny's story, accomplishments in life, he felt content. Truly, beside his own blood, no better person deserved to represent and be his heir. A sigh escaped his lips, as he leaned back, a look of anticipation on his face. I hope you give me a good show, my supposed heir, he whispered, as the screen flashed. As he looked, the water suddenly foamed, and a giant serpentine head rose from its depths. A familiar gaze pierced him, brimming with hatred and madness. The azure serpent did not look too good, just like the carcass of the black turtle, which had once seemed grand and indestructible, was now pitiful and hollow. The great beast was in a dire state. One of its cloudy eyes was gone, replaced by a bloody hole. Half of the terrifying fangs in its obliterating maw were either cracked or broken. Whole chunks of flesh were missing from its long neck, revealing red meat and white bone. And yet, the azure serpent was undeterred. It was just the same. Its fury was the same, its hunger was the same, and its mad determination to kill the two humans was the same. Darren's stomach dropped at the sight of the screen, as the vigor drained from his eyes. So, this is how it was. He silently stared at the maddened version of himself in silence. The usual proud light and demeanor that shone in his eyes was absent, simply replaced by eternal madness. In the end, it seemed like he had even succumbed to the corruption. Even going so far as to hunt Sunny down and try and end his life. His head lowered as he looked at the ground silently. Others didn't seem to notice his mood shift, as their eyes were glued to the screen. What the shit? You actually fought that thing, Neff? Effie yelled in disbelief, as Jet sighed and silently pulled Ling back to her lap. Eyes turned to Neffy's in anticipation as she stared at the screen. She silently shook her head. I don't remember, and since I don't. He indeed killed him alone. Mouth dropped as people glanced at Darren and back at the screen, in disbelief. But still, divine or not, the difference is too big. Luster whined in complaint, as everyone nodded in agreement. This is a corrupted version of Darren, so he's not as his full power or potential, she echoed, causing faces to slightly lift in relief. But, a Supreme is still a Supreme, it doesn't change the insanity behind this act, her voice reverberated with triumph. Would you also take the fight? Morgan asked with a curious tone. Valor grew silent, waiting for her answer, which would reveal her real intentions with Anvil and the future of Valor. Neffy's paused, seemingly going over different fight scenarios in her head, as a slow smile crept her lips. I'm not that crazy, she said in a rare joking tone. But he is. Because he's Sunny, she announced, causing eyes to glisten in admiration. Noctis doubled back as he laughed, vigorously clapping his hands. Well said. Well said. Rain silently tilted her head down to look at her shadow, as it sensed her gaze and turned to her. What do you think? She whispered, as he Shadow's hands moved to respond. Snake. Yummy. She shuddered as her gaze left him and moved back to the screen. She seemed to have forgotten that it was not Sunny in her shadow, but the Mad Prince. A cataclysm with its own unique category. And yet, the Azure Serpent was undeterred. It was just the same. Its fury was the same, its hunger was the same, and its mad determination to kill the two humans was the same. The great beast stared at Sunny, and Sunny stared at the great beast. Aren't you a persistent one? His voice sounded grim and hoarse. Sunny remained silent for a while, then suddenly spat, but what do you even know? Do you think you're so special? I know fury, too. I know hunger, too. I know madness, too. Oh, and I've killed plenty of creatures more powerful than me, too. A dark smile appeared on his face. Who are you to dare stare me down, beast? I am, who was born from the shadows. I am the rightful heir of death and the bastard son of fate. Wherever I go, ruin follows. If you had any sense, you would have run away as soon as you saw me. Everyone shifted in confusion at the scene. While it was impressive and captivating, there was weird bleeping at certain moments, something that hadn't happened before. What is this? Revel murmured. It's censoring his damn true name. Beastmaster whined in complaint. Cassie shifted. Didn't he not have a true name in his ruins? She questioned out loud. How do you even lose a true name? Saint Roan repeated in confusion. I would love to know what it is, Saint Cor murmured. Before anyone could theorize how or why he lost his name, uncontrollable laughter sounded from the second row, as everyone turned their heads to look. Jest immediately kicked back as he laughed uncontrollably, slapping his knees as tears began to form in his eyes. Ahaha, see, I told you, he gave himself the names. Nobody can tell me otherwise that I can't do the same when I get back. He howled in amusement. Gilead shifted. You fight a Supreme then to get the accreditation to do so, he flatly responded. Jest turned to Gilead, a look of pride in his eyes. Oh, I've changed the diaper of a Supreme, I think that gives me more than enough credit. He chortled, slapping his knee with more violence. Gilead's lips twisted into a sneer, as he turned away in disgust. You're courting death, he muttered under his breath. They are quite pretentious, just cooed. He is the only one worthy of them, Tiras echoed flatly, a rare look of admiration in her eyes. The scene shifted again, the new image causing people to rise in alarm. On the screen, Sunny was now standing at the edge of the cliff. Except he was engulfed in roaring white flames that pulsed around his body, causing him to glow strangely in contrast with his usual appearance devoid of light. He felt the purifying warmth flowing into his body and soul, strengthening both. At the same time, all 5 of his shadows wrapped themselves around him. In an instant, Sunny felt strong enough to crush the black rocks with his bare fists, and shake the entire world with his steps. Effie looked at Neff in alarm, as her arms flailed in panic. Neff, why are you burning your wife? She yelled in panic, causing Kai to double over in a coughing fit. Neffy's held Effie's gaze in confusion as she slightly tilted her in question. Wife, she repeated in an oblivious tone, causing Effie to roll her eyes in annoyance. Later. Whatever. You'll get it once we see more freaky moments of you two, more importantly why is he on fire with your flames? She yelped in alarm. Neffy's remained rooted, still trying to process what Effie meant, as she slowly shook her head and analyzed the footage, her eyes squinting. He's not burning, he's empowered, she mumbled in confusion. Empowered. Morgan mimicked, leaning forward with a smile, clearly fishing for more information about Nephis' aspect. Neffy's glared at her, but nothing more as she felt the others look at her in anticipation. Hesitantly she answered, normally, empowering is something I can only do to myself, I don't how he is doing so, she said in a low tone, causing the eyes of Valor and Song to glint like hungry beasts. Neffy's eyes lowered, as she tried to understand how it was possible. Maybe their bond was indeed deeper than just affection. But more importantly, she looked at the screen with unease as she watched him approach the cliff. She knew this was the turtle she had been trapped on for a month, and yet she had blurry memories of it all. And yet, he was going so far as to fight a Supreme to save them. Her lips slightly quivered. Charmer, she mumbled. Turning to the great river, he took a deep breath and whispered, remember. This is your name. Then, he opened the gate of the shadow lantern and allowed a flood of shadows to flow out of it, drowning the slopes of the island. They flowed down like an avalanche of darkness, eventually touching the water. Sunny closed his eyes and dissolved into the shadows. In the next moment, the shadows moved, and something tore free from their dark embrace. Everyone leaned forward, as they watched the unidentifiable shape move through the water, growing in size, as confusion and fear started to grow. He's manifesting some sort of shadow. Saint Cor mumbled. No, it's moving like it's alive, Julius mumbled in deep thought. But his aspect is tied to shadows and avatars, how does that make any sense? Jet contemplated aloud. Everyone's eyes darkened at the realization. Had they understood his aspect wrong the entire time? Their answer seemed to be close, as on the screen, the sea began to change. What was before deep blue, was now, becoming crimson red. What is hap? Rain yelped, cut off as the image changed, the water erupting violently in all directions, twinkling in the moonlight as corpses of unknown creatures of the deep flew all over the place. Everyone abruptly stood up at the absurdity of what they were seeing, fireworks shooting in their mind. Holy fuck, Effie yelled in disbelief. Now this is entertainment. Noctis shouted, throwing his arms in the air. By the gods. Anank whispered. Anyone who didn't join them in shouting, silently screamed so in their mind, as they were too absorbed by what they were seeing. On the screen, 2 colossal serpents tore through the raging waters, their titanic forms coiling and clashing with a fury that sent tremors through the world itself. One, an azure leviathan, its scales shimmering like shattered sapphires. The other, an onyx beast, darker than the abyss, a living void that devoured the light. They twisted, thrashed, and collided, their battle shaking the very fabric of reality. Their roars weren't just sound, They were shockwaves, vibrating through bones, rattling the walls, igniting the air with raw, unrelenting power. Above them, 7 burning suns blazed like divine beacons, casting their radiance over the unfolding apocalypse. There was only one word for this: Ragnarok. Their eyes burned, not with hatred, but something deeper. A fury primordial, an ancient anger, a rage uncontainable. They didn't fight, they obliterated. Blood erupted in the air, painting the river a crimson tapestry of shattered royalty and broken chains. A king and a slave. Opposites by birth, equals in destruction. Because in the end, for both, there was only one destination: doom. Sonny had sworn to fulfill his duty as the heir of death, and drag Darren's corpse into the abyss. And the moment those words left his lips, it was as if the universe itself understood. Nothing could stop him now. I had to rewrite the last bit quite a few times. But I finally got it to the aura, level 1 wanted smiley face. Next chapter will be quite the action-packed feast, might even have to call it a superhero movie lol. I know people were complaining about the lack of action in recent chapters. So instead of arguing, why not give them a chapter so good? They can only want more. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. The onslaught continued on the screen, as the world around them seemed to dim and lose opacity. Nothing mattered anymore. Everything was meaningless before the battle they were witnessing as the 2 giant serpents violently bore into each other. It was mesmerizing. It was horrifying. It was glorious. Spectacular, Julius breathlessly whispered. Oh gods, this is too much. Beastmaster sighed, her tone uncomfortably reminiscent of a moan, causing the other blood sisters to shudder, but not betray their attention. Monster, Saint Cor hissed. Rain stared at the carnage blankly, as her eyes impossibly widened, her mouth hanging open at an impossible angle. Since the revelation about her brother's identity came into fruition, she had been grappling with memories about all his supposed fibs and tales of strenuous perils, always deeming them as meaningless propaganda to insinuate his position. But every waking moment since the revelation, her stomach continued to uncomfortably drop, to a point she couldn't understand how, like a wormhole. Because, now, she was seeing it. She was actively witnessing an unfathomable battle that seemed like something gods would partake in, except it was not a god or a demon, but something seemingly much worse. Her own brother. And at the behest of the carnage, the only thing she could imagine were all the times she voiced her annoyance and spite about his stupid demeanor, even when she had pushed it and sometimes kicked and punched him around to express it. Of course, he never retaliated nor voiced his anger at her acts. Because he didn't need to, seemingly with a flick of his wrist, he could destroy a city. She nervously gulped. Let bygones be bygones. She nervously whispered, now considering how many times she had quite literally shown Death the middle finger. Jesus Neff, your boyfriend is a fucking monster. Effie gasped, as the rest of the cohort nodded in both admiration and concern. Quite literally, Kai chimed in, as they all briefly looked at her for a response. Neffes continued to stare at the screen in a trance, before her lips moved. His performance is good, she flatly voiced, causing Effie and Kai to once again choke and cough in agitation, their eyes slightly twitching and the implication behind her words. Like usual, Neffes was oblivious to the double meaning, still enchanted by the scene. She really needs to learn how to read between the lines, Effie grumbled in disappointment. But Neffes brought no attention to her soliloquy, as she continued speaking. I've currently lost my legs thrice, my arms over 7 times, severed in half once and had my entire body crushed twice, she echoed in thought, as the others listened in awe. Except none of that has happened to him, she echoed in thought, as she paused and her lips curled into a smile of rare admiration. And he's still going. All of them stared at her with wide eyes, as they realized the scope of the fight, slowly lowering themselves back into their seats. Even Jet was having a hard time keeping her focus, while also shielding Ling, who squirmed in her lap to see the battle. Of course, Neffys had built her battle art around sacrificing parts of her body to create openings and retaliate, seeing she could take it with her flames. But Sunny didn't have that reassurance. He didn't have the comfort that his limbs and his body would regenerate, and yet he still fought with his life on the line. Anything less would defy the very nature of his existence, an existence that had endured 4 years beyond erasure, lingering where nothing should remain. It was inevitable. A soul too spiteful to vanish. No, it was only fitting. For the one who shattered fate itself and wielded death as his own. Following his wrathful roar, the shell hiding below his scales turned into the adamantine mantle. A fearsome obsidian armor encased his flexible body, light as a feather and crafted so intricately as not to restrict his movement in any way. The water exploded into the air when he dove into the depths that belonged to him, and him alone. Old snake. The call escaped his monstrous maw, turned into a senseless roar. What he had done was simple, but also indescribably hard. He had dove deeper into shadow dance than ever before, mirroring both the mind and the physique of a nightmare creature. He had not been sure that it would be possible until the last moment, but his meticulous preparation paid off. It was do or die, nothing less. He had spent countless hours observing the azure serpent and learning everything there was to learn about it. Then, he dissolved into the shadows, and manifested himself back into a tangible form. Finally, he summoned the dead shadow of the black turtle, which he had lured into the lantern, to form a mighty shell around his fragile incarnation. But, for the first time, the shape of his shell was not that of the shadow fiend. Instead, it was the shape of a monstrous river serpent, the shape of the mad beast whom he feared, admired, and wanted to kill. Of course, this shadow shell could not compare to the real thing. He was only an ascended, after all, while the azure serpent was a great beast. It was weaker, less resilient, and smaller, maybe a quarter of the size of the actual abomination. However, it was suffused with the power of both shadows and soul flame, granting it power well beyond the limits of what an ascended could possess. Eyes narrowed. Shell. Shadow dance. Dissolved into shadows. Fragile incarnation. What is, how, it doesn't make sense. Rain whined in protest. Indeed, it does seem like we have evaluated his aspect completely wrong, Anank murmured, as Rain looked at her with compliance. Be but still. Shadow dance. Shadow shell. Shadow world. Incarnations. There's too many factors, and it changes everything we know as just apparently wrong. She exclaimed in complaint as others nodded their heads. Yes, it is peculiar that he did no such things earlier when we saw him fight the Skinwalker. He only fought with his skill and a part of his aspect that involved manifesting shadows, Saint Cor muttered in thought. Observant, we know that he has an aspect related to creating avatars, the mysterious art of weaving and an affiliation to Shadow God. But just having an affiliation as Shadow's lineage doesn't account for all these unknown abilities, Revel echoed in contemplation. That's just a cheat. How come other lineage holders don't have such a variety of abilities? Luster cried in protest, as others nodded in agreement. Despite the carnage on screen, their attention strangely was unified in diversion to the topic at hand, their thoughts interrupted at the sound of vigorous ramblings. Perhaps, his aspect is just related to shadows, Julius echoed. Eyes widened in shock, as he continued. The ability to manifest shadows aligns with the ability gained once one becomes a master, the granted authority to influence parts of their aspect and the corresponding elements and source. His other ability hinted at being able to control other shadows and his own, which may possibly be his dormant ability. And lastly there is his ability to seemingly become a shadow and move through them, he finished. Then you suggest, Jest commented in a low tone, causing everyone to lean in anticipation. Julius smiled. Yes, it is possible that the avatars are just one of his abilities he gained after attaching transcendence, he boomed in excitement. The words traveled through the air like a shockwave, as everyone shuddered slightly at the revelation. This was too strong. You believe in such an overpowered development? Gilead questioned in a serious tone. Julius paused as he rubbed his chin, a slight smile growing. It is merely a heartfelt hypothesis. Like I said earlier, we can only learn more until we form a more viable and concrete answer, he sighed. Then how did he turn into the giant snake? Rain uttered in confusion. Darren rose. He's alerting everyone. It's me. He's copying me, he said flatly. Eyes widened as faces betrayed any hidden emotion. Everyone was petrified. I assume this is some complex technique he has developed with his aspect and his legacy relic, a technique that pushes him beyond the limits. This shadow dance he speaks of likely plays a key part. Everyone was rooted in confusion, a flurry of emotions like a hurricane in their existence. Firstly, it was just overpowered. How could anyone argue? A technique that allowed one to copy the abilities of another. It was like a perfect late throw in rock paper scissors, except one opponent knew how the other was thinking and would act. The other shock was the name of the art itself. Shadow dance. It sounded, weirdly, enchanting. How could a dance be a deadly battle art? Naturally, in history, some had developed and taken such actions. Street dancing was a prime example. One of the most flexible and complicated forms of combat was capoeira, a traditional native dance that was transformed into a deadly battle art where one's joints, limbs and whole being were a weapon itself. And the most dangerous part about it was its fluidity. Shadow dance seemed to also have that fluidity. No, it was fluidity itself. Was there any limit to what it could copy and reflect? Morgan and Nephus's eyes glinted at the idea. Despite their origins, both were connoisseurs in war, and their curiosity was burning, just like their will to learn more. Others had estranged thoughts. Mostly Rain and Effie. Rain couldn't picture her master and her brother dancing as a means of battle, although it suited his demeanor. Effie, meanwhile, had quite perverse visions of what Sunny would look like while dancing. To put it simply, her imagination was captured in a more seductive manner than deadly. Fortunately, they were brought back to reality by the sound of clapping coming from Noctis in the second row. Well said. Well said. Truly, your insight befits that of a king. Noctis chortled, his praise laced with amusement. Darren gave a slow nod, acknowledging the sentiment. How so? Nephis pressed, her voice firm. Noctis tilted his head, a knowing smile curling his lips. After all, he is a shadow, a divine one, no less. His existence is shaped by his will alone. Who else would he reflect, if not his own god? He chuckled, his words hanging in the air like an omen. Reflect, Modret murmured, intrigued. Noctis nodded, his gaze distant in thought before he slowly turned back, his expression unreadable. Tell me, what is more important? Shadow or light? His voice rang through the room, carrying an eerie weight. Some tilted their heads in confusion. The light, Rain muttered, uncertain. Both, Cassie answered without hesitation. Noctis clapped his hands together, grinning. Bravo. Full points. His enthusiasm carried an unsettling edge, as if he were revealing a long-forgotten truth. Light and darkness are bound, one cannot exist without the other. Shadows cling to form, but they have no will of their own. For light to be recognized, shadows must exist. For shadows to take shape, light must shine. They do not oppose, they complete one another. His words were woven with a quiet reverence, like a priest delivering a sermon of forgotten gods. Then, he leaned forward, his voice dropping into a hush. But what happens, if one abandons the other? A silence fell. Just get to the point, Gilead grumbled, his patience wearing thin. Noctis sighed theatrically, feigning hurt before continuing, his voice now carrying the weight of something far more serious. It's simple. Light, left unchecked, is an untamed fire. It grows, expands, devours all within reach. But no matter how great it becomes, its hunger will exhaust it in time, just as its ambition to change everything in its image, leaving only embers in its wake. His eyes darkened. But shadows are different. Without light to tether them, they are free. Unbound. No longer restrained by the forms they once chained to. They do not burn out. They do not falter. They wait. They watch. And when the time is right, they rise, and they devour everything. The words carried a chilling finality, one that sent a shiver through those who listened. Noctis exhaled slowly before continuing. And that brings me to my point. As a shadow, Sunny naturally has the ability to reflect another. But that raises a question, doesn't it? His gaze swept across the room, his voice lowering. Who does Sunny shadow? A murmur rippled through the group. Heads lowered in contemplation. Noctis was right. Who did Sunny shadow? Nephis felt something stir within her, a creeping dread, deep and cold. Their bond had always felt like more than just love. Something deeper. Something inevitable. Something she felt, that had been pushed out of her memory for her own good. And if her growing fear was correct, what did it mean for him to be her shadow? And how had he become so? Others were equally as insightful. As some heads from both Song and Valor briefly turned to look at Nephis, their eyes narrowed in suspicion. Darren's voice broke the silence, low and measured. Your words are insightful, but we have heard more than needed. What are you getting at? At that, Noctis's expression darkened, his previous amusement vanishing like smoke. Because, he whispered, I am afraid. Salvan arched a brow. Afraid. Noctis nodded. Because from what we've learned, Sunny is free. For the first time, a shadow walks without a master. And that can only mean one thing. He let the silence linger, letting them feel the weight of his next words. He has broken from his chains. Unlike any other shadow in existence. The air seemed to grow heavier. The construct itself is irrelevant, Noctis murmured. What matters, is what comes after. A deep hush fell over the room. Jet's voice barely rose above a whisper. So, Noctis gravely nodded. So now, Sunny is a free divine shadow. No longer bound. No longer restrained. He will grow, and grow, until he becomes the very darkness that we fear from birth. His voice dropped lower, almost reverent. Without light, only darkness remains. And darkness never ends. It is only held back. No one spoke. The implications hung over them like a storm cloud. Slowly, their gazes drifted back to the screen, where the battle raged on. The climax was evidently near. Noctis leaned back, his voice barely a whisper. It means that a calamity unrestrained has been released into existence. As their bodies brushed against each other, a vast stretch of the mantle cracked and shattered. The shadows below rippled, the internal structure of the shell twisting and breaking apart. The violent currents created by the passing of the azure serpent's body were slowing him down, and his dark flesh was sliced open by the creature's dorsal fin. His shell was bleeding shadows. His essence was being burned. His mind was drowning in pain and derangement. More. Despite knowing that it would cost him his life, Sunny felt compelled to bite into the enemy's flesh and never let go, to hurt the foe as much as he could, even if it meant death. To rip apart, to devour, to destroy. Instead, he continued to dodge the attacks of the azure serpent with clarity and skill, all the while attacking with hatred and fury when he could. And, all along, he was leading the great beast upward. Finally, they broke the surface and clashed again above the water. The suns were gone, and the river had not started glowing yet. The shaking world was dark. With a stifled roar, Sunny dodged the fangs of the azure serpent and tried to bite into an open wound on its mangled body, where white bone could be seen. However, before he could, the mad beast's tail crashed into him like an obliterating ram, sending fragments of the mantle flying through the air and a blinding flash of pain piercing in his soul. Arg! Sunny fell heavily into the water, and a tall fountain of white foam rose into the sky. The azure serpent let out a demented growl and lunged at him, aiming to bite the hateful worm in half. Before he could, however, 2 arrows, one black, one white, fell from the darkness and pierced its flesh. Saint and Nephis had joined the battle. Saint. Effie's voice was laced with amusement, but beneath it lay something sharper, calculation, curiosity, something unspoken. She studied Nephis with an expression that was both knowing and thoughtful, rubbing her chin as if piecing together a puzzle no one else could see. Nephis, sensing her lingering gaze, turned to face her, eyes cold and unreadable. What? She asked flatly. Effie sighed, shaking her head in what almost seemed like disappointment. When she spoke again, her voice had lowered into a murmur, each word deliberate. You don't strike me as the type to share, at least, not with someone who should have the first claim. Nefis tilted her head slightly, confusion flickering in her silver eyes. Share. But Effie ignored her, still lost in thought. Her gaze sharpened, as if following a thread of logic only she could see. If the old bones are right, and this was before he could make bodies, then that would mean she was willing. But I just don't see how that's possible. Before she could continue, a hand landed gently on her own, grounding her back to the present. Effie blinked, startled. What? Nefis pressed, irritation creeping into her voice at the unwelcome distraction from the battle. Effie studied her carefully before leaning in, her tone almost playful yet layered with something deeper. Are you rational enough to share, if the circumstances provide a good reason? Nefis hesitated. The question caught her off guard, though she did not show it. That would depend on the request and the situation, she replied flatly. But I would need to know more. A spark of satisfaction flickered in Effie's eyes. That's all I needed to hear. Her smile was slow, knowing, dangerous. Nefis still stared at her, uncomprehending, but something in Effie's wolfish grin unsettled her. And then, it's just strange, Effie mused, her voice turning almost sing-song. I always took you for the possessive type. I didn't think you'd be the kind to share with this saint gal. A cold shudder traced down Nefis's spine. There is no indication that this saint is a woman. Her voice was sharp, immediate, too immediate. Effie merely raised her hands in mock surrender, the grin never leaving her lips. Right, she murmured, leaning back, only to find Jet staring at her with an incredulous mix of mirth and disbelief. You are just unbelievable, Jet muttered, shaking her head. Effie shrugged, unbothered. I am merely a person of passion, cursed by my own flaw. Jet kicked her in the shin. Meanwhile, Nefis had turned back to the screen, but her focus wavered. Something about this entire conversation had unsettled her. Her fingers twitched slightly against the armrest of her chair, an unfamiliar sensation creeping into her chest. It was strange, not remembering what they had been to each other. Not knowing what they felt. And now, this supposed other woman, this presence that loomed in her blind spots, unaccounted for. Her gaze flickered toward Cassie, seeking insight. Cassie only shrugged, and smiled, far too amused for Nefis's liking. Nefis leaned back into her chair, her expression unreadable, but her thoughts in disarray. This feeling, was it agitation? The idea of another woman being close to Sunny, attached to him in ways she could not even recall, why did it itch at the edges of her mind? No, number. There are too many unknowns. She blinked, exhaling slowly, forcing her thoughts back into alignment. Her focus shifted, once more analyzing the battle raging on before her. And yet, the feeling remained. The two arrows had not seriously wounded the azure serpent, but they had distracted it for a second. That second was enough for Sunny to shake off the terrible pain of having his soul damaged and slightly repair his shell. Letting out a wrathful hiss, he shot forward and bit into the side of the Leviathan. Even though the shadow shell had no taste buds, he could swear that he sensed the salty taste of blood on his tongue. That taste drove him into a frenzy. Devour, I am going to devour you, I am going to rip you apart. Forgetting the pain, forgetting the suffering, Sunny pressed his mighty jaws together in an attempt to savage and mutilate his enemy. It was only through an incredible effort that he forced himself to maintain control and let go, dashing aside just in time to avoid being trapped and crushed in the coils of the azure serpent's colossal body. A drop of cold fear fell into the incinerating inferno of his fury. This is dangerous. Battling a great beast was already perilous enough. But the act of assuming the shape and form of a nightmare creature, of diving into its mind and heart so deeply, was in and of itself a great danger. Sunny had used shadow dance to read abominations before, but he had never tried to manifest himself into one of them. It was too easy to get lost in that state, maybe forever. Even the true name was not a panacea. He also had to maintain his sense of self, while simultaneously denying it. Maybe this was the fourth step of shadow dance. The ability to preserve his identity while becoming truly formless in mind, body, and soul, and thus infinitely malleable, like all shadows were. As Sunny nimbly dodged the attacks of the azure serpent and lashed out with his sharp fangs and crushing tail, more arrows fell from the darkness. Saint was not using Death Dealer anymore, instead trying to weigh the Leviathan down with the help of Burden of Peace. Nephis was continuing to poison the great beast with the toxin of the bitter cusp. However, the abomination had quickly grown impatient with their harassment. Its movements changed slightly, and the next time the two shot their bows, a tall wave suddenly rose, washing the arrows away. That gave Sunny an opportunity to deliver a vicious blow, however. Coiling himself around a mangled span of the azure serpent's body, he slithered forward. His sharp dorsal fin bit into the mad beast's flesh, shredding it like a saw. The soft glow of the brightening water was suddenly painted in a crimson hue. Die, 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 I am going to kill you. The azure serpent growled and lunged at him, madness burning in its bleeding eye. It was probably thinking the same. He's insane, Telly whispered, popcorn now traveling into her mouth at light speed as the battle reached its crescendo. Windflower did not share the same optimism, as her face was complicated, her hand now faltering. She turned to Darren with a grieved and saddened look. He could only hold her gaze, and offer a meek smile of reassurance in return. Because it was also hard for him to watch. Not because of his pride of losing in the scuffle, but the state he was in. The sight was deplorable. An insult to what he represented and had built in his name, now reduced to some mindless creature filled with rage, hell-bent on bringing destruction to everything around it. His fingers slightly twitched, as he steadied himself, breathing a slight sigh of relief at the prospect that his subjects didn't have to see such a harrowing sight. Others were still drawn to the scene, struggling to balance their racial inequality by absorbing new information, while also indulging in the glorious spectacle. To put it simply, it was tough. Even for transcendents who functioned different than humans, they were also struggling to keep their minds steady at the sight of such a glorious battle. Whether one was depraved enough to find joy in the flying blood, prideful enough to search out a battle, or in general, human, there was something for everyone to find solace in the moment. Salvan was especially entranced, her lips curling into a maddening grin as she chanted under her breath, "Glory, glory, 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 glory." Next to her, Noctis shifted uncomfortably, for once seeming to want to get away from the women next to him, when it was usually the other way round. Everyone was for once brought together by the brutal spectacle, all of their wills burning to see the conclusion of such a fight. Both of them were already half dead. He had to kill the enemy, but being killed by the enemy seemed inevitable instead. So, then, the two outcomes were not necessarily mutually exclusive. Being killed did not directly stand in the way of achieving his goal. It was only the timing of his death that was the issue. Sunny was filled with an indescribable, furious determination to slay the azure serpent. Nothing mattered in front of this hatred and this consuming need, least of all death. It would be all worth it if he could just feel the life leaving his enemy's bleeding body. Mutual destruction. Yes, yes, he liked it. He liked it a lot. This was the advantage he so desperately needed. Dangerous flames ignited in Sunny's onyx eyes as he twisted his long neck and glared at the reeling serpent. The great beast must have been growing weaker, as well. His attacks and the arrows of his companions were slowly grinding down its boundless endurance. The abomination had been a split second too late and failed to evade being rammed by Sunny's serpentine head. Which finally gave him the chance. First, the water. The water had been constraining Sunny, and so, he had to wrestle the control of it from the azure serpent first. With his understanding of the great beast and the experience of watching Knave and Bloodwave fight, he could achieve dominance for a few moments, at least. Coiling his mighty body like a spring, Sunny shot forward with incredible speed. He moved it in a specific way, forcing a powerful current to rush outward and collide with the opposing one, which had been created by the ancient Leviathan. A great whirlpool appeared where the two currents collided, and he tore through it, unopposed. Second, the target. The target was the azure serpent's titanic spine. Sunny had to sever it no matter what. Usually, the spine would have been protected by layers of impenetrable muscle, a layer of impervious skin, and a dreadful armor of indestructible scales. But the mad beast had been mangled and mutilated by the long weeks of warding off marauding abominations and the eerily monstrous butterfly. Large chunks of its flesh were missing, revealing bone. At a particular spot just below its head, a long span of the spine was revealed, too. That was a good target to choose, especially because the abomination would not be able to use its jaws to defend it. And, lastly, the advantage. Sunny did indeed possess an advantage in the battle of mutual destruction. It was because the azure serpent was made of flesh, while he was made of shadows. If he sustained too much damage, the shadow shell was going to fall apart, but his incarnation, which was small and hidden in its depths, could survive. It was just a matter of luck. Either he would be destroyed along with the shell, or get lucky and remain alive. But regardless of the outcome, the hateful Leviathan would die. I am fine with that. Growling viciously, the black serpent shot through the shining waters of the great river, and, discarding all pretenses of defense, closed his jaws on the great beast's spine. Impressive, he can still strategically think amidst such a maddened state, Saint Cor mumbled, his eyes twinkling with admiration. Indeed, his wit in battle is remarkably polished. Such a shame he's not loyal, Gilead murmured. Jest looked at him with an intrigued glint in his eyes. Oh, something other than loyalty and disappointment exits your mouth. He mocked, causing Gilead to glare at him but not take the bait. Jest sighed in disappointment, leaning back. Just looks like a bunch of rabid animals to me, he sighed, his tone slightly disappointed. Gilead shifted, now facing Jest, his face now stern. Jest leaned forward, seemingly delighted that he had taken the bait. Do not compare such mannerisms to that of a mindless animal, he hissed, causing Jest to grin. Oh ho, is that not what we're witnessing? A clash between beasts, he mocked in a receding tone. Gilead stiffened as he remained silent, a slow grin forming on his usual placid face. The sight caused Jest to stiffen, like he'd seen a ghost. Yes, beasts. Great beasts, something a miserable goat like you could never compare to, he echoed, his voice sinister with a hint of glee. The joy dropped from Jest's face, as he leaned back, a look of annoyance on his face. Tyrus silently watched the whole ordeal with a slight smile of amusement, that brought a shiver to Saint Roan. Mutual destruction. The words reverberated in Nephis's mind, all too familiar. They were words she lived by, something that had been burned into her existence. The essence of combat is murder, she whispered. Her hands clenched around the armrests as she took a deep breath. It was troubling. Every moment they learned more and more about Sunny, and Nephis learned more and more of the harrowing truth about how close he had been to her. At first, she had been enamored, but now she rarely dreaded every moment, as she rarely felt unease to what troubling or heartbreaking news she would learn next. Unbeknownst to her, the whisper that escaped her lips had not gone unheard, as Rain looked at her incredulously. The essence of combat is murder, is that not what he told me? Had his supposed, generous, teachings been a stolen charade? One from Changing Star nonetheless. She felt like her body would explode from the vortex of emotions that raged inside her. She peered down to try and get an answer from her shadow. It also stared at the screen, taken in interest. Hey, she whispered under her breath, but the shadow didn't respond. Ahem. She coughed, her voice now louder. But the shadow still paid her no mind. Rain's eye twitched. Oh, so now it was too good for her. After taking refuge in her shadow like a straggler out of her generosity, it now took her presence for granted. Her lips quivered in agitation, tempted to yell and expose everything. But as she moved to do so, it finally turned around and looked at her, staring, before its hands began to move. Weak. Rain's shoulders slightly shook, as she threw herself back into her seat with a sizable amount of force, causing a look of concern from Anank. I give up. Just get me out of here, take me back to my normal life, where I get heckled for being me, she grumbled. This time, it was Nephis who heard the whisper, as she herself turned slightly to look at Rain with concern, opening her mouth to speak. But immediately, she was cut off by Effie and everyone else shooting out of their seats. Holy, He's actually doing. She screamed in excitement. Dear gods. Anank whispered. Sunny bit into the spine of the azure serpent, igniting what little strength he had left into a violent and furious blaze. Billowing, shadows and flame rose from his onyx scales and wreathed him like a burial shroud. His eyes shone with mad, morbid, murderous malice and chillingly cold killing intent. His jaw pressed down with enough force to shatter mountains. But the spine of a great beast was much stronger than a mountain chain. It resisted his obsidian fangs, refusing to be broken, cracked, or even scratched. Die. Drowning in fury, Sunny put all of his resolve, all of his hatred, and all of his desire into crushing the indestructible bone. He violently jerked his head left and right, gnawing on the spine like a rabid dog. If he could not bite through it, he would saw through it. If he could not saw through it, he would grind it down. The azure serpent was going to die, no matter what. It was already half dead, anyway. However, so was Sunny. He sensed the gargantuan body of the ancient Leviathan moving, and coldly refused to pay it any attention. It did not matter how the mad beast would try to destroy him, or if it would succeed. Sunny had already discarded his survival instinct. The mad beast could not reach him with its harrowing maw, which meant that it was not going to be able to kill him instantly. That was all he needed to know. As his fangs scraped against the spine of the azure serpent in a frenzy, the abomination's mangled body rose and ensnared Sunny like a crushing vice. Once he was caught in the coils, there would be no escape. He knew it, but he did not care. All he cared about was the feeling of a thin, shallow crack finally appearing under one of his fangs. The Leviathan's spine was giving. Die. As dark glee washed over his heart, the coils tensed, crushing his ravaged shell. The strength contained within them was unlike anything Sunny had experienced before. It was truly, and utterly, harrowing. Pressing down with harrowing strength, the azure serpent turned the marble carapace of the mantle into stone dust. The serpentine body beneath it was instantly broken, the onyx scales shattering, sharp edges of broken bones piercing the skin and protruding from the horrid wounds. There was blinding pain, but Sunny did not care. More cracks appeared on the abomination's spine now, spreading and merging with each other, and he could feel the giant body of his enemy twitching in pain. He could also feel fragments of bone sinking beneath his fangs. Instead of struggling to save himself, Sunny ferociously bit down on the damaged spine of the Leviathan and persisted in his frenzied attempts to break and mutilate it. Let's see which one of us dies first, old snake. As long as you die first. I don't mind dying second. The dorsal fin of the great beast effortlessly cut into his shell, slicing it open like a saw. Instead of blood, darkness flowed out of the vivisected serpent, only to dissolve and disappear in the soft radiance of the glowing water. Sunny pressed his jaws together in all-consuming fury, and finally felt the bone crumble beneath his bite. Will my incarnation be destroyed? Or won't it? Not that it mattered too much. Killing the enemy was the only thing that mattered. There was nothing else. A strange sound that was half a deranged roar and half a wail of agony escaped from his maw. His jaws started to slowly move toward each other. At the same time, the damage his body had received was nearing the level of being catastrophic. By all accounts, his shell should have already come undone, but Sunny had submerged so deeply into the sensation of being a serpent that his absolute belief held it together, still. He felt the shadows part before the sharp blade of the Leviathan's fin, opening a straight path to the tiny incarnation hidden within them. Death was swiftly approaching. It was. How could? Nothing would be able to properly describe what they were witnessing. It was something beyond words, beyond comprehension, beyond anything they had ever seen before. A battle of pure, unrelenting will. A nightmare made manifest. A tragedy wrapped in the guise of victory. They watched in horrified awe, their breath caught in their throats, unable to tear their eyes away. Even Nephis seemed disturbed by the carnage. The sheer madness of it, the relentless fury, the way he refused to acknowledge his own destruction, it was monstrous. It was divine. It was something that should not have been possible, and yet, there it was, unfolding before their very eyes. The raw, suffocating killing intent that pulsed from his shattered body was unlike anything they had ever known. It was a force, a truth, a declaration to the world itself. He was breaking. He was dying. But even as his body was torn apart, his mind did not waver. That was what sent shivers down their spines. That was what made their souls tremble. A calamity did not falter. A calamity did not beg for salvation. A calamity did not fear death. And that was what he had become. The crowd sat in silence, dread pooling in their stomachs, as they realized something chilling. He was not fighting to survive. He was fighting simply to destroy. Effie opened her mouth unconsciously. No way but before she could finish her sentence, a deafening sound caused everyone to shudder and the room itself to quake. Crack. For a split second, the shadow flame billowing from his mangled body ignited with startling intensity. In Sunny's mind, everything disappeared. The only thing that remained was an imperative resolve to kill the enemy. His jaw snapped with a deafening clap. In the midst of the sea of blood, one of the serpents fell, as the other rose, towering over its limp corpse. In its mouth, its severed head was motionless, soon falling into the sea with a deafening boom. The onyx serpent remained standing victorious as it opened its maw, bellowing an earth-shattering roar that even the heavens seemed to tremble too. As it did so, the voice of the spell sounded, its voice booming. You have slain a great beast, Darren of the Twilight Sea. You have received a memory. The whispers flowed into his soul as darkness encroached on his mind. Opening square bracket ... Your shadow grows stronger. And with that, the viewing abruptly ended, bringing the room back to usual, as everyone remained in silence. Too shocked. From his brutal victory. Not even Noctis, who routinely stood with applause after each viewing, made a noise. Shock also pointed on his face. Everyone remained in silence, some in shock, others in aspiring awe, while some dreaded at Sunny's potential now that he was a saint. Strangely, it was Darren who rose, and cleared his throat. Now that such is done, it is best we deliberate what piece of history we should choose, now that the rewards are present, he echoed. Effie, however, violently disagreed. As if, there's so much we've glossed over. The fact that his aspect is completely different than what we thought, his whole aspect legacy, that creepy technique, not to mention the stang, shadow dance, she yelled without pause, having to gasp for air as she finished. Darren looked at her, before turning his head. Rightfully, but Julius's hypothesis is very strong and self-explanatory. What now interests me most is his connection to Shadow God, and more importantly the mystery behind the shadow dance and his legacy. Quote. Something I feel we may learn in no better place than the Shadow Realm, in the Solace in Defiance option, he boomed. The Shadow Realm. The one realm which eluded everyone, the home and resting place of all living beings. The domain of the most mysterious and elusive of the gods. And more importantly, the place where supposedly met a fated friend from long ago. One that was contrasted to be hated by death. It was a tease too endearing. Beastmaster was especially interested at the prospect of another person of similar nature to Sunny. How else would they be fated companions? Also, since the revelation of his allegiance to Valor in the future, it was not too bad to prepare spares. Can never be too drastic, she cooed. Let's do so, Neffes replied, causing looks of confusion. Secretly, she also wanted to see what secrets it held, especially after her encounter with that bastard skeleton. Ures of the Nine, who she had dropped off by the entrance to the underworld at his request. If not the underworld, what closer entrance was there to the Shadow Realm? Darren nodded as he looked around for complaint, but nobody disagreed. Maybe they were all still slightly dazed from the fight to form true of thoughts. Reward option 2, Pieces of Lost History option, Solace in Defiance, he boomed with confidence. Everyone adjusted themselves in their seats as the theater once again began to change, the curtains moving again towards the screen, as everyone braced in anticipation. They had not forgotten the fear they felt upon the Mad Prince's realization of their existence. Who's to say that something else, and possibly far worse, wouldn't do the same? Transparency became apparent, as the world around them changed, causing gasps to ring out. This was, the shadow realm. It was, vast. A sinister desert of umbrella sand that stretched forever. The sky was also dark, dull and bleak, devoid of any sunlight, the only source of light being a strange twisting vortex in the distance. Strangely, there were no bodies, or any form of corpses in sight. They had a pretty good view, supposedly having been placed on a giant mountain. "It's kind of plain," Jet said in an estranged tone. "What did you expect?" Kai asked, a look of confusion on his face. She shrugged, "I don't know. Fiery pits where people burn for their crimes, vast swarms of abominations tearing each other apart. It's kind of like a draft, compared to what should be the final project. You would rather there be eternal pain and torment," he replied with an incredulous look. Jet snorted, "When did I say I wanted that? It's just not what I expected," she sighed. Everyone was equally enamored by the sight. Noctis and Julius were both gleaming, seemingly glowing at the prospect of uncovering more about the world, while everyone else stared in awe. "But, where is this friend?" Cassie asked in a confused tone. Everyone craned their vision around the room, trying to spot something in the desolate scape. But it seemed like it was not trying to hide from them, but instead come to them. As far in the distance on one of the high rocks, a deafening boom sounded. "What is?" Revel murmured in a confused tone. "A fight. Aren't they supposed to be friends?" Effie exclaimed in disbelief, causing a chuckle to sound from the second row. "A complicated friendship perhaps," Mordred cooed, causing both Song and Valor to glare at them. But their attention didn't last, as a figure shot past them, and landed not too far away from their space. It was a woman. No, a shadow. Her form was obsolete, strangely hazy. There was no discernible features, apart from a ragged cloak made from unknown origins that flapped around her body. Her limbs and face were both dark, a literal shadow, as fumes wafted up. In her arm, a battle-worn dagger of sorts was clenched as she looked in the distance. Another contender. Both Effie and Beastmaster grumbled. Neffy's also narrowed her eyes in confusion, but everyone's attention was shifted as Darren abruptly rose, his eyes strained, a chilling look of shock on his face. "A dead sacred," he murmured, causing everyone to freeze. A sacred. Someone above the level of a sovereign, something nobody had ever heard of or seen before in their time. Questions bursted from their mouths with unwarranted curiosity to the dangers of knowledge. A sacred. His friend is a damn sacred. Effie yelled in disbelief. "He truly has connections." Noctis hummed. Everyone looked at Darren with wide eyes for an answer, as he paused before continuing. "Not a true sacred but something slightly less, a shadow of its former glory, thus why she is dead," his voice echoed. But she's dead. Dead. That's it, kaput. Once you die you're dead." Saint Roan stammered in disbelief. Darren stood silent, before a slow smile crept his lips. "So what?" Eyes rose in question. "What?" Darren continued, unfaltering, "So what if they're dead? The weak wait for permission to exist, and lie down when their end is said. But the strong create their own purpose. A sacred is not just an existence, but a singularity, something that bends and shapes everything to their will. They are not spectators, but architects of their own destiny. Who says that death is the end for them? Death is just the beginning, a trivial obstacle in their path. If it is their will to continue existing, who dares oppose them?" He announced, causing everyone to shiver. "Such a thing is possible." Julius whispered, his eyes twinkling with awe. Darren chuckled, "They are what makes the impossible possible. But still, why would a sacred willing befriend someone of lower status? It seems unjust of their nature," Morgan questioned in a serious tone. "I don't think that's his friend," Rain whispered, causing everyone to glare at her, her shoulders stiffening. "Why?" Morgan hissed, her tone dangerously low. Rain gulped, before squinting her eyes at something in the distance, an awkward smile on her lips. "Because I think he wants it dead," she muttered, as something blinked in the distance, before crashing not too far away, causing a plume of smoke to rise and the mountain to shudder. What emerged caused everyone's knees to tremble. A dark figure clad in a fearsome onyx armor. His hair was snow-white as it flowed in the wind, contrasted heavily with the fearsome dark mask of a demon on his face, the mask of Weaver. On his back, two grand wings similar to Nephus's rose, except their color was endlessly dark, like an abyss. In his hands a fearsome Odachi rested, while countless other 7-armed hands protruded from his sides and back, having chosen to manifest them. If death had an appearance, this was it. The shadows seemed to bow in fear to their glorious ruler, as light seemed to be absorbed by his presence, like a black hole. It was sunny, although they couldn't believe it. And he was equipped for war. A low voice hissed from his figure, "Miserable wretch, why can't you just let Shadow claim you?" As everyone watched the fearsome figure approached, a booming laugh sounded from the crowd. It was Darren. Ahaha. Such an endeavorous, yet treacherous shadow. Of course he would hunt down even a sacred. He chortled, a look of rare shock on Windflower's face at the sight. He's fighting a sacred? Nephis asked in a low tone. Darren smiled wryly. What else? Perhaps the gods and demons are lucky they have vanished from the world, as they would soon meet their end by being hunted by him. One could maybe even say they got the more fortunate ending. Such an overachiever, if he couldn't fight a god, he chose the second closest thing, a sacred, he mumbled in fascination. Then he is also supreme in this moment? Sishin asked in a low tone. Darren shook his head. No, it is not his style to be slightly below for such a matchup. But, he's close. Nephis slightly shook. Close. Did this mean that he had grasped the secret of ascending to supremacy without the spell? If so, how far ahead of her was he? She became slightly giddy at the thought. But it's still a sacred, Tiras said flatly. Darren leaned back, his lips curling in amusement, all the more reason for him to hate them so much. A sacred, a being descended like a celestial verdict, its radiance absolute, a beacon of order that tolerated no flaw. Its every movement was ordained, every word a decree from existence itself. They were not a force, but existence itself. Yet before it stood a sunny. An error, singularity of fate, the flaw of existence, the shadow of calamity. A being that should not exist, a mistake in the fabric of the world, wrapped in shadows deeper than oblivion. It did not defy fate, it had already shattered it. Where the sacred one moved with ordained purpose, the error lurched with chaotic inevitability, its presence a wound in the very concept of being. Death coiled at its fingertips, not as an end, but as an unraveling of all things. Reality refused to accept his existence. What better way to vent his wrath, than to rid the intruder from his home and his heritage? An intruder in contrast to him, who was loved and recognized by existence. What better satisfaction could one get than brutally crushing such an ignorant bug? The feelings were mutual, as the shadow on the screen moved. It seemingly listened to his words, slightly tilting its head. It had no mouth, nor was it capable of speech. Yet it seemed to recognize his hatred, as the shadows around its feet stirred. It slowly raised its arm, pointing the dagger towards him. No words were uttered, but the gesture spoke plenty, as it seemed to taunt him and his nature. Come try little shadow. Sunny's face was hidden behind Weaver's mask, but his bloodlust was more than present. A slow wave of movement rippled through the room. One by one, the onlookers rose from their seats. Their heads bowed slightly, not in fear, but in acknowledgement. They thought the fight with the Skinwalker was the pinnacle, but it was in fact merely the crescent. Above Master, Saints and even Supremes, at the level of a calamity. But this was a battle of existence itself. One a being who was loved and shaped reality to their will, and another who was hated and rejected like a flaw. Silence screamed, as both Sunny and the Shadow took a step forward, only Salvan uttered a single word. Glory to the strong. As in the next second, they both becomes blurs, as they collided, causing a deafening explosion that violently shook the room. Reality seemed to scream in response to their will, rage, desire, and most immensely of all, their overwhelming intensity. Oh, you thought we were finished? Nope, we just getting started, baby. If you are wondering why I took a little extra time, it's because I was ill one day and had to rest. But now I'm back and punching. Just kidding, I'm still sick, my shadow did all the work. Everyone grabbed their armrests in panic as they strained the soles of their feet against the floor, bracing themselves. The shockwave before them continued to roll out. The cinema groaned in response as the room continued to shudder and rock slightly. Compared to all the previous occurrences before, this was by far the most violent reaction. Meaning, that the battle before them was at an even more devastating level than what they could see, as a monstrous battle of will and authority raged on, unseen to the eye. Fortunately, the cinema filtered and protected them, otherwise they might have been dropped to their knees from the gravitation of the overwhelming weight of their nascent domains. Wisps of dust began to stir ahead of them, as two figures shot out like a blur, almost too fast for the eye to see, even for a saint. Fast. Sunny barely managed to deflect the blow by sensing, rather than being fully aware of, the coming strike. The splinter of the ivory fang met the obsidian blade and pushed it aside, sending a jolt of pain traveling through his arm. Strong, as well. The nebulous slayer was terribly fast, and terribly strong. Perhaps in any other place, Sunny would have stood no chance against this adversary, but here in the shadow realm, the infinite abyss of shadows was imbuing him with dire prowess. It was not quite comparable to the augmentation of his shadows, but close to it. So, he could at least resist. Sunny deflected the obsidian knife to the side and blocked the bone knife by crossing two ivory blades of his own. Then, he attacked with 3 splinters of the ancient fang that remained. He had 6 hands at the moment, after all. But his nebulous enemy was elusive. Using flowing footwork, they seemed to disappear like a mirage, sidestepping all 3 of the counterattacks and somehow managing to flank Sunny at the same time. All that his improvised daggers managed to pierce were the wisps of ghostly smoke. Crap. Sunny moved his 3 left arms, trying to defend his side, and instantly lost 2 of them. Severed cleanly, the inky black hands fell to the ground, but that, at least, had bought him enough time to reel back and avoid being skewered himself. He felt a cold chill run down his spine. Sunny had hoped that the mysterious slayer would not be as deadly up close as they were at range, but these hopes were now crushed thoroughly. The damned archer knew how to handle a knife, as well. In fact, they fought with an utterly chilling level of skill and intent. Their style was as lethal as it was straightforward. There were no embellishments, hesitation, or complicated philosophy to its deadly grace. Just pure lethality, inhuman ruthlessness, and absolute killing intent. An uncompromising aggressiveness that aimed to slaughter the enemy in the most swift and efficient fashion, discarding all else. Making all else seem unimportant. Which was not to say that the way the mysterious shadow fought was not insidious. In fact, they were like a personification of devious will. Deception was a killing tool as well, after all. Everyone lived in the same moment, as they watched the furious exchange of blows. Despite the room having to constantly follow their movement with tumultuous fluidity, similar to that of a rocky roller coaster that would make most feel queasy, but nobody felt ill. In that moment, nothing else existed. The duel consumed all thought, all breath, all sense of time. No one was shocked by the sheer brutality. No, they had long been humbled by the life Sunny lived. They had seen his trials, his nightmares, his ascension through carnage. But this was different. This was something beyond survival. This was art. Before, they had witnessed the savage clash between Sunny and Darren in monstrous forms. A raw, merciless brawl of fangs and blood, impressive in its ferocity but devoid of grace. That had been a storm of destruction, untamed and reckless. But now they saw the truth of him. Every step was deliberate, a whisper of motion flowing into the next, like ink spilling over a canvas. Every strike carried purpose, calculated and sharp, an equation of death solved in real time. The rhythm of his movements, the symphony of his limbs and mind in perfect harmony, this was not mere combat. This was a killer refined, polished to the peak of lethality. A shadow honed to a blade's edge. Whether one felt awe or horror, admiration or dread, there was no denying it. They watched, transfixed, drawn in like children witnessing something beyond their understanding, something beautiful, and terrifying, all at once. Nefis was especially enamored by the sight, her fingers slightly tightening around her armrests, as she paid no mind to even breathing. Her eyes graced over every subtle movement, a rare look of adoration in her eyes, reminiscent of someone witnessing a marvelous performance in an opera house. Unconsciously her lips parted, as an honest remark escaped her mind. "Beautiful," she whispered. Usually, the words would not have escaped Effie's attention, but in the moment, she rarely neglected the opportunity as she also stared at the scene with utter fear and amazement. "Damn," she gasped. Even Morgan, who was usually cold with steely and calculative indifference, also held a look of curiosity and awe as she watched the dance. She surprisingly failed to contain herself, as similar honest words escaped her mouth. "Exquisite." All the saints, despite having their own battle arts with personalities and traits they had owned, looked at the scene like an attentive class. Even Darren's eyes glinted with a hint of admiration. Even Jet's attention wavered as her arms slowly lowered, allowing Ling to wriggle free and see what was happening. His jaw dropped as a ludicrous look of happiness formed on his face, letting out an excited squeal. "Whoa," he mumbled. Anank turned as she noticed his successful escape, slowly reaching over and transferring her to his lap. Realizing he was about to be banished from the show the adults got to watch, his face shifted as he looked up at Anank, and pulled out the greatest weapon he owned. The puppy eyes of a 4-year-old. Anank only smiled in response. "Dear, your mother will reprimand me if I let you watch such things," she whispered. Ling pouted, "But it's not fair," he whined. Anank held his gaze, as a cunning smile formed on her lips. "Oh. And what value does this have? If anything, this scuffle means nothing before the mightiest 4-year-old in all worlds," she chortled. Ling hesitated, as his face betrayed a smug look for a second, only changing as the cinema began speeding up, following the battle between the two shadows. He turned back to Anank, a sheepish smile on his face. "But it's cool," he meekly whispered. Ananki's shoulders slightly shuddered, as she looked at the killer face Ling was putting on. A face that would send any soft-hearted adult to the grave. Her shoulders dropped as she let out a defeated sigh, unable to argue. "It was pretty cool. It seems my flaw has changed, now I strangely can't resist your request. Guess I can't stop you, little cub," she joked. Ling beamed as he turned back around, eyes wide as the fight continued. Defending himself desperately, he took a step back, then another. His entire body rattled from the immense strain of withstanding the ferocious, devastating blows of the enemy, and the situation only seemed to grow more dire and frenetic with each heartbeat. But that was fine, as well. After all, Sunny was not without tricks himself. His two severed hands were now laying on the ground behind the archer, having yet to dissolve into intangible shadows. And that was for a good reason, because just then, they suddenly moved and rose into the air, carried by two flexible shadow tentacles. Still grasping the splinters of the ivory fang, they shot at the archer's back with the speed of supersonic missiles. And the bastard still dodged them, somehow. Granted, the mysterious shadow was at least forced to halt the chilling and seemingly unceasing assault to disengage, performed a strange mix of a spinning somersault and a cartwheel that had no right to look graceful, and yet did, rolled over their shoulder, and slid back on the glossy obsidian. There was no rule that limited Sunny to only using his bone blades, after all. In fact, he would be a fool to do so. Sparing the vague figure of his enemy a brief glance, Sunny called upon the shadows and unleashed a maelstrom of shadow chains, clawed hands, and bladed tentacles upon the nebulous slayer. At the final moment, something that had been dormant in Effie once again woke up, the words having registered in her head. Sunny called upon the shadows and unleashed a maelstrom of shadow chains, clawed hands, and bladed tentacles upon the nebulous slayer. Quote. Shadow chains. Bladed tentacles. A wicked idea formed in her demented mind, the signature wolfish grin appearing, as she opened her mouth and turned to Neffy's, only to freeze. No words came out of her mouth as she remained frozen on the spot. This was fear. No, Neffy's hasn't openly retaliated once, nor can she with the violence warning, so why am I starting to chicken? Her eyes continued to move in strange consideration, as she paused, coming to a realization. Was she in danger, from distracting Neffy's from the fight? The previous illicit jokes were not enough to break her, but she was willing to put their lives on the line to enjoy the battle. Well, it wasn't too far off. Neffys did seem to find more pleasure in battle than actual pleasures, although the previous scene in the Sunfist lounge spoke otherwise. Hesitantly, Effie lowered herself back into her seat, not brave enough to provoke the predator to her side. Nor was she aware enough to notice the true threat, who had been Jet, intensely staring her down the whole time, ready to jump in and put her back in line. It was like she had developed a new sense, catered to knowing when Effie would act up. Her gaze faltered, as a low voice caught her attention. "The way he uses the shadows is quite impressive," Revel echoed, a hint of admiration and fear about what she would do against him in battle as someone who seemingly countered his abilities. Saint Cor nodded. "Indeed, it's hard to say he has any limitation or counter in battle with such versatile abilities. His movements in battle are also quite formidable and fluid." Morgan murmured in agreement, causing some of valor to shift, unused to the rarely placid tone coming from her. "The shadow dance," Cassie wondered aloud, causing everyone's eye to glint. Darren nodded. "It does seem like a large part of his battle art, and quite admirable at that. It seems to have no foundation or solid form. Quite contradictory for a shadow." Noctis laughed in amusement, as some rolled their eyes in annoyance. Darren's gaze narrowed as he looked at the ongoing fight, finally continuing. "But, it's strange. Not once has he used one of his avatars," he murmured. People shifted, as they gazed back to the scene, their eyes narrowing. He was right, not once had Sunny yet used his avatars in the fight, one with a sacred being at that. "Does he want a challenge? I didn't think of him to be one with a passion for the honor in battle," she cooed in amusement. Everyone looked around for answers, but there were none. The curiosity was fleeting as a rumble shook the surroundings, causing some to stumble. Gazes swept around the area in confusion as eyes widened. Was the mountain moving? He evaded a vicious stab, only to receive a devastating kick and stagger back. Ignoring the sharp pain in his bruised ribs, he immediately moved, deflecting a slash that would have sliced his throat open otherwise. By then, an obsidian blade was already flying at his right eye, and as he tilted his head to avoid it, a knee slammed into his abdomen, making him let out a hiss. The mysterious shadow was like a dancer that could use all of its nebulous body as a weapon, making no distinction between its blades, fists, elbows, knees, or feet. Each precise blow was either potentially fatal or meant to open him to a deadly follow-up attack, flowing effortlessly into each other, and with the ghostly smoke obscuring its movements, Sunny could not allow his focus to slip even for an instant. The rain of attacks persisted without a split second of respite, all of them chained together like a ruthless, suffocating vice. No matter how much Sunny resisted, he could not gain the initiative, he could only defend himself feverishly, barely keeping up with the lethal onslaught. Wounds and bruises slowly littered his body. His armor was cut like paper, and his bones groaned under unbearable strain, on the verge of cracking. He was not bleeding, at least, but his two remaining Shadow's hands had long been sacrificed. Now, even his own hands were at risk of being maimed. Dodging another blow, he growled and lunged forward, meaning to ram the mysterious archer with his armored shoulder. However, the enemy simply retreated like mist, then instantly counterattacked, nearly driving one of their knives into Sunny's temple. They clashed like two dark whirlwinds, moving across the shoulder of the Shadow of Condemnation as it took another titanic step. The radiant veil of swirling essence was torn apart by the fury of their battle, and they were enveloped by soothing darkness once again. The thunderous cacophony tore apart the eternal silence that reigned the Shadow Realm, and the black sky shook from the terrifying power of their blows. Gee gods, the mountain, it's a whole freaking nightmare creature. Rain yelped in disbelief. Prince of the Sun, Salvan muttered in thought. Everyone sat themselves down as the mountain continued to shift, causing slight tremors in the room. Indeed, it seemed like all shadows carried some hidden madness, as they were viciously clashing despite being on a living nightmare creature, one as big as a mountain no less. As their gazes steadied, features of the mountain started to become discernible, first the shoulder, then the head and soon the overall upper torso. Unbelievably, it was in fact alive, and moving. Had fate brought their fight on top of such a nightmare creature? Or did they simply love to perform to the unseen crowd? Because at this point, it wouldn't be surprising if the mountain creature itself started slow clapping in appreciation. But it didn't, as it was seemingly devoid of consciousness, like a broken robot with one final command burning in its mind. Whether the nebulous archer possessed a soul core or not, they were still a shadow. That was how they had been able to survive in the shadow realm, and why they were hunting the shadows of living beings for sustenance. That was also the reason why this cold and ruthless slayer could influence the wild shadows populating the desolate land, so much so that they were even scared to answer Sunny's call. However, since the archer could interfere with Sunny in that way, didn't that mean that Sunny could do the same? After all, the archer was a shadow. And Sunny was the Lord of Shadows. He held dominion over everything that was a shadow, whether they liked it or not. If Sunny so wished, he could control and manipulate shadows, manifest them into tangible forms, or even send them into the shadow realm and back. Granted, his authority was not absolute. Although few shadows had attempted it yet, the vastest and most ancient of them could resist his will and refuse his commands, like the fragment of the shadow realm did, for example. More importantly, there was one exception to his ability to command the shadows. No matter how weak, Sunny could neither control nor manifest the shadows of living beings. Their loyalty was to their masters, and no matter how revered the Lord of Shadows was by them, that reverence did not trump that loyalty. However, the mysterious archer was not a shadow cast by a living being. They might have been once, but now, they were cast by nothing and belonged to nothing. They were alone and ownerless, without a master. It is improper for a shadow, let alone such a murderous one, to walk around without a master. Not the least of all because an unscrupulous Lord of Shadows might happen to pass by and try to exploit that defect. So, while suffering under the chillingly lethal barrage of insidious attacks and at the same time wrestling the cold will of the rebellious shadow, Sunny focused his own will into a sharp blade and added another command to his call. That one was addressed directly to the damned archer and consisted of only one word: halt. The archer suddenly shuddered. And because they shuddered, Sunny easily pushed aside the obsidian knife and plunged the splinter of the ivory fang into the enemy's side. A moment later, the archer punched him in the face, shattering the damaged visor of the onyx helmet and making Sunny see stars. They struck down with the bone knife, slicing through the splinter of the ancient fang, and disengaged. A moment later, the archer landed gracefully on the glossy stone a few dozen meters away and pressed one hand against their side, hunching a little. Sunny was pretty sure that being pierced by a fang of an ancient soul serpent was quite harmful, even for a relentless death machine like this damned maniac. He dismissed his broken helmet and laughed. Two can play this game, you know. Before, the archer had interfered with his limbs. Now, Sunny was interfering with the archer. Of course, the nebulous slayer did not halt as commanded. However, their movements appeared somewhat constrained, sapped of some speed and power. Just enough to even the playing field in this battle. Taking a step forward, Sunny ignited his will and battered the archer with a barrage of irresistible commands. Halt. Move. Kneel. Surrender. Beg. Die. Every watched the whole ordeal with a mixture of confusion and awe, Neffys especially, who had once again entered a tunnel vision-like trance. Not even Effie, who was taunting her about some strange kink in the corner of her ear, could falter her attention. Because she could tell that this was a missing piece she needed. A piece she needed to ascend to supremacy. She had a foundation, she had a citadel, she was only missing a few more pieces to unlock the final steps. And this seemed to be one of them. She didn't understand it fully, no, not yet, but she could grasp the shape of it. Supremes were beings who imposed their will upon reality, who ruled within the dominion they had carved out for themselves. And Sunny was fighting within a domain of shadows. Something elusive, always hidden in the dark, but now, for the first time, being laid bare before them. For her, for the others, a secret unveiled. Well, maybe not for Darren. He probably knew already. Slowly, She turned her gaze to Noctis. The ancient sorcerer felt her stare and smirked, one brow arched in amusement. What? He drawled. You think just because I'm old, I know everything. Nephis said nothing. His smirk widened. Well, he leaned back with a satisfied nod. You're right. I do know quite a lot. But in the realm of supremes, even I am in the dark, Noctis admitted with an uncharacteristic sigh, the weight of his own limitations pressing down on him. Why would it have to be shadows? Is every supreme sunny now? He scoffed, his tone dripping with amusement. Gilead stiffened ever so slightly, but the corner of Jest's mouth twitched before he quickly covered it with his hand, barely suppressing a laugh. As one ascends, battle ceases to be mere combat. It becomes a test of will. A struggle to see whose desire is more absolute, whose existence is more tyrannical. It is not just strength, not just power, but the sheer, unrelenting force of one's being. To fight at this level is to impose oneself upon the world, to devour the will of another and climb higher still. A heavy silence followed his words, but Tyrus broke it with a cold, matter-of-fact remark. But he is not supreme. Noctis turned to her, expression mirroring her own confusion. Before he could respond, Darren spoke. But he can be. His voice was quiet, yet it cut through the tension like a blade. And he will be. And when that time comes, no one will stand against him. All eyes shifted toward Darren, hunger burning in their gazes. They wanted more. They needed more. The secrets of supremacy were being laid bare, if only he would continue. But he did not. He remained still, his stare unwavering, betraying nothing. Yet, even in his silence, he had already revealed enough. A truth had been exposed, one that the saints absorbed with quiet reverence. Supreme combat was not just a clash of bodies, weapons, or techniques. It was a war of wills. Had Darren shared this insight out of some growing fondness for their company? Or was it a calculated move, a subtle ploy to weave favor into his hands? The answer remained unclear. But the truth did not. And as the battle raged on, its significance became undeniable. Rain and Ling were the only two blissfully out of the loop, absorbing the cool-sounding statement without a care. At first, Rain had been in deep denial about her master's achievements. Then came the awe. And now, she had fully embraced it, proud, smug, and acting as if every one of his accomplishments were somehow a family group project. She cast a sideways glance at Tully and Windflower, who were still casually munching on popcorn like this was just another Saturday night entertainment special. A smirk crept onto her face. Royalty. Legacy. Who cares about all that? She muttered, basking in her newfound superiority. My family knows the secrets of the world. Demons are basically our cousins, and we broke fate. She almost wanted to throw her head back and laugh like a proper aristocrat, but then the words actually settled in. Demons broke fate. Her smirk faltered. A thought hit her like a particularly aggressive reality check. Wait, doesn't that make us the villains? She mumbled, suddenly uncertain. A tiny bit panicked, she glanced around, half expecting judgmental stares or someone to throw a tomato at her. But no one seemed bothered. No accusations. No torches or pitchforks. Just Mordred. Mordred, sitting there like the most dedicated viewer of this unfolding drama, his expression full of amusement as if he had just watched his favorite character undergo a villain origin realization in real time. Rain scowled and sank back into her seat, sulking. Out of everyone, he was the last person she wanted as a fan of her brother. But the mysterious shadow did resist them, hunching some more and remaining silent. Their slender fingers, nevertheless, dug into the wound, grasping the broken splinter of the ivory fang and pulling it free. A trickle of ghostly smoke flowed out of the wound, mixing with their billowing veil. Still ready to fight, then. Sunny grinned. Well, it was only to be expected. He had never expected that his little trick would bring this ruthless slayer to their knees. It was just something to weigh them down and let Sunny himself deliver the fatal blow. What are you waiting for? Let's go, little shadow. I'm just getting warmed up. The archer stared at him for a few moments silently, at least Sunny thought that he was being stared at. He could not see their face, after all. Then, In an explosion of swift, purposeful motion, the archer turned around, fluidly grabbed their discarded bow and dashed away, sliding over the edge of the obsidian island a moment later. Falling into the depths of the shadow of condemnation. Sunny froze for a moment. He blinked. Huh, had he actually scared that damned killer so much? No, impossible. Then, his eyes widened a little. Did the bastard decide to go for the kill first, and deal with Sunny later? If so, he had to follow immediately. Yet, somehow, Sunny did not feel like submerging into the nebulous body of the shadow of condemnation was safe. In fact, everything inside him screamed against it, as if what awaited him inside was a fate far worse than death. It would be the same for the archer. Then what was Sunny missing? Suddenly, a cold chill ran down his spine, and a bad premonition made him shiver. With no helmet to shield his head, he realized quite quickly what it was that he had missed. Because his hair was fluttering wildly in the wind. The wind had grown much stronger. People stirred in their seats as the approaching construct took shape, its sheer presence sending a ripple of unease through the audience. Sunny had shattered fate itself, rewritten the rules, broken free from its chains. And yet, somehow, fate still seemed to have a personal grudge against him. If anything, it almost felt vindictive. Some watched with eager anticipation, eager to see how he would overcome yet another impossible trial. Others sat frozen in silent dread, knowing all too well that this time, the stakes were even higher. Effie let out a long, dramatic sigh. Princess, if existence loves you, then it must absolutely loathe your boyfriend. Rain clasped her hands together as if in prayer. Please be safe, master. Julius, ever the scholar, looked torn between terror and excitement. Fascinating. Mortifying, but fascinating. Saint Cor simply shook his head, muttering, unfortunate wretch. And unfortunate Sunny was. Because barreling toward him, howling, roaring, devouring everything in its wake, was a maelstrom of white light and destruction. A violent vortex of pure annihilation, twisting and spiraling, swallowing the landscape whole. The sheer force of it distorted the air, warping reality itself as it raced straight for him. Sunny stood there, momentarily still. The audience, too, sat in stunned silence, eyes locked on the unfolding disaster. And in that single, fleeting moment, a thought surfaced in his mind, so dry and resigned it was almost cruel in its simplicity. Wow, I'm screwed, aren't I? The vortex roared. And then, the world erupted. Bit of a shorter chap, since the last two were a marathon. Still 4K plus lol. Still trying to figure out how to make reactions to the fight unique and good. Avoiding the, wow, no way, he's so cool. Also, the whole Shadow Realm segment will be another 2 chapters, since I love it and want to do it justice smiley face. And we may or may not be nearing another moment I'm dying to write. Possibly some other fun and unexpected things you never saw coming. 0_0. The wind crashed furiously into the colossal figure of the shadow of condemnation, shattering against its dark nebulous bulwark in a litany of chilling wails. The radiant trail of essence shrouding the colossal shadow was torn apart and scattered, submerging the world in impenetrable darkness once again. For now, a powerful gust slammed into Sunny's back, almost making him stagger. As it did, a few more sparks of light shot past him. The particles of pure essence were being carried by the wind, moving at astonishing speed. Even more shocking was the fact that they were somehow able to affect the material plane, otherwise, there would not have been a new scratch on his vambrace. Far below, countless such particles were striking the body of condemnation, producing tiny sparks when colliding with cold stone. The body of the cursed tyrant was too vast to notice it yet, but when the swirling mass of the essence storm arrived, Sunny shuddered. No wonder the mysterious archer had rushed to seek shelter. Having survived in the Shadow Realm for thousands of years, they must have known how to survive the passing of a storm well. It was just that this time, they had been caught in the open, riding a colossal shadow far above ground. That was why the archer chose to dive into the depths of condemnation despite how perilous it seemed. No, that's not quite right. The radiant storm clouds were still some distance away, so was there really a need to act so decisively? Suddenly, Sunny felt a chilling sense of urgent danger. Spinning around, he just barely had time to see a swirling torrent of silver sparks rushing at him on the wind currents. A split second later, the light had already reached Sunny and passed through him, disappearing into the darkness of the distant sky. Sunny let out an inhuman shriek and fell, clutching desperately at his chest. The claws of the mantle's armored gauntlet dug into his skin, leaving deep cuts on its surface. Arg! He almost bit off his tongue from the harrowing pain. The particles of soul essence had pierced his body, entering his chest and exiting from his back. However, they were so infinitely small that even being pierced by 100 of them did not deal his body any lasting damage. But, the same could not be said about his soul. It was shredded and ravaged by hundreds of radiant blades, torn asunder and mangled terribly, whole swaths of it being utterly destroyed. It was as if his soul was hit by a wave of explosive shrapnel. Everyone helplessly watched as Sunny screamed from the pain of scream, a mixture of concern, awe and some hidden amusement. Rain was especially troubled by the sight as her face twitched into a pained expression, wanting to do something, anything to help him. But all she could do was helplessly spectate the scene. Utterly weak and powerless as always, her despair and self-loathing at her incompetence to act out and not be a victim of circumstance, only growing. Her shadow offered no attention or reassurance, as it also looked at the scene in concentration, seemingly drawn in by the spectacle of events it had never seen or experienced. A hand landed softly on her own, as she turned to the side and saw Anank looking at her with a reassuring smile, slightly calming her down. To her side, Nefis was not doing any better. The sight was troubling to watch with her growing feelings and perception of him, but more troubling was her body's reaction, which betrayed no ignorance to oblivion. Every time his wails pierced the room and his body convulsed in pain, her body would react, as her fingers twitched in agitation. Her eyes narrowed in concern. Am I trying to heal him? Their bond seemed to go even deeper than she imagined, as even her body unconsciously was grieved by his state, wanting to seemingly act out of instinct to heal him, and help him. Her lips curled in agitation, as her grip on her armrests tightened. She detested being in such a helpless state at the behest of something she valued being tormented before her. A large hand landed on her shoulder, momentarily disrupting the ugly butterflies in her stomach. He'll be fine, he's probably the hardest bug to kill in all worlds, Effie murmured in reassurance, her face firm. Nefis looked at her with confusion and relief, slightly perturbed by a sentence that wasn't lewd or provocative that came out of her mouth. But it was a welcomed comment that brought her calming reassurance. Cassie nodded in agreement. My intuition also says the same, she chimed in, nodding in affirmation. Too weird to live, but too rare to die, or was it too angry to die? Either way, I doubt such a spiteful person would go out like that, Kai commented, a hopeful smile on his face. Well, I hope not, he muttered quickly, his attempt at bravado slipping into quiet concern. Jet clicked her tongue. If he is a street rat like me, then he didn't escape that hell just to roll over and die. Nefis briefly looked at them as they stared at the screen, their eyes filled with hope, a desire to see him live and triumph like he always had. A rare and honest smile found itself on her face, unseen by anyone as their attention remained glued to the scene. It seemed she had forgotten that she wasn't alone anymore. She had friends who shared and accepted her, a healing and accepting warmth that didn't come from her flames. And for the first time in 4 years, he wasn't fighting alone. Though he didn't know, they were watching him, cheering him. Please don't die, Sunny, she quietly whispered. Whether the people in the theater held disdain or admiration for Sunny through pieces and glimpses of his tumultuous life, their differences and ideologies were briefly cast aside in that moment. In that fleeting moment, beneath the weight of silence and held breaths, something unspoken connected them all, a humane emotion. Whether they saw him as a hero, a villain, or something in between, none could deny the fire he carried, the relentless will that had defied fate time and time again. He had stumbled, suffered, and endured where others would have long since broken. And now, as he stood at the precipice once more, facing an impossible trial, they did not just watch, they willed him forward. Because if there was one undeniable truth about Sunny, it was this. He would never submit. Not to fate. Not to the world. Not to anyone. And he wouldn't start now. At this point, most beings would have simply died, their souls crumbling due to the scope of sustained damage. However, Sunny's soul was held together by soul weave. It could maintain its integrity no matter how much of it was destroyed, as long as at least a small part of it remained. So, despite writing in terrible pain, he was still alive. Curse it all. Sunny had to escape. This first torrent of pure essence was merely a harbinger of what was to come. Soon, there would be more and more such swirling flashes of light being carried by the hurricane wind, and before too long, the shadow of condemnation would plunge into the storm clouds. Then, nothing would be able to survive on its surface. Groaning, Sunny rolled onto his stomach, then pushed his body to the edge of the obsidian island. As he crawled, a few more sparks of essence pierced his arms and legs, bringing with them more pain. Curse it all. Finally, he reached the edge and pushed himself over it without hesitating even for a moment. Thank the gods. As Sunny fell into the depths of condemnation, a cold darkness enveloped him. He could only vaguely see and sense the outside world. Out there, powerful gusts of wind crashed into the body of the colossal shadow, striking rains of sparks from its surface. But here inside, everything was silent and at peace. A gust of relief traveled through the room, as people sighed in relief, their stress lessened by Sunny having escaped the unnatural natural disaster. Now that the danger had been averted, their minds focused as they pieced together the other information they had learned. Naturally, Julius was the first to speak up. Are all divine beings like this? How potent must his soul, or souls, be to withstand something that even a dead sacred was fearful of? He hummed in thought. Maybe he's just him, Luster grumbled in dejection, as Kim's hand quickly smacked the back of his head. Morgan turned to Neffy's with unreadable eyes. Is such a thing normal? She echoed, her tone cold, like a dirty cop searching for information. All the other saints leaned forward slightly, their eyes twinkling, hungry for information about the unfathomable divine aspect holders. Neffy's valiantly remained unperturbed, as she considered something in silence before replying. I would have no way of knowing, any answer I give would just be an assumption. Assumptions and speculations are welcomed more than answers in science, Julius replied, his voice filled with amusement. Still, Neffy's remained silent, both unwilling to divulge more information about the nature of her aspect and to lower her guard. It would be that soul weave thing he mentioned, Mordred hummed, answering in Nephis's place, as he looked at Valor with strange eyes that evoked amusement and rage. None of them took up his response, as they coldly stared back at him, causing him to shrug his shoulders. Strange, you ask for an answer, yet respond with such unfair brashness when you get one. So spoiled. He chortled, a smile of content on his face. Morgan only stared at him with restrained wrath, unwilling to let her emotions get the better of her and fall for his goading, although she would love nothing more than to insult and denounce him. She simply held his gaze with narrowing eyes or her lips curled in disgust, only enlightening his mood. Do you have something similar then? Seishan echoed with an equal tone. Mordred paused before his smile widened. I have no such thing as far as I can recall, but maybe I did and forgot. If my aspect and soul see are unsealed, I could possibly check for you. He cooed, looking up to the ceiling like a blissful puppy trying to please its owner. The room, however, did not respond to his request, causing him to slump his arms in disappointment. Then it's an exclusive attribute he has, Noctis replied with a smile. Likely something related to demons, Darren echoed with a low voice. Everyone stiffened at the comment. He already had weaving which he somehow inherited from Weave, along with the shadow lineage. But now, there was more. It was like he was stacking cheat-like buffs. Julius nodded with enthusiasm, rightfully said, it would then explain the unique nature of his skin and bones we saw in earlier viewings. So you're suggesting, Saint Cor said slowly, as if trying to process the absurdity, that he doesn't just possess one, but three distinct, elusive attributes. Skin, bones, and now soul, all correlated with demons. Well, it's just a working theory, Julius admitted, his excitement unfazed. But who's to say it stops at 3? What if there are more? For all we know, he could have 7 unique attributes he hasn't revealed yet. His enthusiasm was almost childlike, the fervor of a scientist uncovering an impossible discovery. Multiple attributes. That would make him less of a human and more of a, Kai hesitated, uneasy. A shadow demon. He's a damn good looking for a supposed demon, Effie retorted, folding her arms in protest. Rain shuddered at the phrase. Flashbacks of her brother's rambling filled her mind, sending a chill down her spine. A nightmare creature playing human, maybe she hadn't been too far off after all. But her unease was short and taken over by enthusiastic speculations. What other attributes did he have? And if so, he could possibly share and bestow them on her. She almost drooled in bliss at the possibilities. Gazes swept to Anank for plausible answers, but she could only smile meekly and raise her arms in defeat, insinuating that she herself was oblivious to such matters. Effie smirked as she nudged Nephis's shoulder. So you fell in love with a demon, huh? Your husband could say the same thing, Jet grumbled under her breath. Nephis looked at her blankly. I still don't remember anything, she said flatly, causing Effie to narrow her eyes and scowl in disappointment. Her reaction was a small victory for Nephis, but didn't deny that she was in fact harboring growing feelings for him, feelings that exponentially grew by every passing moment. She could only hope to learn more about him and their relationship, so the feelings were not kindled lies, or glimpses from what had been. She wanted to love him for who he actually was to her, not from a fabricated truth that appeased and snared her feelings. Nephis closed her eyes, as she processed the speculations from others. Well, it didn't seem too far off, in fact, it was quite ironic in a humorous way. How could she have imagined that the one she had feelings for was someone with such a contrasting blasphemous origin? She had no right to complain, as she herself held a connection to Nephilim. One who held the lineage of the sun god, who was the light, was infatuated with someone who held the lineage of the shadow god, someone who lived by darkness. Two beings with origins despised by both the divine and the profane. And yet, despite it all, they had found each other. Fate seemed to have poetic tastes. Poetic, but twisted. Their attention wavered, as despite having seemingly found refuge and safety, the scene began to shift, alluding to a new unseen danger that Sunny had found himself in. Everything was strange and alien. Everything was beholden to a single foreign force. That force was the shadow of condemnation, and nothing, not even laws of reality, could exist within it without being subjugated and subsumed by that force. The islands of glossy obsidian were now part of condemnation. The vast expanse of ancient shadows was, as well. So were the pale light of the distant essence storms, the clouds of black dust, the fragments of broken winds, and the pieces of the silent sky. Time and space themselves were consumed by the shadow of the dead deity, becoming parts of it. And naturally, now that Sunny was here, that invisible force had started to make him a part of itself, as well. He was suddenly filled with horror. That was because Sunny suddenly felt that his own body did not belong to him anymore. His hands were not his. Even though they were attached to him, they were not a part of him. His eyes belonged to someone else, gazing at the world with a cold and unfamiliar indifference. The heart beating in his chest was a foreign object. His chest, as well, was merely an external vessel. His wounded soul was a small part of a much greater being, and he did not feel pain anymore, since even that pain did not belong to him. Even his mind was not his anymore, the thoughts entering it becoming alien one by one. His body shifted strangely, bending at unnatural angles. The invisible force was pulling it apart, the flesh straining on the verge of ripping, to better fit into the great structure of the shadow of condemnation. His bones groaned, ready to break. Damn it. Someone else's eyes widened in horror. Someone else's mouth opened to let out a terrified scream. Faces contorted in horror, as everyone clenched their seats. Despite being awakened who had experienced their fair share of horrors and struggles, this was too much. It was almost unbearable to watch, like they were witnessing a live victim of the medieval rack torture. No, They were witnessing something worse than the rack, as his limbs were not just being stretched, but also twisted and contorted into unnatural positions. "Brother," Rain whispered, her lips trembling as tears were beginning to form in the corner of her eyes, unable to contain her worry. "Holy fuck," Effie mumbled with remorse, as she quickly moved Ling back to her seat and covered his eyes. He didn't object, now shivering in fear as she leaned into her embrace. "Is Uncle Sunless hurting?" he shakingly whispered, tears now forming in his eyes. Effie looked at him with remorse and even deeper sadness, unable to bring out her usual banterful spark. She could only pull him closer to hide his face, while brushing the top of his head, not wanting to show her weakness to her child. Quote. "I don't know," she painfully whispered, aggressively wiping her face to rid the forming tears. The rest of the cohort was doing no better, as Jet and Kai watched with a pained expression, while Cassie cupped her face in her palms, hiding herself as a sniffle sounded from between her fingers. Neffy's was by far the worst, as she couldn't escape her spot directly in the center at the front, with his pained face screaming in full view to her. Seemingly chained like a condemned soul in purgatory, she remained rooted to her seat as she endured her own torment of listening to his lonely and pained screams, her fingers now twitching even more. Her flames could scorch cities, could reduce armies to ash. But here, they could do nothing. Here, she could only sit, as his screams carved into her very bones. Her heart and face, a mixture of pain and regret, both in not being able to do anything to help him, and being so confused and scared of the situation that she couldn't even spare him a tear. Nobody else spoke up either, Luster now holding and comforting Kim, while Tully and Windflower watched silently in horror. Noctis now still, his face laced with an uncomfortable amount of concern, compared to his usual mask of joy and banter. The other saints remained still, their faces a collective expression of complicated grimness and confusion. Even Mordred had a placant and distant look, but who knew what he was really thinking or feeling? The sick bastard might be enjoying the moment for all they cared. Even Darren, a king who had lived long and seen many atrocities, watched the scene with a subtle look of concern in his eyes. "Ignite your will, set the world ablaze with your desire." It was merely a whisper, but in that moment, it was all he could offer. And maybe, just maybe, it was enough. Having found safety from the essence storm within the shadow of condemnation, Sunny ended up in a different, but equally dreadful peril. The dead deity subsumed everything around it to construct its gargantuan vessel. The great, nebulous body of condemnation was built from things that had been torn from the fabric of the world to become parts of the colossal shadow instead. And so, Sunny was currently being torn apart and subsumed, as well. His body, his soul, his mind, everything was slowly being swallowed by condemnation. That is, not good. He fell into the cold darkness, losing his sense of self as he did. Then, his hand moved, slashing the darkness with the splinter of the ivory fang. That bought him a few moments of respite. Regaining some clarity of mind, Sunny pivoted in the air and crashed into a giant slab of polished obsidian that drifted in the vast expanse of the colossal shadow. He still did not feel like himself, and there was still an invisible force pulling at his body. But he could at least think for himself, for a moment or two. Right. Sunny tried to remain calm as he could be, considering the circumstances. The situation was bad, but it was not hopeless. How did he know that? Because the mysterious archer had plunged into the depths of condemnation first. That maniac had survived thousands of years of obliteration in the Shadow Realm, so their will to live was not in question. The archer would not have jumped into this cold darkness if it meant committing suicide. There had to be a way to survive. Sunny just had to find it. Sane Core smiled. "The new generation is quite terrifying," he whispered as his fists clenched in anticipation. "Even in this moment you use your wit and resourcefulness, the future is quite bright." Saint Roan leaned over and enthusiastically smacked him on the shoulder, raising a look of amusement from Tyrus. "You think he's trapped in the Shadow Realm with that thing? If anything, it's trapped in there with him." He barked. Jest nodded with eager honesty. "Well said." He chortled. Smiles began to break out among the saints of valor, as one by one, warriors rose to their feet. Even a lone figure from song rose along with them. "He's my chosen one for a reason," Beastmaster murmured in acknowledgement. The other blood sisters looked at her with confusion. They did not know what chosen one meant, nor did they care at this moment. Their existences were ignited by the scene before them, as they unanimously rose. Soon, more than half the audience was now standing, silently supporting him. Because right now, at this moment, his struggle was their struggle. His fight was their fight. The audience stirred, energy crackling through the air like an oncoming storm. Nobody loves the protagonist more than the ones who witness their story. Because in the end, a story is never just about one person. It belongs to everyone who believes in it. And they watched, unblinking, hearts pounding in their chests, as invisible flames ignited one by one. Single quote. Isn't it all too simple, then? Someone else might have succumbed to the irresistible pull of the sinister force easily, becoming condemned to be a part of condemnation forever. In fact, maybe that was how the cursed deity had received its eerie name, in the first place, but Sunny was different. That was because he had crossed the Hollow Mountains once, and was well versed in maintaining his sense of self against all odds. Even without a true name, his will to exist was far more cohesive and powerful than that of most of his peers, of all his peers, perhaps. It had been trained and sharpened arduously in the white mist of nothingness, and so, destroying his sense of self was not an easy task. Even with the shadow of condemnation trying to assimilate Sunny, his natural defense mechanisms were resisting the assimilation furiously. What if I resisted consciously, then? Focusing on his sense of self, Sunny poured all of his fierce will into maintaining its independence. Becoming a part of some dead god. In your dreams. How ridiculous, being killed by a measly sovereign, I could never. Darren's smile widened, as his eyes twinkled. How terrifying. Windflower turned to him, her eyes wide, a look of shock on her face. Does that mean, is he there yet? She murmured, causing him to turn to her. He smiled with a rare look of enthusiasm. Close, very close, he replied, causing Windflower's shoulders to stiffen. Slowly, Sunny managed to regain control of his body. A dreadful force was still trying to pull it apart, and an insidious influence was still trying to steal his thoughts, but he could at least maintain this measure of control over himself. His will to exist clashed against the will of the shadow of condemnation, and pushed it back a little. Of course, Sunny had far less willpower than the shadow of a dead deity. But he was merely a tiny speck for the shadow of condemnation, so it did not use more than a tiny fraction of its will to consume him. Even then, what little will it did use was not used consciously. Sunny, however, was using all of his will to stay alive, to stay himself, rather. And he was doing it with all the focus and discipline of a seasoned explorer of the most dreadful corners of the dream realm. So, he was able to maintain a fragile balance and keep himself from being consumed. It had merely switched locations. Smiling darkly, Sunny pushed himself off the cold stone and lunged himself at the enemy. Battering the bone knife aside with the splinter of the ivory fang, he crashed into the nebulous slayer and pushed them both off the slab of obsidian. How does your side feel, huh, bastard? As they fell, Sunny slammed his fist into the wounded side of the mysterious shadow, hoping that it would hurt like hell. At the same time, he spread his wings and directed their fall, intending to slam the damned maniac into the closest piece of obsidian with enough force to shatter the entire thing. The archer had already driven one of his knives into the base of one of his wings, though, severing it entirely. Sunny cursed as he lost control over the trajectory of their fall. A moment later, they both crashed into the slab of obsidian with terrible force. Even as the impact threw them away from each other, the obsidian knife flashed, and the splinter of the ivory fang blocked its blade. Sunny and the mysterious archer rolled on the polished stone, then rose slowly and faced each other once again. He grinned. Hey, little shadow, you don't look too good. The dark silhouette of the mysterious archer was more vague and unclear than ever, black smoke still flowing from the deep wound on their side. Their strength and speed had reduced quite a bit, as well, hinting that the murderous shadow was struggling to resist the will of condemnation. Well, then again, Sunny did not look too hot either. How about you kneel before your lord and die peacefully? I promise, my soul sea is far more pleasant than this damned place. You'll even have great company. Instead of answering, the archer simply attacked. Fists clenched as short breaths escaped spectators' lips, leaning forward as their smiles widened. It was reassuring and motivational to see his horror short-lived as he regained his stature and wielded both his will and his rage, his most deadly weapons. Even Effie was now shaking in excitement as she bounced Ling on her lap. What did I tell you, your uncle's the strongest. She laughed, as he giggled. Neffis and the rest of the cohort also looked a lot better, color now returning to their complexion as their morale soared. Even Solvans was beaming with a rare, maiden look as her deranged chant continued, glory, 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 glory. Amusingly, it was like her and Noctis had now swapped demeanors, as he seemed to push himself away from her in agitation, trying to get away from the creature of war which he loathed. He almost wanted to plead in protest, scream, please take me away from her. But he was fearful that it would respond quite literally, and return him to his now comparably mundane situation back on his ship. He would rather die than be ripped away from this land of wonders, again, not that he could die. Thus, he sulkily ate his own complaints, as his teeth grated against each other in agitation. The two of them continued to fight viciously, wreaking havoc inside the shadow of condemnation. When the slab of obsidian they were clashing on cracked and shattered, Sunny and the mysterious slayer leapt through a cloud of black dust to the next one, and when that one was split in two, they chose the larger half to continue their battle. Meanwhile, outside, the hurricane winds had grown truly terrifying, and the darkness was chased away by the bright silver radiance. The shadow of condemnation leaned its colossal body forward and plunged into the essence storm, making the vast wall of swirling light part with its immeasurable mass. It seems the crescendo is near, Mordred hummed in amusement, his face more alive than it had ever been in his life. Telly took note of the murmur, as her eyes twitched and she looked over at Windflower who felt her gaze and paused. What? How long has this been going on for again? She replied flatly, causing Windflower to raise an eyebrow. You're complaining. Telly blinked at her blankly. No complaints, she flatly responded, as they both turned back, popcorn once again leaving the bucket. The deeper into the storm condemnation went, the faster its massive body was being ground by the raging torrents of essence. Like a shadow was slowly melting in light. Within the vast darkness of its body, meanwhile, even Sunny had noticed that the nebulous sea of darkness around him was growing smaller, and that the outer edges of the dead god's shadow were drawing nearer. He had no way of knowing what was happening, however, since the very nature of space within condemnation was strange and alien. Sunny had other matters to worry about, anyway. Namely, the damned archer. Just as he thought that he saw a glimmer of endless silver radiance somewhere far away, the obsidian knife flashed toward his heart, and as Sunny turned his torso to avoid it, a crushing kick came barreling at his ribs from the side. This time, however, he was ready for it. Not because of his intricate mastery of shadow dance or insight into the vicious shadow's ruthless battle style, though. It was simply because, considering the circumstances, this kick was the optimal and most damaging action his enemy could perform. In short, it was because Sunny would have done the same. So, he managed to catch the calf of the mysterious archer, feeling surprised for a moment by how slender it was despite packing such a devastating punch. Well, devastating kick, really. The momentary surprise did not slow Sunny down, however. Holding the archer's leg in place, he instantly brought the splinter of the ivory fang down with dire force, piercing the base of their thigh and ruthlessly pulling the blade toward himself to slice the enemy's leg open to the very knee. The archer shuddered. It was a definite win for Sunny, but one that he knew would come at a cost, because by using both of his hands to deliver the terrible wound, he was leaving himself open to a fatal retaliation. The obsidian knife flashed toward his throat, but Sunny lowered his head and caught it with his teeth. As his lips were cut open, he grinned and tightened his jaw, biting through the black blade and shattering it completely. My teeth are no joke, you fool, they were altered into a deadly weapon in their own right by bone weave, after all. Finally, the archer seemed taken aback a little. But it only lasted a split second. Then, leaving one of their legs in Sunny's grasp, the vicious shadow jumped up and delivered an absolutely crushing kick to the side of Sunny's head with the other one. Sunny saw stars. Falling to the ground and choking on sharp shards of obsidian, he let out a stifled laugh. Ouch! Ouch! That one really hurt. The archer landed on their wounded leg, stumbled, and fell to one knee. A split second later, without any pause, they instantly unsheathed the discarded bone knife and lunged at Sunny, aiming to finally end his life. Raising a hand weakly, he tried to stop the enemy from landing on him. Or so it seemed. Instead, as soon as Sunny's fingers touched the mysterious archer, he smiled wider, and pulled them both into the embrace of the shadows. Using shadow step was dangerous, but being killed by the damned maniac was, obviously, more dangerous. That was why he had conceived of this plan. Diving into the familiar darkness, Sunny found it not familiar at all. That was only to be expected, considering that the shadows he dove into were not the caring shadows he had known before. They were a part of condemnation now, and therefore, their dark depths were a part of condemnation, too. The eroding nature of the shadow realm affected Sunny even here, though. He had known that it would. The radiant trail of essence behind the dead god was proof, and the occasional motes of light that drifted both from himself and from the mysterious archer as they fought were, as well. Now that Sunny had abandoned his corporeal form, and forced his enemy into abandoning theirs, the shadow realm tore into them with a much more obliterating pace. Their dark souls were dissolving now at a much faster rate than before, which was a cause for concern, without a doubt. However, Sunny's soul, while damaged, was still empowered and held together by soul weave. And the murderous archer had not looked too solid and unscathed even before being plunged into the embrace of shadows. Let's see which one of us lasts longer. Sunny felt a sense of vicious glee. The archer, now a formless shadow, tried to escape from his grip and rush back to the material plane. But Sunny just held them tighter, now allowing the enemy to flee. Where are you going now, bastard? Why, what happened? Weren't you hellbent on killing me? Piercing him with arrows and cutting him with sharp knives, the wicked thing had to pay. The archer just struggled more desperately. Sunny, of course, did not let go. He wanted to laugh, but sadly, he had no mouth at the moment. Die. Grins of madness bloomed on faces, as not a single bit of information was properly self-realized in their minds. Nothing else mattered in the moment, as his fight became their own, fists now clenched with force as they watched with wide eyes. And Neffy's. She was captivated, yet distant. Watching, but untouched by the madness that gripped the others. She had always been drawn to the cold, methodical art of battle. The precision of the blade, the calculation behind each move. Yet, what she saw now was nothing of the sort. It was not a battle of skill. It was not a war of strategy. It was a dogfight. A vicious, bloody contest of endurance, pain, and sheer refusal to fall first. And though she told herself she preferred the purity of measured combat, that she found little appeal in the chaotic nature of brutality, somewhere, in the deepest, quietest corner of her soul, she knew it was a lie. Because there was something visceral, something undeniably true about the way Sunny fought. He was not trying to win. He was trying to outlast. Victory was not his goal. Victory was merely the byproduct of surviving longer than the other. And that, more than talent, more than skill, more than destiny itself, was the battle of a godkiller. Neffy's, in fact, did not detest it. She watched as the struggle reached its fever pitch. She watched as the archer writhed, their formless shadow twisting in desperation. She watched as Sunny, on the verge of disintegration, grinned in the face of annihilation. And she understood. Because she had felt it before. In the burning ruins of twilight, when she had finally let go. When she had unleashed, unshackled from hesitation, from restraint, from the burden of conscience, and incinerated everything in her path. She remembered the soul stealer's screeching wails, its grotesque form writhing in absolute terror as it was consumed. She remembered the roar of her own flames, devouring the world around her. But more than anything, she remembered the feeling, the rush, the absolute, unshakable truth of that moment. It was the best feeling in the world. And so, she could only imagine the murderous glee Sunny felt now, as condemnation rumbled and finally started to fall apart. Everything began falling apart as the room followed the debris, the ground rushed to meet them. The watchers could only stare, mesmerized, fists clenched, breath stolen from their lungs. Julius swore under his breath, eyes wide. They're taking the entire mountain thing down with them. Jet let out a low, odd chuckle. Animal. Nightmare creature. They need to make a new word for him. Noctis, the ever-jovial madman, stood frozen, his arms spread wide as his face twisted into sheer, manic delight. Glorious. Truly spectacular. Beside him, Sylvain gave him a strange look, something between disbelief and amusement at his choice of words. Even Rain's concern selfishly dissipated, as she also found herself lost in the moment, her fists pumping up and down like a cheerleader. But all of them, every single one, felt it. The raw, uncontrollable force of will that crashed against the world itself, shaking it to its core. The sheer, unrelenting madness of the two figures who fell from the heavens, locked in battle. The final remnants of condemnation's shattered husk burned in the storm above, breaking apart like a dying star, as two figures shot out of the dust, spinning through the ruin of the sky, all sense of direction lost to pure, frenzied carnage. Daggers flashed. Fists struck. Blood burst into the air like fleeting embers, vanishing into the abyss below. They ripped into each other, their bodies drenched in wounds, their spirits fraying at the edges. And yet, through it all, through the storm, through the blood, through the sheer devastation raining down upon the world, one sound cut through everything. The sound of his maddened laughter, as the condemnation and everything crashed into the floor of the shadow realm. Wanted to make this chapter longer, since I had an ending planned. But I already delayed it by a day, so I compromised. I still think it's a decent ending. Sue. What are you gonna do about it? I know it might push the buttons of some people, to make it feel more dramatic than it should be. But I thought it worked, also cause this is one of my favorite shadow slave fights, smiley face. Well, at least I have a very clear idea for the next 2 chapters, so that will go smoothly. Been getting very heated and hyped in the last few chapters, so we gonna hit the brakes soon. Or not, lol. Opening parenthesis exclamation mark. Yapping inbound. Closer, and closer we get to another moment I've been dying to write. I wonder what it could be. On the floor of the shadow realm, the room's shaking finally quelled as the hazy smokescreen of inky sand began to fall, slowly settling back into the blackened desert. All around them, chunks of condemnation were strewn about all over the place, as they began to dissipate into a myriad of white sparks at varying rates. A comfortable distance away, the annihilating vortex of white flames slowly moved into the distance, signaling that the worst had passed. Though it had not directly threatened them, nor did it breach the room, it was unnerving nonetheless, having witnessed the excruciating pain it caused Sunny while breaking down the towering nightmare creature like it were wet clay. Hands began to relax as few let out long sighs of relaxation, the adrenaline of the moment now starting to dissipate, as their eyes and mind calmed, allowing their usual calculative demeanor to return. Kai's face finally relaxed, thank God the worst seems to be over for him. Effie grinned as she smacked his shoulder with enthusiasm, are you kidding? That was exhilarating. I would not have minded an extra few minutes of them throwing hands, or, shadow hands. Anank turned to her with a confused look on her face. But he is fighting with his life on the line. Effie stiffened as the adrenaline continued to leave her body, her fists slightly lowering at the weight of the words. Her face began to droop and turn conflicted. She had indeed been lost in the bloody moment, not even able to recall with confidence what she might have said. Slowly, her eyes became slightly conflicted, as brief memories of her second nightmare flashed before her, the recollection of atrocious crimes committed by the war followers, and more importantly their maniacal absorption in the moment of combat at the sight of another's suffering. Well, quote. Her gaze became distracted at the sound of Ling's giggling to her side, as he sat in Anang's lap. Effie's gaze softened, as she slowly reached over and pulled him back onto her lap. He looked at his mother with eyes of excited wonder as he grinned honestly. "I didn't know Uncle Sonny was so cool and strong," he exclaimed, causing Effie to smile. "He is pretty awesome." Ling nodded vigorously. "Really awesome sauce. Maybe he could be my teacher, like that movie Daddy likes, karate, yeah. Karate Kid." Effie stared at him, before aggressively rubbing his hair. "I hope he's not coming off as a bad influence to him," she mumbled, causing Jet's eyes to widen with incredulousness. This time, it was Effie who utilized her hidden sense, as she turned to Jet. Yeah, don't start, because in the end," she sighed, while quickly turning back to Neffis. "I'm always rooting for your little shadow," she cooed. However, Neffis didn't betray the slightest bit of reaction or agitation like she thought she would, instead remaining silent for a few seconds, before slowly turning to Effie, her face unreadable. "Please just call him Sonny, he has a name," she said silently. Effie held her gaze with an equally unreadable look. Before the revelation about his affiliation with her, she had been noncompliant and immune to her prodding, but after learning more about him, to her joy, she was for once affected and seemingly tilted by her shameless jokes. But now her response was similar to the start. "Is she adapting or something? I thought she could only adapt on the battlefield." Slightly defeated, she patted Neffis on the shoulder. All right, got it, you're his #1 fan," she sighed, slowly adjusting herself. "But I'm still the #1 Sunfist fan," she murmured, this time causing Nephesis to slightly shudder. A satisfied smile slightly crept on Effie's lips. "Well, thankfully that still works." On the opposite side of Neffis, Cassie listened in silence as her body remained motionless. Strangely, her mind churned as she continued to process the events of the fight. Yet briefly, an estranged thought that didn't feel like her own, surfaced in reaction to Effie's remark. "Hang on, I'm the #1 Sunfist fan." She paused. Wait, why am I thinking of something like that? Her feelings and thoughts were still somewhat chaotic and non-uniform after the revelation about his connection to them, and more importantly the heart-wrenching realization about what actually happened with both of them in her plan. But the worst had passed, and she was smoothly regaining her composure that she had trained over many years. Admittingly, the Sunfist Lounge had helped. But had it also awoken something strange in her? No. Our aim is to learn more about him and complete whatever objective this thing has in mind, so we can then return. Although what comes after will be a unique nightmare on its own. In seriousness, she considered whether her mind was under the influence of some unseen hex, but when she checked, her memories were all in order. She remained silent in thought. "It wouldn't hurt to have some popcorn next time we're at the lounge," she murmured. Meanwhile, Rain remained a silent victim sitting in the middle of the group, all the questionable remarks and comments about her brother stabbing her like arrows. Rain's eye twitched slightly as the conversation continued to spiral into whatever this was. Her brother was fighting for his life, and yet, somehow, this had devolved into a competition over who was the biggest fan of him. No, the fan of Sunfist, She remained frozen, staring blankly ahead, trying not to process the absurdity of it all. Then, as Cassie absent-mindedly muttered about popcorn, a tiny, strangled noise almost escaped her throat. Popcorn. She slowly exhaled through her nose, pulling the collar of her shirt onto her face to seemingly hide. And yet, the damage had been done. Somewhere deep inside, a small, weary part of her soul let out a silent scream. Crazy. His friends, old friends. Forgotten friends. Real friends. They were all unique lunatics just like her brother. Weren't they supposed to be some of the most fearsome and renowned saints in the world? It was too much for a mundane girl like her. First, she had been fearful of his connection to her being discovered, then she had been touched about his real identity, then she had been slightly conniving and condescending about his good nature propaganda being spread to everyone. She didn't even want to understand how he had developed a relationship with Neffis. her idol, or if he had been the one claimed by her, weirdly like her slave. Well, strangely, that's one of the more manageable things to think about. She slapped her face at the spontaneous thought, as she tiredly stared at the scene before her. And now, she was watching with her heart in her mouth, as he fought something that could only be connected to the description of God in her mind. In full honesty, she didn't know how to react or what she should feel anymore, the more they kept watching. She groaned, "Please, just let me leave." Neffes turned slightly, and blinked, "But we can't leave." Rain stared back, her eyes violently twitching, completely lost at who she had come to think of was talking to her, as she stared blankly at the screen. "Then I'm leaving emotionally," she defeatedly whispered. Neffes tilted her head in confusion, but before she could speak, the haze of sand began to finally settle, allowing a clear peripheral of the surroundings, as people began to speak up. Is it over then?" Noctis mumbled, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Salvan clicked her tongue in agitation, "The room hasn't changed back, imbecile." Julius chuckled, an unnaturally wide smile on his face. "Interesting, no, breathtaking. Gods, I can't even come up with a worthy adjective to describe this course of events. I just love it all. Where even is the Shadow Realm, an unexplored part of the Dream Realm? Is the location of one's death correspondent to where their shadow manifests? Why and how does the Shadow Realm erode everything that enters it? What was that white vortex? How are some shadows able to retain some consciousness even after death? Can Sunny do the same after he dies? Are there even more hidden abilities than come in tandem when he is present in the Shadow Realm? His ramblings continued as they became increasingly incoherent, as others began to consider things. "A bit of a shame, I thought we would see more from them, since they are supposed old friends," Saint Cor muttered. "Still, I don't understand the extent of camaraderie to result in such a bloodlusted turn of events," Saint Gilead just snorted as he leaned back. "You first have to have camaraderie to understand," he commented in a condescending tone. Gilead paid his fishing no mind, as he continued. "The lineage of Shadow is quite fearsome. All the more reason to have it," Morgan calmly echoed, causing some of the bloodsister to stiffen. Before anything could escalate further, a low voice sounded, grabbing their attention. "It's not over," Darren rumbled, as the room slightly shifted, a figure now rising slowly in the distance. Hundreds of meters away, a vague shadow was struggling to coalesce into a solid shape, writing on the ground. The damned archer seemed to have survived, as well. And between them, the remains of the shadow of condemnation lay. The dark colossus was gone, and all that was left of its great obsidian body was a tall hill of fine black dust, no different from all the others. However, something was moving in the air above the obsidian dune. At first, it looked like a small twister, a mere gust of wind that spun weakly, sucking up black dust and tiny stones as it moved. But then, Sunny saw a shard of bone being absorbed into its twisting mass, rising high into the air and then freezing in place at the heart of the strange anomaly. A moment later, a larger piece of bone flew up, and not too far away, a giant skull of a dead serpent trembled, rising a few centimeters above the ground. The whirlwind was slowly growing larger and stronger, consuming more and more of what was around it. It was then that Sunny understood what he was looking at. The body of the shadow of condemnation might have been gone, but the invisible force that had built it from usurped parts of the world, the dead deity itself, was not. In fact, it was already starting to build a new vessel for itself. The shadow of condemnation was right in front of him, intact. Which meant, Sunny glanced at the splinter of the ivory fang in his hand, then at the murderous archer who was slowly rising to their feet in the distance. Then, he pushed his battered body forward with a greedy grin. The shadow of condemnation had not been destroyed, but it was currently vulnerable. And while Sunny and the ruthless slayer of the Shadow Realm were both in quite a sorry state, they were also both positioned perfectly to deal the weakened deity a fatal blow. Well, Sunny was alive. The mysterious shadow was dead, but refusing to depart. In any case, either of them could kill the shadow of condemnation. The only question was who would strike first. So, Sunny rushed forward without wasting any time. Or he tried to, at least. Sadly, his body was damaged quite severely, so the best he could manage was limping forward with urgent haste. Ah, it hurts. That was what he would have thought in any other circumstances. But currently, there was only one thought in his mind. Kill it, I must kill it first. Neffy's and Mordred's eyes widened. He wasn't a titan. After everything they had just witnessed, while not having used the full extent of his mysterious abilities, he wasn't even at full power. Against a dead sacred no less. Was he delusional? Had he in fact survived the whole ordeal just so he could greedily become a titan? It somewhat scared them how determined and far he would go. Mordred could create an army of mirror creatures to farm soul shards, while Neffy's because of her dream spawn heritage could siphon some just from killing nightmare creatures. Yet Sunny didn't seem to have an unfair card in his hand. Even more unknowingly, they didn't understand the significance and the difference that shadow fragments had in comparison to normal soul fragments. Did they provide more or less of a buff, and how different was it to acquire them? Those who weren't divine also seemed to catch on as murmurs rang out. He's really focused on killing that thing while a sacred, no, a dead sacred is trying to kill him. Kai breathed in disbelief. Fool, Gilead snarled. Noctis slapped his knee repeatedly as his laugh sounded around the room. Even in the face of death, his treachery knows no bounds. Darren nodded. Then, we'll get to see what happens once his soul, no. His shadow core is fully saturated. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Sunny stumbled towards the remains of condemnation, breathless, as if they were an Olympic crowd witnessing the final lap. Leaping into the air, he plunged into the whirlwind of black dust. For a moment, the familiar alien force pulled at his mind, body, and soul, trying to absorb them, but it was much weaker now, so he simply ignored it. A moment later, he stabbed his ivory blade into the very heart of the dark whirlwind, where a perfect sphere was slowly forming from the shard of shattered bone. A mundane blade might not have been able to hurt the intangible force that was condemnation. But Sunny was using the fang of a soul serpent, and of an unfathomably powerful one, at that. Soul serpents were conduits of death, and Sunny was its heir, so, he sharpened his will into infinitely cold killing intent, and channeled that intent into the splinter of the ancient bone, willing it to deliver death and destruction to the shadow of the dead god. It seemed to have worked. When the ivory blade pierced the heart of condemnation, Sunny sensed an imperceptible ripple spread through the world. And then, he felt something ancient and indescribably vast break apart. And then, he felt nothing but hollow emptiness take its place. The whirlwind of wind was suddenly torn apart, and the black dust settled. The shards of bone fell to the ground. Sunny fell, too. The splinter of the ivory fang had shattered, leaving only a small piece of bone in his fist. But, as he fell, his eyes widened, and a nearly inexhaustible torrent of shadow fragments, far greater than anything he had ever experienced before, flooded his soul. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. He could feel his shadow cores, which had been damaged somewhat by the shadow realm, being replenished and rebuilt to how they were before. And it did not stop there. The raging torrent of shadow fragments filled his soul, saturating it. And deep within its dark depths, the seventh, final core had finally come to fruition, igniting with lightless splendor. He did it. Rain yelped with an uncharacteristic joy, causing the brows of some to raise. No, Tiras mumbled while shaking her head. He still has to deal with the sacred, silent stalker said in a low tone. Everyone watched in anticipation as he continued to roll down the dune. Groaning in pain as not too far away, the archer rapidly approached him. His roll came to a stop, as he slowly pushed himself off the ground, but the archer was already closing in from behind him. Saint Cor's eyes narrowed in annoyance. Moron, Dawn. But before he could finish, Sunny turned around, not a hint of fear on his face, as he chillingly smiled with malice, blood flowing out of his mouth. Hey, fool! The archer did not pay his words any attention, raising their fist to deliver the final strike. Sunny tensed his muscles, preparing himself. Behind you. The murderous shadow froze for a split second, then spun around. But it was already too late. eyes widened in similar shock to the archer must have felt in that moment. As behind them, a figure rose from the shadows. Another Sunny, his face laced with an enraged look as he clasped his fists and brought them down with full force. The devastating blow caused an audible boom, as a shockwave rolled out, sand flying in all directions. Is it finally over? Telly whispered. Shame. Beastmaster sighed. Moonveil turned to her with a stupefied look. Shame. It's a damn sacred. Not even Mother would be able to salvage what would remain of your corpse if you were in his position. Beastmaster looked with a complicated face, her smile only growing. No, you're right. She cooed, causing Moonveil to smile, proud that her words got through. But, that's exactly why I want it to keep going. The rage, the power, the will. Gods, it's one of a kind, it's exquisite. Fate is broken. I beg to differ. How else would I have learned about such a delectable shadow? She mused, her tongue running briefly over her lips, causing the blood sister to twitch. But she didn't stop there. And he's not even a fantasy, he's very real. Flesh and blood, she cooed. Moonveil's face paled, deeply disturbed in having started her engine. Regret washed over her as she slowly sank back into her seat. Revel shot her a sympathetic glance, as if to say, you brought this upon yourself. The blood sisters were not the only listeners, as Effie looked at them with a face of shock. Princess, are you hearing this? You have to do something. She whined with impatience. But Neffis didn't hear her words, locked in a trance as she stared blankly at the battle that continued to rage. Effie stared at her, her mouth agape. No, really. You must have dirt on him or enslaved him or something. Even fate can't understand how he hasn't been snatched away from you. Rain could suffer in silence, battling between covering her face and ears with her shirt, or risking missing out on what might happen next. The enemy was weakened and dazed, but still dangerous. Even slowed down by the oppressive commands of the Lord of Shadows, they managed to dodge the lethal attack and roll away, standing up a moment later. Still burning with the same cold, murderous determination. Sunny smiled weakly as he pushed his original body from the ground. The mysterious shadow was truly stubborn. Or maybe they simply did not know any better, having spent thousands of years slaying others in order to survive. Did it even remember anything except hunting and killing? Was it even capable of giving up? It did not matter, anyway. Even if the archer's resolve was infinite, they were already too far gone. Whatever strength they had left was enough to kill one Sunny, perhaps, but not two, especially with the second one bearing no physical wounds. Surrounded by the towering remains of the dead serpents, the three of them fought without holding anything back. The ground quaked from the fury of their desperate clash, but it swiftly became apparent that the archer had no hope of emerging whole from that fight. Sunny even felt a little dirty, for a brief moment, for ganging up on the murderous shadow. But that bizarre and ridiculous notion quickly disappeared, replaced by vindictive glee. Single quote. So what? So what if it was 2 against 1? That was what the damned maniac deserved. Slowly people began to lean back. It was clear, the fight was over. It may have been better to label it as a slaughter now. The shadow was a mangled mess of cuts and indents, like a worn-out punching bag. Some even felt some strange sympathy for the spiteful shadow. Having survived for so long and gone through who knows what, simply fighting to still exist even after death. Although Shadow was proclaimed to be a silent god that didn't act out, it seemed that he had a knack for collecting debts. And the Slayer was long past due. Thus, it had to deal with Shadow's personal executioner, which they had put up quite the fight against. But like darkness, it seemed that it could only delay the inevitable for so long. Silently they watched, as the battle finally began to slow down. The 7th Shadow calmly dodged their crushing blows, delivering one cruel, inescapable strike after another in return. The original body served to distract and slow down the enemy, allowing for these strikes to land. When the murderous Shadow tried to switch targets and finish off the original body first, the 7th Avatar would ruthlessly punish the moment of distraction, thus making destroying the more battered version of Sunny impossible. He had mastered the strange art of fighting as a group. After all, the two incarnations moved in perfect harmony with each other, weaving an inescapable net of death. Sunny evaded a swift and devastating kick with flowing grace, then used his other body to lunge at the archer from behind. The shadow sidestepped his lunge easily, but that took a precious moment. A split second later, Sunny's fist struck the side of their head, sending the enemy reeling. And using that opportunity, the original body delivered a vicious kick to the side of the archer's knee, feeling something crack with dark satisfaction. It was a little barbaric, to simply batter the mysterious shadow to death. But what could he do? All his weapons were gone, and even the last splinter of the great ivory fang had shattered when he destroyed the shadow of condemnation. Now, only a piece of it remained, still clenched in Sunny's fist to add some weight to his punches. He inhaled hoarsely. Just give up and die with grace. As the archer regained their balance and raised their arms to block an obliterating blow, the seventh shadow added, "Find peace within me." Or whatever. Their enemy looked almost like a ghost now, having lost most of their solidity. Black smoke was flowing from countless wounds on the archer's body, surrounding them like a billowing veil. The contours of the graceful body beneath it had always been nebulous, but now, they were so vague as to almost seem immaterial. It was time to end this. Sunny might have harbored a grudge against the mysterious archer, but an enemy like that. They deserved a clean death, at least. Lunging forward with both of his bodies, he sent one of them low, while the other struck high. The archer staggered back, avoiding the strike to their head, but they failed to avoid the original body. A moment later, Sunny managed to grab them and wrestle them to the ground. This was the end. While the seventh avatar grabbed the archer's arms, the original body pressed the enemy into the ground with all the prodigious weight allowed to him by the feather of truth, and raised his fists. His face was calm and cold when he struck down, aiming to split the mysterious shadow's skull. One blow was not enough, so he struck again, and again, and again. Until even the onyx shell could not keep up with the devastating power of his blows, and the skin on his knuckles split, drops of crimson blood falling into the ghostly wisps of black smoke. The archer was still struggling, but by now, their movements were so weak that it did not matter. Taking a deep breath, Sunny allowed for the shard of ivory fang he was still holding in his fist to slide down, and then caught it between his fingers. Around them, the curtains were already beginning to stir as their usual velvet returned, signifying the ending of the reward. Sighs rang out, as people began to shift in their seats, silently discussing what they had learned. They had been starved for a battle, and it was impossible to deny that they had more than their fill. "Well, I can't be greedy and say I didn't enjoy the scuffle," Noctis chortled. Other saints nodded unanimously in silence. As before them, Sunny brought the dagger up. Only Julius seemed to be troubled as his lips slightly quivered, his heart silently aching, inside his desire to learn more about the secrets of the Shadow Realm and the rest of the Dream Realm burning brighter than ever. "No, not yet," he silently whimpered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The gods and demons were dead. The void and the creatures inside still remained sealed. Even fate was broken. It seemed no will alive had the power nor the prosecution to fulfill such an honest and burning desire. And yet, outside of the cinema, in a place unknown, a glowing white light faintly pulsed, the same white light that had touched the divine realms and brought them to this mysterious place. The same mysterious entity that somehow remembered and knew who Sunny was. Something stirred, as the space around it vibrated, a noise sounding from it. That could work. In response, the light shifted as it began to faintly pulse. In the cinema, the room slightly shook as everyone looked around in confusion. "What is this?" Darren mumbled. Everyone looked around in confusion, noticing that now, it had stopped. The color was no longer returning, instead receding as curtains began to move to their original position. Gazes narrowed as eyes moved around in confusion. The reward wasn't over. Silent tears began to form in the eyes of both Noctis and Julius, as people looked back to the scene before them, trying to notice a change. But it was all the same. Sunny still held the raised dagger, now ready to plunge it into the shadow. Kai turned his head in a confused manner, his voice raising, "It wants us to watch him kill it." Wah! But before he could finish, someone cut him off. A voice. Someone they didn't know. A person that wasn't in the room. Their presence was completely hidden, yet the moment they spoke, an unbearable weight settled over the entire theater, pressing down on their chests like an unseen hand. It wasn't just the words, it was the depth behind them, something ancient and knowing, something wrong. The words sent shivers down their backs, as a friendly voice sounded from somewhere in the darkness. Oh my, I wouldn't do that. No way am I about to have Uri's lore drop and the Slayer fight all in one chapter. Too much. But hey, at least I am temporarily freed from writing fights. I think describing fights is boring. No, I gotta read through all those chapter and filter out info and yap. Chapter was slightly shorter though, so next one in 2 days, _. Beads of sweat glistened on faces, as nobody moved a muscle. The silence was deafening, scraping their brains, but they remained motionless. Similar to when they witnessed the Mad Prince for the first time, their bodies instinctively screamed in alarm, aware that something akin to an apex predator was near them. Hands slightly twitched unconsciously from the overwhelming fear. The most frightening thing, however, was the fact that they couldn't see or feel anything. Around them in the desolate landscape, everything was visible, nothing could hide. And yet, it was like the voice came directly from behind. It seemed Sunny was equally or more so alarmed than them, as his voice croaked, as if speaking for them. Who's speaking? His other incarnation was similarly tense, ready to shield the original body from danger if need be. There were a few moments of silence, and then the voice answered in a nonchalant, somewhat friendly tone. I am. Sunny blinked. What the? This time, he was able to pinpoint the direction from which the voice was coming better. It was very close, and low to the ground. His gaze explored the graveyard of serpents, until finally falling on something he had seen before, but did not pay a lot of attention to. A lone human skull laying amidst the serpent bones, attached to a partially destroyed human skeleton. There was no spark of life in the battered skeleton, and even when Sunny shifted his gaze, there was neither the radiance of soul essence nor the vile darkness of corruption inside the old bones. However, as he watched, he noticed a tiny mote of light drifting into the air from inside the gaping black hole of the skull's empty eye socket. Eyes widened as a flurry of emotions sparked into fruition among the audience, murmurs and gasps ringing out in confusion. Those who didn't speak held their mouths agape or tightly shut in utter bewilderment. Gazes burned with fear. Gazes burned with curiosity. Gazes burned with anticipation. But one gaze burned hotter than the rest. Unlike the others, it was not just curiosity or terror that fueled it. No, this gaze was sharper, more piercing, a gaze steeped in something deeper, something raw and unyielding. It burned with spite and fury. A will so indomitable, none dared to challenge it. The gaze of the sole survivor of the immortal flame. The fire of changing star. Uris of the Nine. So that bastard skeleton is still alive. How could she not recognize the loathsome corpse? His relentless aggravating comments and beration as she hauled him on her back, while traversing the vast expanse of the dream realm. Despite his nature, his information about the nightmare seed allowed her to crawl out despite all odds. But that didn't mean she held him in high regard, instead quite the opposite. Her fists tightened on her armrests, straining the leather, causing Cassie to glance at her with concern. Memories of his voice, the loathsome voice, echoing in her mind like a vengeful wraith. Abominable Nephilim, I wouldn't mind being dropped in the middle of this desert, at the behest of seeing you mauled by some abomination. If only you could use those flames to cleanse that profane stench. Her eyes darkened, flames flickering in her irises. Ironic, considering that's what he should be as such a talkative skeleton. And yet he couldn't die. The relief she felt when she dropped him near the entrance to the underworld like he directed, could not be put into words. Strange. Thinking back, it seemed illogical how she didn't go insane from his chastising, despite being all alone in that hell. Was there someone or something else that kept her alive? A flickering flame of hope which she somehow had forgotten about. Her throat ached as her eyes deepened, a conflicting whirlpool of anger and sorrow deep beneath. Was he even connected to me back then? Was he helping me? She whispered. Her voice was a leaf in a hurricane, as it was drowned by the erratic comments and murmurs in the room. It only slightly quelled as the figure and voice rose noticeably higher than the rest. It's a skeleton. A real talking skeleton. Effie yelled, a strange mix of fear, excitement and disbelief in her tone. Jet raised an eyebrow. You're in disbelief at a talking skeleton? After all we've seen and been through. Effie whirled in her direction, arms flailing up and down as a strange excitement brimmed in her eyes, quelling the fear they had momentarily been held captive by. Are you kidding? It's just like a cartoon. How is he even making any noise at all without lungs or a voice box to cause vibrations in the air? How does he even control his speech without ligaments to move his tongue and jaw? She rambled without pause, having to catch her breath. Jet was stunlocked by the barrage of information. Unsure whether to be stunned by Effie's strange anatomical insight and knowledge, or her weird childlike reaction to a talking skull. Her mouth opened and closed, unsure of how, or even what to say in response. Effie cocked her head, an annoyed look on her face. Oh come on. Surely you'd be the slightest bit curious considering your ALS. Enough, Saint Core hissed, cutting her off. Jet glared at Effie with dangerous eyes, as her face slightly dropped, realizing what she had nearly said in the heat of the moment. A new wild card has appeared. Noctis laughed, ecstatic at the continuation of the reward and the sudden development. Could this then be the friend it spoke of? Julius murmured, his eyes brimming with equal fire. Windflower looked at the scene in confusion, as she put down the popcorn bucket, turning to Darren. What do you think, ABO? The words died on her lips, as a shiver ran down her back. Darren was motionless, staring deeply at the pile of bones, unblinking with full attention. It made her nervously gulp, as she knew the look. It was the look he had when deciding the lives of people. It was the look he had when standing before hordes of abominations. But most importantly, it was the look of warning and slight fear, the look she had witnessed only when encountering the most dire and perilous of situations. Something which rarely betrayed her father's valiant face. My, oh my, when you look at me like that, boy, I get shy. Sunny shuddered. The jaws of the ancient skull did not move, but the voice definitely was coming from inside it. He stared at the skeleton with wide eyes for some time, then forced himself to open his mouth. I know you, don't I? The white skull, obviously, did not show any reaction. Do you? Goodness gracious. How odd. Never have I imagined being known by such esteemed personas. I am nothing but a humble slave, after all. Sunny smiled darkly. Well, what would you know, so am I. The skeleton laughed. No, the likes of me can't even be compared to the exalted beings like you. A genuine divine shadow. Who would have thought that even after Shadow God's death, his shadows would continue to roam the world? My, oh my. How despicable. Sunny narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a while. Then, he said somberly, you are Uris of the Nine. At the name drop everyone shuddered. Those who knew of the significance of the Nine, including the cohort, Darren, Windflower, Noctis and Salvon, all shuddered. The Dream Realm's history was lucrative and strewn. Nothing was clear nor left behind to give a full picture of the past. But what was found and known was undeniable. And that was, that the Nine were only second to the gods and demons. Fragments of history left behind, opened brief glimpses into their secrets and accomplishments. It was limited, but it was enough. Enough to know that they could be considered gods trapped in mortal vessels. Even those who had no affiliation on the matter, had the air in their lungs involuntarily leave. Just his name and title alone seemed to hold some presence that glanced down at them from unknown heights. A living legend, in the bones. Julius gasped, his eyes threatening to pop out of their sockets. Ancient great warrior, sister. Morgan murmured, her eyes twinkling with rare fascination. All the other unknowing saints both from valor and song leaned forward, their gazes seemingly demanding an answer. Neffys held her ground, and briefly nodded, of sorts. Indeed, a voice sounded from the middle row, causing everyone to turn. Noctis held his gaze on the skeleton, his face rarely serious, who doesn't know of the 9 in ancient history. Bunch of warriors who rose from seemingly nothing, and challenged all who dared to oppose their motives. Even the greatest of empires couldn't snuff their will. His gaze shifted as a weird look of content flashed, especially that Oro. I would have liked to meet him. The air turned razor sharp as Salvan shifted, her face twisting into a scowl of sheer venom. A furious hiss slipped from her lips. Oro. Her rage was like dry leaves catching fire, sudden, scorching, and dangerous. Noctis, ever the troublemaker, turned away slightly, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Nobody pressed further. No one dared to prod the already volatile war priestess. Instead, their focus shifted to another who had yet to react. Darren. Darren remained still, considering his words. Translations are lost in history, thus I am not confident entirely about what I have come to hear, he echoed. But, that is not what questions me the most right now. His voice trailed off, his eyes narrowing slightly. Then, he spoke again, softer, sharper. Because, although formidable he is, was, it doesn't change the present. And right now, he seems to be, honored, to be in front of Sunny. Quote. Possibly slightly fearful, he added with a hint of humility. Heartbeats became audible. Kai rubbed the side of his head. You mean to say, that, one of the 9, is, honored, to talk to him? He repeated in disbelief. A divine shadow, he treats him as if he's a walking disaster, Saint Elise said with wariness. Maybe his title is the heir of death, undermines what he truly is, Mordred said with a tone of amusement. Heads lowered in humble silence, while others rubbed their heads or fidgeted in agitation. This is just like when we first started learning about his damn past, Effie mumbled, while fighting Ling to distract herself. Strange, what actually does it mean to be a divine shadow then? Julius murmured while rubbing his chin in thought. Darren glanced at him in deep thought. You lead at. Julius nodded. Lineages from what I know are inherited through blood or left behind pieces of sorts, not that the clans would ever let me learn more no matter how much I appealed. Hey, Rain stammered uncertainty, grasping at what little logic remained. This all sounds great and intimidating, but that doesn't mean he's actually connected to them, right? Their history goes back so far. The silence that followed only made her confidence waver. She looked around, hoping for reassurance. Instead, everyone stared at her, their expressions unreadable. Her lips quivered. You talk about him like he killed one of them or something. Again, the room fell eerily quiet. Anank placed a gentle hand on Rain's shoulder, her lips curling into a knowing, almost patronizing smile. Nobody said that, dear. Quote. But, she added, amusement creeping into her tone, it seems the nightmare spell makes many impossible things possible. The color drained from Rain's face. A snort sounded from above. Seems like something up his alley, Luster muttered, slouching in defeat, clearly nursing his own insecurities. The Blood Sisters listened in silence, until they caught a subtle movement from the side. Beastmaster's shoulders twitched, her posture deceptively relaxed, but the hungry glint in her eyes betraying the growing thrill of a predator on the hunt. Her nature had been very repetitive, rebounding on and off. But it was still building up regardless. And one way or another, some change would have to take place so she could return to her usual callous and charming demeanor. Though they were unsure how they would do so, everything they saw and did in this space only seemed to encourage her behavior. Sishan turned to her side, catching the gaze of the others. We should try and ask for a break or see if a pause of sorts can be given to us, she whispered in a low tone. Deathsinger tilted her head, but we don't know if it will comply at all, or if it would only make it worse if we went back to the Sunfist Lounge. Sishazan stared at her. You have a better suggestion. The blood sister quickly shook their heads, coming to a silent goal, as noise sounded from the first row. You can't be serious, Rain gasped. Anank only tilted her head, her lips curling into a confused, but non-offensive smile. Does this anger or trouble you in some way, child? Rain's cheeks slightly burned as she gathered what words she could think of, and no. It's just, how can? Effie leaned over, prodding her shoulder. Younger sibling getting self-conscious of the older's achievements. That's a classic, she chortled. Kai frowned as he raised his hand to intervene, but as he did so, the screen shifted once again. Sunny looked at the weakly struggling archer, then shifted his gaze back to the battered skeleton. You said that you wouldn't have killed this thing. Why? Uri's of the Nine chuckled. Oh, it's just a piece of friendly advice, from one slave to another. Think about it, boy, she has been hunting down shadows for thousands of years here, in the realm of Shadow God, instead of quietly succumbing to death. Such a defiant spirit. What do you think will happen when you kill her, and her shadow enters your soul sea instead? Sunny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had not considered that. There was definitely some truth to the skeleton's words. By all accounts, once a shadow traveled to the shadow realm, it was supposed to peacefully succumb to the divine will of its creator and be annihilated, turning into pure soul essence, like the shadows of the awakened soldiers he had seen. Even the shadow of condemnation, despite having seemingly retained some of its agency, simply followed the law of the shadow realm and attempted the pilgrimage to its supposed center, dissolving into essence in the process. However, the mysterious archer was different. Not only had she, apparently, defied the natural way of things by roaming the shadow realm as she pleased, but she had also refused to be annihilated, surviving for thousands of years by slaying other shadows instead. Sunny had long suspected that his soul sea was like a nascent, miniature version of the shadow realm. If so, the laws governing it would be much weaker, and much easier to defy, than the ruthless laws governing the realm of death. So, what would happen if he killed the mysterious archer? Wouldn't he be just inviting a serial killer into his soul? He shuddered. Noticing his reaction, the battered skeleton let out a laugh. I see you realize the danger. She has become quite feral, hasn't she? Such a shame, my, oh my. The person was so valiant and righteous, yet the shadow is so wicked and vicious. Sunny stared at the white skull with a frown. You say it as if you knew her. Uri's remained silent for a bit, then laughed. Why, of course. After all, she is one of the nine. Fate was still broken, but in that moment, they all turned to Rain. Their gazes swept her, as if she was in fact a seer who still had their powers. She could only remain in her spot, her shoulders slightly shrinking. Ha ha. No, this is honestly too fun. Keep talking, Ronnie. No, Rain, whatever your name is. Funny things keep happening when you do. Mordred laughed. His display humor and joy briefly stumped both Song and Valor, causing the severity of the information they had just learned to lessen. So, he indeed defeated a member of the Nine, Windflower breathed in disbelief. Shadow of the Nine, or whatever they are, Luster chimed in, Kim shooting him an angered look. I want to see what his soul sea looks like, he said. It resembled the Shadow Realm. Jet mumbled. Shadow Realm, similar to Soul Sea. Julius's eyes continued to brighten. Strange, as a divine shadow, he's very identical to Shadow God itself. I also wonder what his soul sea looks like, Rain murmured. Morgan looked in Nephis's direction, but she didn't even make eye contact although noticing her gaze. It seemed that she was more tolerable to her unspoken demands. Compared to the start, when the hierarchy hadn't been established and connections hadn't been formed, she had revealed slightly more information. But now it seemed like the confidence was starting to get to her, as she ignored her poking as if she wasn't going to have to deal and bear the consequences when they left this place. Troublesome. It's even more tantalizing how we're supposed to mobilize a force to get the girl, while also pulling him. It will be almost impossible by force, thus a neutral and kindred approach seems more suitable. She briefly looked up at Song. Clearly they are infatuated by his potential and see him worthy as a partner to tie him down, but we saw information that suggests he did side with Valor under his feelings to Neffys. However, since fate is in pieces, it is unsure whether that outcome is guaranteed. What else are we supposed to do to pull him over? Offer herself. As if. Her eyes slightly shifted. Although that old man's synopsis of his resilient skin and bones is quite intriguing, I wonder how it would fare against my flaw. Briefly she glanced as Neffys, as the scene from the Sunfist lounge flashed in her mind. Well, she may be a divine, but there are other ways to inflict damage on a person. On the other side of the row, Neffys felt a brief chill on her back, as she turned to look down the aisle. But Morgan was not looking in her direction, instead focused on the screen with a content smile on her face. She didn't understand why, but it gave her a growing sense of unease. Sunny hesitated for a while, then asked somberly. You said that if I kill this shadow, it would enter my soul sea, just like it had entered the Shadow Realm. So, then, is Shadow Realm what remains of Shadow God's soul sea? The skull stared at him incredulously. Huh. Uri's paused for a moment, and then said in an amicable tone, Gods are not like us people, boy. They don't really have bodies, souls, and soul seas, it's all the same. So no, we are not inside the soul sea of Shadow God. The white skull chuckled. Instead, we are simply inside Shadow God. Shadow Realm is his corpse. For the first time, Sunny and the spectators were united in their reaction. An eerie silence filled the room as blank stares stretched across every face. Minds reeled, thoughts spiraling outward, grasping at understanding and falling into an abyss of revelation. All except Julius. Instead of shock, his face was twisted in sheer confusion. Then, slowly, something in his expression shifted, as if a piece of an ancient puzzle had clicked into place, one so vast that his mind twitched between terror and exhilaration. If divine realms and worlds are the remnants of gods and higher beings. His breath hitched. Then does this mean we are inside the body of something even greater? As soon as the words left his lips, something strange happened. A flicker, like a thread snapping, made Julius flinch. His pupils trembled as his thoughts seemed to scatter into the void. His mind went blank for a single, terrifying moment. As on the screen, Sunny began moving again. What? We're inside the Shadow God. I am inside Shadow God's corpse. The Shadow Realm, the entirety of it, was the sacred body of a god. Which meant that all the other divine realms, like Godgrave and Stormsia, were as well. And the waking world, too. Gods were vast, after all. Vast enough to encompass entire worlds within them, it seemed. Sunny struggled with the desire to gulp, his mouth terribly dry. He lingered for a few long moments, then asked hoarsely. If this is Shadow God's corpse, then what killed him? All the spectators leaned forward, eager to learn the forbidden truth. But strangely compared to his usual demeanor. All the spectators leaned forward, hunger and fear clawing at their chests. No mocking laugh. No cryptic quip. Nothing. The white skull remained utterly, eerily still. Eyes narrowed as some leaned back in confusion and a mixture of disappointment. Why is it holding out on information now? Cassie mumbled. Don't tell me it's getting stingy, Revel scoffed. What seemed like hours seemed to pass, before his familiar voice sounded again. Except, it was not what they had expected to hear. In fact, it sparked quite the opposite of what they had hoped to feel. And in that moment, every single one of them remembered. Greed always came with a price. And all it had to do, was wait. They had been so consumed by their hunger for knowledge that they had forgotten the one thing they should have never lost sight of. An encounter with the Prince of Madness. As the voice of the usual banterful skulls became deep and dark, his words causing the room to slightly quiver. Who dares to pry into my secrets? NGL, I read the chapters to figure out what to use, but then got caught up and just kept reading. And no, this is not the moment I was itching to write. Wish I had shadows to help me write more. Originally wanted to do all lore and other stuff I had in mind all in this one chapter. But then a very tasty burger, smoothie and plate of oranges held me captive. Maybe I lock in next chapter and go 10k plus, and write the moment I want 0_0. Maybe. Who dares to pry into my secrets? Strange, wasn't it all too strange? No matter how much they learned and thought they rose, ignorance seemed to be an unseen necessary equilibrium to all desire. The past often reflected itself in the future. But that didn't mean the same mistakes had to as well. Muscles were tense and heartbeats were quickened, their breaths however, were rhythmic and trained, willing their body to calm down. The crowd remained stiff, like statues in a cemetery, while their emotions were more than alive. Their eyes remained locked at the scene, unwavering, not a betrayal distraction. A shame, if they had glanced away for a split second. They might have noticed a strange sight. On the floor by Rain's feet, her shadow was now quite alive compared to how it had previously been. It lurched back and forth like an impatient child, as its arms flailed and pointed erratically. It seemed to be amused, or angered. Maybe the two emotions had merged into one after so many years of maddened solitude and torture. But it was clearly trying to communicate or convey what it had on its mind, it's just that no clear answer or feeling could be discerned behind its actions. Ha ha. What an audacious fossil, come. Join me in the shadows, it's getting quite lonely here. Perhaps we can pull our cunning intellect together to escape this predicament and slaughter every miserable wretch in this room. Or was it something more along the lines of, treacherous bastard, I got this shadow first, it's my home. If you somehow get pulled into this place, expect to get kicked out, trying to infringe on my squatter's rights. Its actions only ceased as Sunny seemed to recover himself on the screen. What is this lunatic saying now? Strange. You say you can't die, but your mind seems to be failing you. The skull somehow snorted in response. You can't hear those strange murmurs. Sunny's eye twitched, suddenly overcome by a strange urge to punt the skull with as much force as he could. His voice sounded out, now slightly aggravated. What murmurs? If anything made noise in this place, you would only hear it right before it killed you. The skull seemed to consider something for a lengthy while, before its usual annoying humor returned. Bah, no mind, not something the puny likes of you could understand. Sunny only stared, the urge now having taken over his body, as he now had to will his body into submission into not kicking the miserable skull with the force of a transcendent titan. You were just praising me as an exalted being, a divine shadow, a few moments ago. The skull only laughed. Exalted you are, but heavily flawed as well. It's strangely insulting to see one of such origin be so flawed, ha. So, he had heard them. Clearly not at the same awareness of the Prince of Madness who mentioned something about sensing and hearing them through their shadows. But yours didn't have such abilities. At least to their knowledge. Nephis's eyes narrowed, deep in thought. Is this the utilization of will? Is that how he heard us? It seemed both logical and illogical at the same time. Will, being able to harness and utilize it in such a way. It didn't seem like something a human could do. But the path to ascension made those who walked it less and less human. From being slightly stronger and using strange abilities, to having their entire being rebuilt and pulled into a realm of its own. It was frightening to reminisce about how simple the past had been, but they could only move forward. Thus, it only seemed possible for will to be wielded in such a manner. It was also valuable to Nephis. Every second they were in this place, it felt like she was indirectly learning more and more about the secrets to the path of supremacy. Even more so, Onwai Darren had been slightly more reserved in recent moments. But apart from that, she was slightly envious. If Ewers and the Mad Prince could do it, could Sunny also hear them? Even more so, could he possibly be brought to the space? Naturally it would be a complicated nightmare on what would happen. But momentarily, she desired nothing more, being able to see and touch him after learning so much. Was it wrong? Desire in itself was a selfish construct. Sunny shook his head. You said this is Shadow God's corpse, if so, then what killed him? Hearing his question, Uri's chuckled. What killed death? Oh my, I wish I knew. Sadly, by the time the gods perished, I was already nailed to that damned tree. The view from there was not great. Sunny stared at him somberly. Somehow, He doubted that the skeleton was being entirely honest. The white skull betrayed no emotion, however. Eventually, Uri's offered him a bone. I doubt it were the demons, though. By the end of it all, they were losing the war pretty badly. Otherwise, I would not have been captured by the warriors of the divine host, would I? He laughed. Sunny surmised two things from that statement. First, that at least one of the 9 Uris had participated in the Doom War under the banner of the demon army. Second, that the demons seemed to have lost the war, or at least had been close to losing it near the end. That was the first true piece of information about the Doom War he had received. Sunny smiled darkly. Are you sure that you weren't the one who killed Shadow God? I've heard that you boasted once about slitting a god's throat. Uri's exploded with laughter after hearing that. Oh, so you have met that abominable girl, it seems. Good, good. I'm glad that she has survived, Nephilim or not. Heads slowly turned to the direction of the first row, the rest of the cohort slightly raised their shoulders. After not having mentioned or brought up their existence, it did indeed seem like he was more limited in sensing them. Thus, someone finally spoke up. You've met this ancient jokester. Jest peeked, his face a strange mixture of humor and hostility. They all paused, waiting to see a noticeable reaction to the voice. But Uri's didn't change. Morgan nodded, a cold smile forming on her lips. Indeed, please tell us, isn't it natural for family to share, sister? Nephis's shoulders slightly tightened, as the faces of the cohort became dark. After a moment of silence, Nephis turned to face the crowd, her face with usual indifference, but clearly hiding a storm of emotions. Yes, I have met him, but it's not something I think fondly of, she echoed in a still voice. Jest cocked his eyebrow. Oh. And how so? Nephis only stared at him. Is it not natural to want to forget about such time? Those moments only bring pain. Her words struck something in Jest. His expression shifted, then went carefully blank. As if something old and buried stirred within him. Slowly, he lowered himself, his face grim, his gaze turning inward. Even Gilead seemed to be slightly perturbed by the unceremonious reaction. But it is important nonetheless for connections to form, so we may all leave this place, Julius commented, his tone quiet and careful. The intensity in her gaze seemed to flicker, as she hesitantly continued. Years ago, back when I was trapped in that hell, I met him, and then subsequently found and conquered my second nightmare. The air vibrated at the remark. Who hadn't heard about the incredulous tale? A trial deemed an impossibility, that the changing star of the immortal flame had conquered, and thus rose into the world like a pillar of light. A light of bravery. A light of change. Even Darren's eyes slightly widened. He was not completely familiar with the concept of nightmares, from pieces of information from their time, but he was piecing bits together. But more importantly, he felt it. He felt the shift in the air, as the wills of those who knew, seemed to quell and kneel before the statement. His eyes shone with a twinkle of admiration, as his lips slightly curled. A sign of content, of recognition, from one valiant ruler, to one destined to be from birth. The future is quite fearsome, he whispered. Did he also mention in such detail about his feat of apparently slitting the throat of a god? Julius echoed, his tone slightly impatient and eager. No, really. How does one even do something so simple sounding? There must be more to it, saintly voiced. Nephis briefly nodded. He briefly mentioned it, but never in such detail, nor with so much extra information. Noctis clapped his hands. Seems he has a growing soft spot, or a spiteful spot for our shadow. He chuckled. Mordred also stared at the scene, his face complicated as a rare, honest smile found itself on his face, solace in defiance, two slaves who are hated by existence. He chuckled, his desire to learn his connection to Sunny only growing. Is it any wonder they understand each other? He paused for a moment, and then chuckled. Yes, I did indeed tell her that I had slit a god's throat once. However, I never said that it had killed the god. What kind of god would die from such a trifle? Sunny winced from the amount of nonsense he had been subjected to in the last few minutes. What does he mean? I thought you said that the Shadow Realm was Shadow God's corpse. His body was quite huge, then. Pray tell, how would one slit the throat of an entire realm? The skeleton, who had remained motionless all that time, finally moved. Uriz shook his skull, the bones scraping unpleasantly against each other. No, but what kind of divine shadow are you? Don't you know anything, boy? Sunny scowled. How am I supposed to know anything if the god who was supposed to cast me is dead? Eris stared at him silently for a while, then returned to his previous pose and grew still once again. A better question would be how can you even exist, but, fair is fair. To answer your questions, gods were indeed vast and unfathomable, but they took mortal vessels from time to time. Avatars, as some called them. Those were easier to reach. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Mortal avatars, that he could wrap his head around. After all, he had avatars of his own, even if they were not exactly the same. What surprised him more was that Uriz seemed to have no idea about how Sunny had come to be a shadow slave. Well, it made sense, in hindsight. The talkative skeleton seemed like someone who knew so much as to almost seem omniscient, but reasonably, that knowledge only encompassed the past. If he had really spent thousands of years nailed to a tree in the Nightmare Desert, he would not know anything about what had happened after the final days of the Doom War. To him, the Nightmare spell was merely a fringe cult that a small group of believers was spreading secretly in the mortal realms. He would not know what Sunny and Nephi's really were, or how they had come to be that way. Sunny tilted his head a little, suddenly coming up with another question. It was hard to collect his thoughts because there were too many things he wanted to ask, but that one was, perhaps, the most vital. Effie frowned. Why is his personality all over the place? Is he bipolar? He acts like a badly written plot character in a story. She turned to the others, but they could only shrug, seemingly also equally confused. The girl, Rain, was still seemingly petrified, while her shadow strangely flicked. Ling was growing slightly agitated, unable to follow along, while Anank sat in silence, seemingly soaking up all the information. She turned for Nephi's for her opinion on the matter, but stopped. Strangely, she seemed to be very agitated. When Sunny had uttered the words shadow slave, Nephi's had tensed. But now, seeing her fully, Effie realized the depth of her reaction. Her hands clenched the armrests with such force that her knuckles had gone white, no, blue. Tiny beads of sweat slid down her neck, yet her face remained eerily dry. Her eyes were wide, pupils shaking. She looked like someone drowning in the past. Effie's teasing smirk faded. Come on now, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Why are you acting like you're remembering, I don't know, enslaving him or something? Slowly, she reached out and placed a hand on Nephis' shoulder. The moment her fingers touched her, Nephis flinched. Effie softened her grip. Hey, are you feeling okay? You don't look as radiant as usual. Nephis turned to her, dazed, before glancing down at her own hand. She wiped her neck, staring at the sweat glistening on her fingertips. Her voice, when she spoke, was quiet. Strange, when he said shadow slave, Her gaze grew distant, heavy with something unspoken. My body reacted. I don't know why, but it was terrible. It reminded me of the worst of times, and yet. She hesitated, swallowing back her words. Quote. The feeling was worse than anything I'd ever known. Like everything in existence was screaming, like the very fabric of the world was, wrong. Effie's heart clenched. She hadn't meant to do this, to pull at something buried so deep. But Nephis wasn't done. It's happened before. Some words, spark memories. And then, just for a moment, I see someone's eyes. I don't know whose they are, but. Quote. Her voice wavered, barely above a whisper. They're just so painfully sad. Like everything they loved was taken from them. She wiped her face, then turned to Effie, her expression raw. And the worst part is, I think they belong to Sunny. Silence fell. I think that I did something so indescribably terrible to hurt him in the past. And yet, I can't remember anything. The words seemed to have a life of their own, a human life, as they moved with spite and anger, piercing Cassie who sat next to her. her face also growing dark, as her lips slightly quivered. Because she knew. She didn't remember, but she knew from the viewings, that indirectly she had caused him to lose his fate and be forgotten by everyone and everything. Behind her blindfold, which hid both herself and her emotions from the world, a lone tear escaped and rolled down her face. Friends. Quote. Her lips quivered into a pathetic smile. What type of friends are we to have hurt him so much, and yet he still fought with us? Effie's face was now pained, deeply regretful of having opened such a Pandora's box of emotions that usually remained frozen and shut, now overflowing. Awkwardly, she grabbed Nephis's shoulders and she slightly shook her. Why you, such an overthinker? We don't even know the full story, and yet here you are, thinking so far ahead into the future, or the past. Instead of the present, she weakly chortled. Maybe we'll get to see what you're speculating, it's probably just a silly, meaningless fight you two had. You're describing it like it decided everything, she weakly chortled. The honest joke was enough, Nephis blinked. Then, slowly, hesitantly, the tightness in her expression eased. Her usual glow, though faint, started to return. By her side, Anank placed her hand over hers, a warm forgiving smile on her face. She's right. Only time will tell all, she lamented. All the while, Rain listened while still trapped between them, coughing a choked sound. Everyone turned to look at her. Her face was frozen in an expression of absolute horror, like a child trapped in a war she never enlisted in. Her lips trembled. It's just strange, she croaked. From what I can remember, I'm not infected, and yet I can't help but have second thoughts that I've been dragged into a nightmare designed for me. Effie snorted. Nephis blinked at her, then, to Effie's surprise, let out the faintest chuckle. And just like that, the suffocating weight in the air began to subside, as the screen flashed again. Quote. You are the first being from the ancient times of Met who is not entirely insane and consumed by corruption. How come? Uri's stared at him with the black gaping holes of his empty eye sockets. Haven't you met that abominable girl, as well? Sunny scoffed. That's different. She's from the waking world, just like I am. The skeleton let out a chuckle. The waking world. What's that? Sunny suppressed a sigh. He's clueless. After lingering for a few moments, Sunny tried to explain. The waking world is the last of the divine realms. There are people still living there, free of corruption. The rest of them, as well as all the mortal realms, have already been swallowed up by the dream realm, and are only populated by nightmare creatures. That's what we call the corrupted ones. However, our world is being consumed by the dream realm too, piece by piece. Uri's sighed. Oh, then you and your people must be fighting against the corruption with all your might, united against a common foe. What brilliant camaraderie. No wonder a divine shadow and an abominable Nephilim can exchange words so freely. Sunny coughed in embarrassment. Actually, currently, my people are at war. With each other. Have I mentioned that the last divine realm is the realm of war god? Uri's remained silent for a long while, and then suddenly exploded with laughter. This time, he laughed longer than usual, and his laughter seemed different from before. It was tinged with mysterious darkness. After a while, the white skull turned a little to stare at Sunny. War god. My, oh my. Such irony. Julius continued to practically froth at the mouth, his hands fidgeting, trying to grab anything he could use to write it all down. He was slightly willing to risk it all and ask for a pen and a notebook, but his calculative demeanor outweighed the pros and cons. At the mention of the war god, a smug look found itself on Morgan's face, as she turned to send a message to the puppets of the beat god Air. But her actions halted physically, as the words that spoke next seemed to command her. He paused for a moment, and then added, You asked who the 9 were. Well, to tell you the truth, child of war. His tone turned a little cold. Regardless of who we were, we hated War God and her children the most. A ripple of tension spread through the Valor Saints. Some stiffened, their faces darkening, while others exchanged unreadable glances. Across from them, smirks curled on the lips of the Blood Sisters. Morgan remained motionless, back still turned, hiding the slight twitch in her jaw. Beastmaster clapped her hands, her grin wide and mocking. Wow. Spoken by such an accomplished being, Valor really picked the wrong god to follow. The only god whose realm hasn't been corrupted yet, Gilead muttered, his voice low and sharp. A scoff came from above. We're all children of war, in a sense, Tiras said flatly. Born and raised in her domain. Please. Silent Stalker sneered. This isn't my world by choice. I'm just living in it. Ravenheart is the only world that matters, Deathsinger added. The Valor Saints bristled, muscles tensing as they prepared to snap back. But before they could, a quiet sigh cut through the rising hostility. Darren, seated in the second row, exhaled softly. Truly, this nightmare spell has babied these warriors, they wouldn't last a second in our world. Honor is merely a code to help someone walk a righteous path, its directive is truly not to govern nor decide an individual's purpose. He briefly glanced at Julius, the person who he had only been quite fond of since his arrival. Noticing the look, he coughed to catch everyone's attention as he rose. Please, are we glossing over what our ears have just been graced with? Divine realms, bodies of gods, avatars, isn't a revelational wonder to gawk at instead? His gaze swept the room as he honestly smiled, his demeanor slightly calming the tension, as others began to consider the plausibility and seriousness of the information. Saint Roan shifted, it would explain a lot with the Dream Realm's geography, why the Chained Isles differ so drastically compared to Bastion, or Storm Sea. Still, why would the geography differ so greatly if it's in the body of one god? Kai murmured. Noctis blinked, confusion on his face. How strange your education must be, it's natural knowledge that the Storm Sea is the realm and the body of the Storm God. He chortled. Kai hesitated. His tone wavered. Then why is it part of the Dream Realm? Noctis raised a confident finger, then paused. A crease formed between his brows. That is something my brilliant mind cannot answer, he declared proudly. Salvon snorted. Julius, who had been absorbing everything, suddenly whispered, almost to himself. Then, does that mean all the divine realms are merging? That the landscapes, the shifting environments, all belong to different divine bodies, melding into something new? His eyes widened as the realization hit. A silence fell over the room. Then there's something even more grand which is going on, something that everyone including the Supremes is ignorant of. Saint Kor said in a wistful tone. No. Eyes moved to trace the source of the sound, landing on a seat in the front row, as a figure rose, golden locks shifting. It's not hidden knowledge, it's just forgotten, she echoed. Then, Saint Ali wavered, her tone uncertain, you suggest that you knew this knowledge. Cassie tilted her head, of course not, but someone else did. Slowly she raised her finger, diverting attention back to the screen. The tomb of Ariel, the prison meant to guard some terrible truth, something the Prince of Madness learned and was tormented by through thousands of years of corruption. She paused, taking a deep breath. And something which only Sunny likely knows, after escaping both the tomb and fate, it seemed like the only compromise existence would allow in exchange for such knowledge. Do not trust the gods and their vain lies. The chilling final statement the Mad Prince had left them with before being silenced. Or so they thought, as still unbeknownst to everyone on the floor, Rain's shadow was once again active. Furiously shaking like an impatient toddler, wanting to proudly tell the information he had been carrying for so long. And yet he's done nothing, Saint Gilead sighed, disappointed in his tone. Effie shot up, hey asshole. Everyone and everything forgot about him. His life was not one shackled by stupid pride and honor, you think he'd immediately slave away without taking some time alone to breathe? Morgan raised a mocking eyebrow, slave away. All while making pancakes and coffee in a cafe under the noses of everyone. She jeered. Effie's hand curled into a fist. They're damn good pancakes. Even the gods would enjoy them if they were alive. Ling punched his fist up in a mimicking manner, and the ice cream, he cheered. Morgan only glared at him in response, as Effie's face became dangerous. We don't know what he's been doing all this time, we forgot after all, Jet said in a placid tone. Well, apart from fighting dead sacred beings and other abominations, doesn't seem like a lot, Luster said in a sarcastic manner. Telly and Windflower glanced at each other with an estranged look, both understanding bored at the disruption to the show. Why complain and speculate when we can get answers just by quietly watching, Anank softly murmured. Noctis clapped his hands, his face alleviated. Well said, the show must go on. Strangely, the cinema seemed to also agree for once, as the screen continued. So the 9 were determined to destroy the Empire. And Oro had been only posing as a loyal Imperial soldier. No wonder he had seemed so different from the rest of the Slavers. It was a tantalizing piece of information. Still, in Sunny's first nightmare, Oro had been merely an awakened swordsman, and one who did not seem to have unsealed his aspect yet, at that. So, the 9 must not have been that powerful back then. How had 9 people hoped to destroy an empire that enjoyed the favor of a god? He wanted to know more. So, it was just the 9 of you against the entire empire. Uriz scoffed. Questions, 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 you are so full of questions, boy. Why are you so interested in the ancient past, anyway? Sunny smiled darkly, reminding himself to be polite and ingratiate himself with the mysterious skeleton. Oh, 2 reasons, mainly. Be nice, be polite. You need to get into his good graces. His mouth moved on its own. Because we are still paying for the sins committed by you vile bastards in that ancient past. If you impossible, abhorrent fools did not go and break the damn world back then, I wouldn't have been so desperate to learn how to fix it, would I? Uriz just stared at him silently with empty eye sockets. He did not seem too offended, but Sunny took a deep breath and held it, struggling to suppress his scathing fury. The 7th incarnation, meanwhile, spoke in a more neutral tone. Well, and also, you might not know it, but the nightmare spell has been running rampant for thousands of years. These days, it is more or less the only god that exists. The dream realm, meanwhile, is blooming with what we call nightmare seeds, and if you enter one, the spell gives you a special trial. That trial takes the form of an event from the ancient past, so knowing more about the past makes it easier to survive there. He paused, then added. Obviously, the nightmares are quite deadly. So one would naturally have no reason to enter one, except for the fact that if a blooming seed is left intact, it will continue to infect the world with corruption. Something like that, at least. For the first time, Uriz seemed a little surprised. Weaver's little spell. So it has gotten that powerful. Huh, how surprising. No wonder that abominable girl reeked of demon, then. Sunny's eye twitched. Single quote ... Little spell. He took another deep breath and forced his original body to speak. So, what? Are you going to persecute me needlessly just because of where I come from? Let me tell you something, Uriz. He looked at the skeleton somberly. Being petty is unbecoming of a gentleman. Spitefulness is a hideous thing, a blemish on one's character, and an obstacle on the path to virtue. An enlightened man must know how to let go of grudges and embrace forgiveness. Tolerance and compassion pave the road to grace. Of course, Sunny was no gentleman, had no interest whatsoever in being virtuous, considered enlightened values to be synonymous with foolishness, and preferred to stay as far away from grace as possible, lest he catch it. But the ancient skeleton did not need to know that. Uriz remained silent for a while, then sighed. My, oh my, how eloquent. Don't you worry, boy. I wasn't going to act on my distaste for your kind, it's all in the ancient past, anyway. Let bygones be bygones. I was just contemplating how deeply ironic it is, that after thousands of years, the only ones who remain are the children of war. You can't even imagine. Sunny grinned. Well, I'll be able to imagine if you explain things properly. The skeleton stared at him silently for a while. Then, Uriz chuckled. Ah, but you expressed how desperate your need for knowledge is. So why should I share mine for free? A thud sounded out, as people turned in their seats in a startled manner. However, nothing could have startled them more than the sight before them. As the self-proclaimed Lord of the East, Noctis, was now rolling on the ground before his seat, howls of laughter escaping his mouth as tears formed in his eyes. His laughter lessened as he wheezed for air, having laughed so passionately. Gods, I can't get enough. Ha ha ha. I love it so much. This place brings me here and shows and teaches me such things, and now it puts on the most humorous display of gestures I've seen in all my years. He choked. He slowly pulled himself back into his seat, Salvan facing the other way, a look of disgust and disbelief on her face, not wanting to associate with him. Like a parent too embarrassed to stop their child from acting out. Slowly he wiped the tears from his face. Ah! Such audacious and treacherous bastards, even with their lives on the line in such a predicament, they have the spite to barter with each other. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Are you insane? He just revealed and mentioned that he is on the path to becoming a supreme, supreme. And you're absorbed by their bickering. Kai yelled in disbelief. Noctis finally adjusted himself, a wry smile on his face. Oh, that's quite fascinating as well, I've been meaning to become supreme for a bit now. The others looked at him in disbelief, as a chuckle sounded from the first row, even catching Nefis by surprise. It is quite theatrical. Anank joked, a wistful smile on her face. Amidst the split reaction a noise sounded out, grabbing their attention. Strangely, the images were shifting again, but there was no noise. Instead, a strange static noise played as Sunny's mouth continued to move. The damn thing, was censoring the information. How audacious, even after having kidnapped its audience, it now had the gall to censor and hide information like a stingy copyright directive. Eyes twitched. This damn thing is censoring the information. Lousy swindler. Effie yelled, waving her fist. Darren sighed, it's only natural after all since he's close. Heads turned, in his direction hungry for answers. Darren looked around, unamused and unimpressed. What else? He's naturally giving advice on how to become supreme. Become supreme. Mouth hung Agape in shock and disbelief, a cry sounding out. But that's not fair. How can he just hand over the information? Luster cried out. Saint Cor snorted. You'd think it'd be so easy, then there'd be much more historical remains of countless supremes. Still, Rain croaked, a mixture of envy and jealousy in her voice, having not even awakened yet. Mordred joined in, shrugging his shoulders, who says it's for free. I can imagine those bones are swindling him right now. Noctis turned, grinning in amusement, rightfully so. About time he got a taste of being on the receiving end. At the wording, Effie shot Nefis a cheeky grin, but she skillfully sensed it coming and ignored it. It makes sense after all, Revel murmured, he's been forgotten by even the spell, it is only natural for him to seek out such information in desperation. Besides, it likely isn't such a carefree process. The information provided is likely akin to a formula, how one applies and uses that formula in the problem, is up to the person. Results can and paths can be different even with similar starts, Julius echoed. Rightfully said, Darren chimed in. Heads turned around in disarray, unsure whether to be shocked or relieved by the mixture of reactions to the matter. Jet huffed, again, what's with you people? You're still being surprised by new informa. As she spoke, the crackling subsided as Sunny's voice once again sounded in their ears. I've killed countless beings that were way more powerful than me, you know. How come I am not supreme yet? The skeleton stared at him for a while, then offered helpfully. I guess they weren't powerful enough. A quiet groan escaped from Sunny's mouth. What are you talking about? I am a mere transcendent, and yet I go around routinely killing great nightmare creatures. I killed my first sovereign back when I was an ascended, in fact, granted, he was already consumed by corruption and no different from a beast by then. Hell, I killed a great devil as a dreamer. Uriz was seemingly taken aback. He remained silent for a few moments, then mumbled in a puzzled tone. My, oh my, then, the skeleton stared at him with reproach. The words seemed to have a will of their own, carrying physical force. As soon as they left his mouth and traveled through the room, they seemed to physically punch every single person, causing some to stagger and others to sway while clutching their head. The assault didn't end there, instead following up with an even more devastating blow. You know what, I'm in no mood for your antics. In fact, I am tired, spent, and in pain. My soul is damaged, and my body is full of holes. How about you get over your indignation and give me actual advice? Uri's laughed. Well, I don't know. Have you tried, not killing something? Sunny frowned. I did. In fact, I was attacked by 13 saints recently, and I only killed 6. Wait, was it 6? I think it was. Uri's lowered his skull in dejection. What is that bastard so dejected about? POW. Their bodies jolted, blood rushing to their head as they started to become lightheaded from the information overload. Great devil. 13 saints. 6 dead. Eyes twitched as lips quivered, some groans of exhaustion and defeat sounding out. Effie clutched her face, dragging it to down, her eyes tired. Just take me back to the Sunfist lounge, take me home. Even Jet seemed to be overwhelmed by the surge of emotion, despite already being dead, as she leaned back massaging her temples. For once we can agree on something, she murmured. A great devil is a sleeper, Rain muttered in a trance, her eyes spinning. Even Darren displayed a rare look of utter disbelief, his eyes wide open. Windflower was even more shocked, both at the information and the alien-like display of emotion on her father's face. The curtains began to shift, color now returning to their delight as they began moving back to their original places. Sunny muttered a curse. A few moments later, the mysterious skeleton asked with curiosity. So, are you going to listen to my advice and let her be? Or do what you always seem to do and kill her? Let me repeat, just in case, doing so will be extremely dangerous. It is much better to just allow the shadow realm itself to finish her off. Sunny stared at the shadow of the archer. Uri's was right. Inviting this murderous shadow into his soul would be extremely dangerous, and it would be much wiser to let her live. For a bit more. Considering how severely damaged the archer was, she would without a doubt be destroyed by the shadow realm soon. It was just that Sunny did not believe that one bit. There were countless reasons that pointed to the fact that the archer would not survive even if left alone, but he had survived too many impossible situations to feel confident. That maniac was a kindred spirit, of sorts. Even though the world itself was against her, she would find a way to live on. He was sure of it. And, more importantly, Sunny was not one to let go of a grudge. He smiled darkly. I'll risk it. With that, he strained his hand, and cut the archer's throat with the sharp fragment of the ivory fang. As the shadowy blood splattered in the air, the color finally surged, returning the room to normal. The reward. Had finally ended. Everyone blinked. It was like they had just lived a second life, and now were just realizing and coming back to their own. Their faces were blank, same as their minds, invisible sparks flying above their heads as gears in their heads tried to compute the information overload. Only Rain seemed sentient, as she strangely stared at her shadow with sharp intensity. Like she was expecting it to change in some way. But it was still too much. Killing a sacred, divine realms, divine shadow, secrets of the gods, Yuri's brief awareness, the path to supremacy, a great devil as is a sleeper. And lastly, 13 saints. At the last remark, the Blood Sisters' faces had become quite dangerous, both in anger and disbelief. The future was supposedly not set as fate was disrupted. They had allowed the option to be saved in hopes of better understanding their loss and the factors that played a part. But now it seemed that without fate, there was a possibility of an even more crushing defeat. Even Beastmaster was in disbelief, confused on whether to be ecstatic or dismayed by the information. The cold-hearted Morgan even had a brief look of disbelief at the statement. It would be a crime to not put him up to the likes of Hercules and Odyssey as a legend. Except he wasn't a legend, because he hadn't fulfilled the requirement of having to die to be remembered. He was more than alive, and in contrast, completely forgotten. Which only made them further dreadfully speculate. What else had he truly gone through, learned and survived? It was even more mind-boggling and exhausting than when they had interacted with the Mad Prince. He's got to be lying, Effie murmured, causing both Kai and Rain to shiver. Well, Ananake calmly replied, he does call himself the most honest person in two worlds. Despite having gained a new view of everything he had learned, Julius also felt overwhelmed for once, though he found it hard to believe. But more importantly, he felt a strange pang of guilt as his hypothesis continued to grow. Just when it was about to end, I desired it to continue, and it did. Moreover, with the information about the divine realms, it is plausible to assume that we are indeed inside some form of unknown entity that is above the gods. Strangely, I cannot corroborate whether the entity interacting and controlling the cinema is the same as the host of the body, or some strange separate consciousness. His brows and mustache furrowed as he muttered some thoughts, before shaking his head and rising. A smile beaming on his face. Well now, that was quite the performance, as our friend Noctis would say, truly such a divine opportunity. He exclaimed. On the screen, two options were now flashing. Please choose a viewing. Shadow of Godgrave, or Smile of Regret. The words blinked on the screen with a strangely menacing glow, as if taunting them. Oh, is this not what you wanted? I thought you were thirsting for fights. Effie waved her hand above her face. No, no more. Take me back. The Blood Sisters also rose, a look of determination on their faces, as Seishan spoke out. We second a break or pause of sorts. Morgan raised an eyebrow in curiosity, but just cut her off before she could speak. How do we even know that it will allow it to us? We could just be wasting questions for all we know. Right, last time it gave us the break before we could even ask or think, meaning that it has an internal timer of sorts, Saint Roan chimed in. Eyes wavered. Troubling, they already needed to allocate a question to the context behind the choices, and there was an infinitesimal amount of questions they had about what they had just learned. It was stingy, but tactfully so. Knowledge was a precious opportunity. And yet they would only have 4 chances. Everyone turned their heads, unsure of how to proceed. Among the crowd an unexpected hand rose. Get the mundane girl to ask, Mordred cooed. Silence. Then, rain froze. The room turned frigid. The air thickened with unspoken tension, suffocating. The saints stared at Mordred with something between suspicion and outright murder. The cur has the audacity to make such a suggestion. Morgan hissed, her tone venomous. Mordred blinked innocently, spreading his hands. What? I'm simply pointing out something logical. This place clearly has some sort of interest in our dear Sonny. Wouldn't it make sense for it to have a similar soft spot for his sister? Nephiz's eyes narrowed. What are you getting at? Mordred's expression twisted into something unreadable. Oh, how hostile. I was merely pointing out how entertaining this whole little charade is. Who knows what amusing things could happen if we followed this particular thread. A slow, creeping smile stretched across his face. And for some reason, no one could shake the feeling that he was right. Cassie moved to open her mouth, but Rain spoke first. No, I'll do it. I always would like a break, she murmured, a hint of tiredness in her voice. Nephi's seemed to still be against it, but she couldn't direct her actions like a strict mother, so she let her act on her own volition. Rain rose, taking a slow step forward. She briefly looked back as the crowd stared at her, as she craned her head up to the screen. Blinking, she nervously swallowed, clearing her throat. Quote. Dear Screen no. Sir Screen, can you kindly let us have a break or pause of sort? Everyone held their breath in anticipation as after a few seconds, statements blinked on the screen. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. Waiting room is unprepared. No. Effie yelped, causing glares, while others dropped in defeat. Shame, guess we just have to watch another legendary battle, Mordred sighed, but the screen continued. Alternate lounge shall substitute. Single quote. Single quote. Alternate lounge. Before they could raise questions, the curtains at the front once again parted, revealing a path. Effie raised an eyebrow in confusion and disbelief. Wait, does this mean that there were other relationships? A quick backhand to her head caused her to shift forward, Jet now tiredly glaring. Effie please, you're an adult, and a saint at that. Quote. Effie tilted her head, honest confusion on her face. It said alternate lounge, what else would it be implying other than something similar to the last? Jet opened her mouth to retort, but paused. Strange. She was right. A look of genuine confusion and concern began to grow on her face as she trailed behind them. Like zombies, they all routinely made their way down in silence, as they passed through the breach. The curtains reverted after they had all moved over, the usual hallway stretching grande before them. Silently they looked at each other before trudging forward, all in silence, replaying the information in their minds in secrecy. They didn't even bother to mention the Cosmos view, slightly unnerved by another startling appearance that would affect their already fragile minds. Even Effie seemed to be going strong, both with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation at what the new lounge would show, or who it would show. Briefly, she glanced at Neffy's, but her face remained indifferent. Although she could have sworn that there were brief signs of stress and worry. Effie did not dare push or prod on that matter. After all, they were friends not enemies, and pushing on that type of matter seemed a bit too cruel. Before they knew it, a door appeared in the distance. Strangely, it looked identical to the one of the Sunfist lounge. At the sight, Neffy slowed her pace as Cassie paced next to her. Seems like it's the same lounge, just with new or different options, she whispered. Neffy's had no words, except hidden emotion. It was impossible to deny that she was slightly stressed at what the other option would show, or what kind of beration would follow suit from Effie. But, she would also be lying if she didn't admit she was slightly envious to see what it would show. A small smile briefly flashed on her face, not going unnoticed to Cassie, whose smile faded with a sour response. Kai frowned. I thought it would be a different. A figure shot past him, bumping into his shoulder, knocking the wind out of his lungs. Effie weaved her way through the crowd to the front by Anank's side. She slightly tapped her shoulder. Hey, you wouldn't mind keeping an eye on this little cub, would you? She asked, an impatient grin growing on her face. Anank softly smiled, of course not, dear. Ling looked between the two, confusion on his face. Anank stretched her hand, which he gingerly grasped, swinging it back and forth as if to flex his strength. Oh ho! Anank chuckled, such a powerful arm, as expected of the strongest child. Ling smugly grinned, puffing his chest, causing Effie to smile in relief. Great! In one powerful motion, she moved, covering the great distance in a few bounds, arriving before the door. The others remained unfazed, keeping their pace. Ahead of them Effie reached the door and grabbed the handle, but strangely went stiff. Before, she abruptly collapsed to the ground on her knees. Alarm flared in the eyes of the cohort. Effie! Jet shouted, hey Effie! Still no response, as she remained motionless. She looked unharmed, but the actions were nerve-wracking and unceremonious of her nature. Danger! They all quickened their pace into a jog, the other two groups also quickening their pace, looks of confusion on their faces. Shortly closing the distance, they approached her figure, coming closer as a strange sob met their ears. Why you monster! You were my god! Give it back to me! She sobbed, hunching over in front of the door. As everyone finally arrived before the door, they noticed what had sparked such a reaction. Though it was grieving to her, the sight strangely sparked anticipation and excitement in the eyes of others. This was something they could enjoy and find comfort in. Especially Rain, who was practically shaking at what she saw. This is practically a gift to me. By the time the others reached her, their breath hitched. Because now, they all saw it. The door, identical to the Sunfist lounge. Same brass knob, same plating, same wood, but the words etched into the metal were different. It did not say, Sunfist Lounge. It read, Sunny's Marvelous Memory Museum. Next chapter will quite possibly have the most conversations and interactions I have ever written. It may also possibly be the longest chapter yet. Well, for good reason. Stop telling and asking me to write specific moments. I said I would sometimes take suggestions but only if they have good reason. Take Reader's recommendation of adding Ling. It had good logical potential and was original, that's why I did it. But asking for specific scenes either doesn't make any logical sense with the timeline of events or the nature of their understanding of what they've seen him do. Just think, it would hold no narrative value or significance. And I already have like 5 pages of brainstorming about what I will do. Final thing is like 50 plus chapters lol. Trust, I spend way too much time and effort piecing everything in place. I'm never seeing the end of this story. I just write for free and fun, and what interactions I think would be enjoyable. Oh yeah, and next is indeed the moment I've wanting to write. Sunny's Marvelous Memory Museum. The words on the plate seemed to have an eerie glow that tempted them. They kept reassuring themselves to learn from ignorance, but maybe it was in human nature to subside the risk presented. How could they not? The room was clearly related and dedicated to the memories he had collected throughout his life. Whether one was dependent or lenient to the use of them as an awakened, there was a unified fleeting sense of honest excitement when one acquired their first. Oh, I never thought of that, how cool. Wow, this blade looks awesome. How convenient, now I don't need to worry about that anymore. More importantly, these were memories from Sunny, someone they had seen accomplish and supersede the impossible, thus their minds could only prosper at what trinkets and relics of wonder were in his possession. Rain especially, who was practically frothing at the mouth, her hands jittery with impatience. She was always nagging her brother for a memory, anything would be fine no matter what rank or significance they had. And now, the candy store lay bare before her, with no parent to deny her desire. As if hearing her desire, the door made an audible click, that caused her lips to curl. Let's see what you've been holding out on me now. Kai raised his hand to say something again, but Rain barreled past him, knocking the breath out of his lungs, blurring past the distraught Effie and quickly opening the door. Cassie took a step forward in concern. Rain. Why? But she had already turned the handle and passed through the door, pausing, as she turned around to face the dumbfounded crowd, a sheepish grin on her face. Like Mr. Core said, this place hasn't threatened our lives, so what's wrong with honest curiosity? Everyone glanced at Saint Core, who held a flat expression. But in his eyes there was a strange twinkle, a small satisfaction that his words had reached some. He coughed, looking around. I don't see her turning into some nightmare creature. The other saints stared at him, like a dumbfounded elder sibling watching their younger get away with something in front of their parents. But they didn't quite know how to respond, and admittedly, they were a bit hesitant to voice their disapproval to her despite not even being awakened. Her brother, after all, was the lottery ticket growing in value which they had to act quick to claim. What better way to win his favor, than making a good impression with his sister who he dearly loved? Gazes bounced around, as some shrugged and nodded in silence. They were also quite anxious to see what lies behind the door. Rain didn't need another second, as she beamed, her figure disappearing into the room. The others slowly moved, following behind her. Only Effie was left behind, still kneeling before the door, a look of pure betrayal and grievance on her face. Begrudgingly, she lifted herself off the floor and sulked through the door, grumbles sounding from her mouth. Bastards, how dare you betray the Sunfist Lounge? Rain moved ahead, as the others slowly made their way into the room, marveling at the size of it all. The room was quite atypical as the others they had seen. The usual endless ceiling, velvet red curtains for walls and an aesthetic mosaic of a checkered black and white pattern on the marble floor. Except this room had one stark feature in comparison. It was massive. It stretched far and wide, pathways snaking from back to front. All around them on Roman-like stone pedestals, there were unique memories of all types in glass boxes. Honestly, it looked typical of a normal museum, except that it carried a magical energy in the air, one that left everyone enthralled and intrigued at what they would learn and see. Memories, memories, so many damn memories. She squealed. This was something she had longed for, memories of all forms and shapes, a magical concept that she dreamed and desired at gaining when awakening. Weapons of all sorts, armors of different caliber, trinkets of mysteries, ancient relics and rocks. She frowned, spotting a case with an ordinary looking rock in the distance. You've killed dead gods, survived for unfathomable horrors, learned deadly secrets, and yet you have a rock as a prized memory. Quickening her pace, she arrived before the display, her confusion only growing. It was indeed an ordinary rock. What's so special about a damn rock? She tilted her head, looking at the plated description below the box. Thankfully, it was not another one of the pretentious poems that the cinema seemed to strangely love, instead just a curt paragraph. A humble origin, but a legendary journey. This ordinary rock was obtained when the unknown was on the verge of losing all hope. Strange, how something so ordinary can inspire and spur someone who can only be contrasted with the same term. The rock followed the unknown on his journey, crossing vast worlds, and aiding in battles against many mighty foes. They say the pen is mightier than the sword, but truly, none is more glorious than the ordinary rock. Rain stared, blinking at the description, unsure what to think. The rock, the damn thing has a more adventurous life than me. She shook her head in dejection. No. There's surely got to be cooler things. Like, a sword that can cut anything. Or, an armor that reflects all damage received. Whipping around, she scanned the room, but she shuddered as her gaze landed on a chair, a plain, wooden chair. Her mouth hung open in disbelief, suddenly finding herself standing before the display case. It doesn't even look fancy. The chair at my desk is of higher quality. She breathed in disbelief, her eyes moving down to the description. Trapped in a fate none had previously escaped, the unknown was like always, alone. In the depths of his despair and pain, he did what none had ever achieved. Through sheer spite he persisted with conviction, his body broke but his will remained resolute, discovering an art long forgotten. This pitiful slave in a land of forsaken hope learned the forbidden art of weaving. Fate refused to loosen its chain on the unknown, so instead he took matters from his own hands and broke the chains that had claimed the lives of so many others. Not long after, the unknown began his journey. This divine wooden chair marks the beginning and both the end. Rain could only stare at the description. Quote. In her mind, the many occurrences when he had nonchalantly pulled out the chair like it meant nothing. And more importantly, the amount of times she had sat on it without a care. She traced her fingers along the glass, the weight of realization settling in. This wasn't just a chair. It was a symbol of everything he had endured, the struggles he had faced, the moment he had chosen to live despite the world seemingly condemning him to die. And yet, he had never made a fuss about it. Never treated it like some sacred relic. To him, it was just a chair, because to him, she and the others meant more than any memory in this place. A weak smile tugged at her lips, a warmth spreading through her chest. Who cares about matching or living up to his feats? Being cherished by him, that's more valuable than anything in this room. She took a step back, casting one last, grateful look at the rock and the chair. Two seemingly ordinary things that had stood by him when no one else had. Whispering a quiet word of thanks, she turned away, the whimsical smile still on her face, her heart lighter than before. Despite having learned and realized so much information that tore her being apart. It was enough, but that didn't quell her itching desire to see memories at the level of gods. On another side of the room, valor had mostly split up into smaller groups. Tyrus and Roan, Gilead and Jest, and lastly Saint Ali with the rest. Only Morgan was standing alone as she walked through the room. Her eyes swept over the varying memories, sometimes with disappointment, sometimes with surprise. She clicked her tongue. Our Smiths can replicate and do better than most of the stuff here. Her pace remained even, until she suddenly stopped before one display case. The scrutiny in her eyes disappeared, now replaced by a curiosity. It was a bow, a warbow, her warbow. She remained still, sweeping every detail of the weapon, making sure it was in fact the same tool and not some cheap copy. But no matter how much she wanted to deny it, this was indeed her bow. It had always been a nagging mystery on what had happened to it, and now the answer seemed to lie before her. Her face became complicated. Did the mongrel steal it from me? No, it was a prized creation and gift. Even if he somehow did, Valor would have without a doubt hunted him down and executed him for such a petty act. More importantly, she couldn't imagine herself losing it. Strangely, it seemed only possible that she would have given it to him. Well, he was cute, but not that cute. Her gaze lowered, landing on the description below. This mighty warbow belonged to the champion of valor. In a grand event, the unknown rose from the shadows, breaking everyone who thought themselves a warrior. Despite his origin, only someone of similar conviction seemed worthy of matching such a honed blade. Thus, the champion who had everything clashed with the one who had nothing. All actions are just when spoken with a blade, and the champion of valor felt so. She smiled, acknowledging his conviction, giving him something she held most dear to her heart. As he had touched hers. Silently, she read the statement over and over again, the strange feeling in her heart only growing. The thought of snatching Sunny away to coerce him into an allegiance with valor had been a fleeting and somewhat humorous thought. But now, why did the description strangely imply that she held possible feelings in the past? Of course, she wasn't vehemently against the prospect of a relationship, it was just that she had chased the idea away for a long while. After all, such a thing wouldn't have been possible with anyone other than a saint or one with an aspect of self-fortification nature. But now the place was teasing her about her desire having already been answered but forgotten. Her confusion only grew each time she read the statement, the ambiguity seemingly compound. The prospect at the nature of his durable skin and bones was merely an honest interest. Quote. Admittingly, he's also an acknowledgeable warrior. She paused, an unusual smile finding itself on her lips, causing Effie and Neffys to strangely shiver across the room. The idea isn't terrible, she hummed, her tone aloof with amusement. She continued her pace, examining the weapons along her path with appropriate praise and criticism. As she did, both Jest and Mordred stared at her in perplexion, with varying thoughts. As now, the usual steely Morgan of valor was humming leisurely with a smile on her face. In a separate section of the room, two figures clad in red garments stood before a case containing a strange set of armor. The description read, "In a shattered world, the unknown burned with a desire in search of power." Fate seemed to answer his desire too honestly, as the unknown crossed paths with one had become lost in what he yearned for. The dead are meant to tell no tales, but the same cannot be said for grudges. Through the reflections of the past, the unknown was condemned and tormented by the one he had freed from such a fate. Shadows are meant to be docile beings, but the same cannot be said for such a treacherous shadow. Thus, he ended their life, not once, but twice. Noctis and Solvon stared at the description, contrasting looks of disdain and amusement. Well, it seems the outcome was quite clear, Noctis coughed, covering his stupid smile. Solvon only stared at the description, her lips continuing to twitch as her eyes scathed with resent, before she breathed a deep sigh. Naturally, this was already implied during a previous viewing option, "Shadow never forget," she muttered. Noctis's shoulders slightly quivered as Solvon's gaze dangerously narrowed. After a moment, his demeanor shifted, as he leaned forward to look at the description, before shaking his head in dejection. "Still, it's quite disheartening," he sighed, glancing at Solvon with a mischievous look. "I'm slightly hurt that the place has ceased with the splendid poetry." Solvon betrayed no reaction, not even turning to face him. "It's not funny the third time," she grumbled. An unusual look of disbelief formed on his face as he jabbed his finger. What would you know about comedy? You war-crazed barbarian." Solvon remained unfazed, possibly even delighted by what should have been an insult to a normal person. Noctis huffed, crossing his arms. "Really? What happened to having humor in this time?" "No, all times. Humor is only enamored by idiots who meet such a mundane end," she cooed. "I beg to differ," Noctis retorted, a rare tone of seriousness in his voice. "From what I've seen, only the most exalted beings find solace in humor, such as the likes of Sunny and Uris," he proudly remarked. He paused, considering something before continuing. "There's also that fellow Mordred, but he's quite eerie." Quote. I wonder if Sunny took after me when we supposedly met in his second nightmare, he mumbled, stroking his chin. Solvan scoffed. On the contrary, I think he would love nothing more than to beat you to a pulp based on his nature. I wouldn't be surprised if your dagger is among his collection of trophies. Noctis's eyes widened, his voice sounding out, no such thing. We were surely the best of companions. You have no companions, only victims, Solvan muttered. Noctis's volume became dangerous, again. Says the war-crazed barbarian. If anything, your dagger is in one of these displays. Solvan shuddered, as the intensity began to leave Noctis's face, replaced by a growing smug look of victory to her reaction. However, Solvan only shrugged, a satisfied smile on her beautiful face. That only means I met a glorious end, she whispered, causing Noctis to scowl in defeat. Solvan smirked, an unusually honest look on her face, before turning and moving along the aisle, Noctis quickly trailing behind her, his face still laced with offense. Preposterous. Why would she say such a thing? I know we were the best of friends. His grin slightly faltered, as he quickly glanced around, trying to spot a noticeably dark onyx dagger among the displays. Yes, I can feel it, we were the best of companions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Towards the back, Darren was standing alone before a display, his face somber. Inside, was a recognizable band of coiling steel, resembling a serpent devouring itself. The crown of Storm, his crown, Sunny's crown. He had already long come to accept the reality of what had transpired for it to end up in his possession, and it admittedly put him at ease. Even now, it was still being preserved and cherished after what had been lost. His hand rose to slightly caresses his forehead where it would usually rest, his gaze lowering down to the description. In a dreadful tomb, where both time and truth live in lies, a lone shadow desired to no longer hide. In pursuit, he met with one who had lost himself in a similar journey, a king, a noble of fallen grace. A slave and a king, their destruction and rage indiscriminate as they battled. Alas, the king fell, but his dignity did not. As the shadow somberly took his crown and his lineage, promising to right what he had failed to do and wronged. The final testament clawed at his being as he stared at it. It shouldn't be his fault. It wasn't his fault. So, why did he helplessly feel like it was? He slowly brought his hands up to rub his cheeks, his hands a little moist when he pulled them away, a silent whisper escaping his lips. I'm sorry I failed you. His attention shifted when noticing approaching footsteps, straightening his posture and turning to face Windflower who now stood beside him. It is indeed your crown, she mumbled. Slightly tarnished and old, but yes. It is mine. Darren chuckled, before sighing, this nightmare spell is quite something in the future, making all these memories for its carriers. Windflower nodded eagerly, do tell. All the normal work and effort put into making them, and they get so many just by killing creatures. Darren smiled, anything related to you. Quote. Windflower paused, her eyes slightly dropping, causing Darren's face to sag in regret of asking. Yes. There is one I found, she mumbled, leading her father to another case not too far away. Inside was a delicate flower, an azure lily with iridescent colors and a pulsing glow. It wasn't something of notable recognition, but it didn't take much thought to associate it with someone in the room. They stood before it, both looking at the description. In a tower trapped in time, a damsel waited in distress. Hoping that someone would arrive to end her harrowing predicament. Her cries were answered, but not by a valiant knight, instead by someone quite the opposite in nature. Through blood and sweat, the unknown battled against time and fulfilled the princess's desire, completing her final wish and snuffing out her pitiful existence. He shattered her dreams with effortful grace. At last, she finally found peace in time's embrace. Windflower coughed in embarrassment. I know, this place has quite a way with its descriptions. Darren silently stared at the description. It describes him having killed you, he muttered, his tone deep and slightly hostile. Windflower's eyes widened in slight panic as her lips curled into an awkward smile. Based on the information given, it was my request for him to put an end to my life, although I don't know the circumstances. Darren's face slightly relaxed as he looked at the description and then back at her again, his brows raising in amusement. A damsel waited in distress, hoping that someone would arrive to end her harrowing predicament. Her cries were answered, but not by a valiant knight, instead by someone quite the opposite in nature. He mused, slightly tilting his head. Windflower's eyes widened, a slight blush creeping on her cheeks. No such thing, she exclaimed without grace, her arms waving in emphasis. After a moment she calmed slightly, her tone now slightly lower. Besides, she whispered, he killed you. Darren continued to stare at her, a glimmer of satisfaction and reassurance in his eyes as he glanced off not too far away. A good distance away, St. Tyrus and Roan could be seen interrogating Telly in front of a display with a peculiar set of armor adorned with white feathers. Their voices didn't reach them, but reading Telly's panicked and slightly red face, and Tyrus and Roan's looks of concern, it wasn't too hard to figure out what they were reprimanding her for. He looked back at Windflower, her face slightly pouting as she crossed her arms. A warm smile formed on his face. Good. Around the middle of the room, Jet was pacing around, pausing at some displays and gliding past others. Quite an arsenal, she whistled, stretching her arms above her head. As she lowered them, she caught notice of the lovebirds Kim and Luster standing before a particularly large display, their attention completely enthralled. She meandered over, quietly stopping behind them. Found something interesting, she echoed, causing both of them to jump, spinning around and instinctively saluting her. Nothing of particular interest, Commander Jet, ma'am. Luster barked without a second thought. Jet smirked, tapping them on the shoulders. Trick question, everything in here is interesting. Kim and Luster slightly relaxed at the remark, their shoulders lowering, as Jet glanced at the display over their shoulders, looking back at them. Although you did lie, something clearly has caught your eye, she murmured, causing Luster to stiffen in panic. Jet only rolled her eyes. Relax, what's the matter with you two? Kim and Luster glanced at each other before moving to the side, allowing some space for Jet to step forward and get a good look of what was in the display. It was a large spear, crudely shaped from the bone of some slain behemoth of an abomination. There were no unique features, attachments or any craftsmanship temperament of any sort. If it wasn't in display, it could easily be mistaken for an outdoor weapon that a child had found and fashioned. Albeit very sharp and deadly. Jet scoffed, looking at the two, looks like a giant toothpick to me. Kim and Luster glanced at each other, before Kim gulped and smiled. No, it's the description which is interesting. Jet spared no second as she leaned forward, her eyes widening with each word she read on the plaque before her. Forsaken and left for dead, cries of despair and fright rang out among a desolate icy plain. The snow had chased away the warmth which they yearned, but that was possibly a crucial mistake, as it attracted a shadow who had long forgotten such fleeting grace. He rallied and led them forward, carving a path of hope through blood and fury. Even mountains seemed to fear his wrath, rising to crush him in defiance. But a cockroach is hard to kill, and a shadow, even more so. Thus, the unknown endured. He forged a spear, one born from his agony, a weapon that returned the earth-shattering pain he had suffered tenfold. And with a single mighty swing, the mountain crumbled before him. Jet's eyes shifted as she grimaced. Goliath. She turned to Kim and Luster, a remorseful look on her face. I assume you also surmised this as pertaining to him killing Goliath. Kim and Luster solemnly nodded. Jet sighed. It kept nagging at me that I felt I knew him. Seems we were on the same boat in Antarctica. Still, she murmured, rubbing her chin, he's definitely younger than me, but it's impossible to tell whether he was a master or a fresh awakened at the time. No way he was higher ranked than me. Kim and Luster shifted, glancing at each other before Kim raised her voice. Yes, that's also what we surmised, but we also think he was our captain, she whispered. Jet's face became gloomy as Luster nodded and continued. We always found it strange that we couldn't piece together or remember who they were, but ever since we arrived here, the answer has become increasing clear. The devil of Antarctica. Jet mumbled. Kim sniffled, wiping away forming tears. The last we can recall was evacuating as the rest went to fight the winter beast. At the final remark both their eyes widened as they looked at Jet for answers, but sadly she was painfully just as ambiguous as they were. But one thing was now clear. He had been there. In that harrowing march of doom, where all of their hopeful soldiers fell. He had been there all along. Jet lowered her head. She had always been perplexed by how she had survived. Well, survived was a peculiar word for her. Even if she was frozen solid, she would still be alive. But her body would be a wreck, and due to the nature of her flaw, she would most logically have died from being incapable of hunting something to replenish her core. Damn it, God, was he even there, keeping me alive on my last breath? Luster gulped nervously. So, do you think it's him? Do you think he's what caused it to disappear? Jet glanced up at him, before coughing. I'm not a seer from what I can remember, how would I know? Her words caused an immediate comic-like reaction in Kim's eyes. But, she continued, if anyone can kill that wretched thing, it would definitely be him. The complexion returned to Kim and Luster's face as warm smiles grew on their lips, slowly nodding in agreement. Maybe we'll even get to see it in a viewing, Kim murmured. Jet laughed. I wouldn't be surprised if there's already a trophy from the fight somewhere in this place. Wanna join me in the search? Well, her voice droned as she looked around, if we can find it among all these garments he has. Strange how a supposed commander would have the wardrobe of a flower boy. She paused, something flashing on her eyes for a brief moment as she lightly smiled. Flower boy, what a strange word. She shook her head, beckoning in a direction with a nod as she began to move. Kim and Luster held each other's hands as they nodded, hopeful smiles on their faces as they marched behind her. Jet's expression softened as she walked ahead, a quiet sense of gratitude curling on her lips. Her nose twitched as she brought her arm up to wipe her face, surprised to find that a tear had fallen down. Ah, damn it, she silently cursed, glad that she had taken the lead, not allowing her companions and soldiers to see her in such a rare emotional state. I bet he gave it hell, she whispered. At the front of the room, Neffes was still standing alone, not having moved since she entered. Silently she stared, her gaze sweeping over the numerous memories displayed before her. Of course, it was not nearly as grand as the arsenal she had built up, both in her time trapped in the dream realm, nor during the explosion in Twilight. She had received so many memories in that battle, that she had yet to still properly sort them out and keep the valuable ones and pawn off the lesser needed. But in here, everything was a giant story. Every memory, whether flashy, tall, sharp or ancient, held a story. Sunny's story, the story they had all forgotten. The story she had forgotten. Thus, why she had been rooted as soon as the sight met her eyes. Momentarily, various objects would cause flashes of images or painful headaches, while others sparked feelings of joy, amusement, pain and remorse. A life which she was supposed to know. A life she had forgotten. She silently stared, wondering what each one meant, trying to imagine scenarios of how he had acquired them. What harrowing battles he had fought, what secrets he had unraveled while discovering them. How many involved her. A long sigh escaped her lips as she began to move towards Cassie's figure in the distance, observing the others as she did so. Rain was gawking at some flashy armor towards the end, a look of honest excitement on her face which put Neffes at ease. Not too far away from her, the Blood Sisters were spaced around various displays containing garments. Strangely, Effie was among them, even more strangely conversing with Beastmaster about something. The sight of it brought an uneasy chill down her spine. Down the middle, Valor and the Irregulars were quite spread out. Noctis and Salvon were staring at a display with a strange chest. Even more peculiar was how Salvon was laughing while Noctis kneeled on the floor in despair. Jet had paired up with Kim and Luster, and were looking at a peculiar jade blade. Julius was running up and down the aisle like a madman, seemingly trying to digest all the information before they were kicked out. Darren and Windflower were standing before a display that held the guiding light. Tyrus, Roan and Telly were standing in front of an armor arguing. Morgan was pacing around, even Mordred was standing before a display that held a peculiar mirror, a look of intrigue on his face. She paused, an unusual feeling in her chest. The whole thing felt surreal. How people who were meant to be enemies and those that had no connection, were all for once enjoying something in unison. She stared at the alien scene. Was something like this what she was fighting for? She shook her head, quickening her pace to reach Cassie, passing by Kai who looked at a display containing a blood-red arrow, a look of concern and confusion on his face. Finally, she arrived next to Cassie. Silently, she stood alone, staring at a strangely delicate glass bottle. "How is it?" she voiced, causing Cassie to look at her, slightly tilting her head. "You want me to say the Sunfist Lounge is better or something?" She mused, causing Neff's shoulder to stiffen. Cassie giggled, "Kidding, not kidding." Neff opened her mouth to retort, but Cassie smoothly cut her off. "Anyway, I was just caught up with this particular memory." She slightly paused, "and more so its description," she whispered. Neff turned, reading the plaque. "On this forgotten shore, only steel remembers. The unknown learned the truth and sought refuge in oblivion, wishing not to be hurt. But hurt he was, as he once again was all alone. As the shadows called him home, a brief voice called his name. A seer in the midst of following the path of lies and deceit, turned one last time to honesty. Wishing the unknown well, she gave what she held most precious, as she dreaded losing one who was most precious to her." A sniffle snapped Neffy's out of her trance as Cassie wiped her nose, her hoarse voice sounding out. He was there all along with us on the forgotten shore." Neff could only watch, grief clawing at her chest as they stared in silence at the bottle. They wanted to know the truth, but now they wanted to rid themselves of it. It was too painful. Was this how Ariel felt when they constructed the tomb? How far back do the three of us go? Neff spoke, unsure of her own words, was he in the bright castle? How did we come to meet him? Cassie remained silent, her voice now a whisper. "I don't know, but the cinema does." She turned to Neffy's with a look of normally hidden determination, now clear on her face. "Walking the path of fate," it mentioned 3, "it's the answer to everything." They held each other's gaze, nodding in silent affirmation. If Sunny was willing to brave the secrets hidden in the tomb of Ariel, and learn the truth the gods had hidden, then what was stopping them from uncovering their own buried past? In the distance, people were beginning to crowd near the back around a group of notably centered display cases. Cassie and Neffy's exchanged looks. Some special memories. Neff pondered aloud. Cassie choked, stifling a laugh. "Ah yes, the rightful heir of death and bastard son of fate, who possesses weaving, a sorcery to rival the gods, has a collection of shocking prized memories." Neff nodded sagely. "Maybe it's what he values the most." Cassie's face twitched as she struggled not to burst out laughing. Neffy's furrowed her brows. "What?" Cassie quickly turned away, coughing into her fist. Nothing, I forgot." "That's not funny," Neffy's replied flatly, as Cassie stared at her incredulously. Neffy's tilted her head, confused but deciding not to push it further. "Well, whatever it is, we should go see." Cassie adjusted her blindfold and nodded, still suppressing her laughter. "Oh, absolutely. I have to see." They made their way down, taking notice of all the memories, some more familiar than others. However, a few times they did pause along the way. Those moments included when they passed a display with an insect-like cape that resembled a large wing. And most importantly, the broken oath. Silently they stared at it, as it relay before them, seemingly taunting them. "He was the one who sealed the dark sea and saved us all," Cassie whispered. Neffy's didn't reply, the silence spoke for her. It was supposed to be an object, and its effects were supposed to be sealed along with the other memories in the room. But as soon as their gaze landed on it, something seemed to whisper in the back of their minds. Pitiful, even those warriors who were not even awakened still had the will and conviction to remember their goals. "Look at you. Transcendence at the peak of humanity, and yet you can't keep an oath as simple as remembering your dear comrade." They silently moved forward, wishing to get away from the dreadful reminder. But it seemed that the broken ode was merely the gatekeeper of something far worse. As they moved forward, they froze, staring at a display just down the line. A display which contained what they thought was theirs. A display with the crown of dawn. At the sight, Neff's world crumbled. This memory, the one which had given her hope. The memory that humanity came to recognize and worship her by. The same memory which she thought had been the result of her will, and her conviction alone. Was in reality through Sunny's aid. Cassie could sense the tone shift in the atmosphere as she hesitantly placed her hand on Neff's shoulder, gingerly shaking it. "I think it's better if you have a brief moment alone with it," she whispered. Neffes could only solemnly nod in agreement, as Cassie attempted to don a reassuring smile. But don't be too long. I don't know if I'll be able to save a spot for you close to the front." She awkwardly chortled, before briefly waving and making her way to the rest. Neffes watched silently as her figure moved away, before turning slowly to read the description. Lost at sea, shadow and light refused to surrender. In a world that should not have existed, against odds that defied reason, they alone kept each other alive. As the battle that would decide everything loomed closer, the light confided a fear. Her crown, a symbol of her strength, would no longer be enough to match what she was becoming. The unknown listened in silence. Alone, he plunged into the mysteries of weaving, tearing himself apart in search of an answer. Through agony and isolation, through wounds both seen and unseen, he found it. And with his own hands, he rebuilt the crown, sharper, stronger, brighter. A crown not just fit for a ruler. A crown worthy of her. A crown worthy of the one he loved. As she read the final sentence, the words became blurry. Slightly panicked, she rubbed her eyes in confusion, only to find she was crying. The immovable and graceful changing star, Dot, was shedding tears. She glanced at the back, the crowd having not noticed her state thankfully, as she quickly rubbed her eyes. She inhaled sharply, a quiet, shaky breath, as she turned her gaze toward the back of the room. The others were still gathered around, unaware of her state. Good. She couldn't afford to be seen like this. Quickly, she wiped her face, trying to suppress the wave of emotion surging through her chest. This wasn't like her. She wasn't supposed to react like this. She wasn't supposed to have feelings like this. Neffes swallowed hard and placed a hand against the glass. Her fingers traced the delicate surface, following the contours of the crown behind it, as if trying to convince herself it was real. But the more she stared, the more the weight of the truth bore down on her. This was never just her story. It had never been hers alone. For so long, she had carried the burden of leadership, of expectation, of power. She had fought, endured, and risen above it all, believing her victories were her own, that the legend of the changing star was written by her own hand. But now, standing here, staring at the proof before her, she felt something inside her unravel. Sunny, the one who had always been there, always watching, always walking just a few steps behind her, unseen yet unwavering. She had thought him a shadow. But in truth, wasn't she the one following in his wake? Neffes clenched her jaw as emotions she had buried for too long surged to the surface. Guilt, gratitude, sorrow, longing, all tangled together in a storm inside her heart. In her pursuit of a future worth fighting for, had she overlooked the very thing that had been keeping her upright all this time? Her lips parted as if to say something, but no words came. What could she say? What was there to say? She lowered her head, resting her forehead lightly against the glass, her shoulders trembling ever so slightly. The silence pressed in around her, deafening. Finally, in a voice barely above a whisper, she spoke. "All along, you were supposed to be a shadow, while I was supposedly the light." A bitter sigh escaped her lips. "And yet, I feel like everything I thought was my own, was merely a shadow of you." Her reflection in the glass wavered, distorted by the tears she was fighting down. Hesitantly, she moved away, her hand leaving the glass. She moved towards the active crowd. But as she did, something caught her attention. To her left, by the curtains that usually remained still, there was a gap. A small gap that revealed a floor beyond the curtains, the same floor in the room that extended somewhere outside the room. How had nobody noticed it? She paused, a slight smile of realization on her face. Glancing at the crowd absorbed in the displays, hesitating, before she silently whispered, "I won't be gone too long. I hope." The answer was clear. The cinema wanted to take her somewhere, show her something which it felt the others were not allowed to see, or possibly understand. Before she realized it, she was already in the room. Nefis turned around, watching as the curtains shifted back into place, like the gap never existed. Slowly, she looked around, somewhat confused. It was exactly the same. The checkered floor, the hateless ceiling and the velvet curtains, the lighting slightly more dim. All except for a faint light that pulsed from a single glass display case in the middle. Cautiously, Nefis approached it, her curiosity only growing. It was a flame, a swirling black flame inside the glass case. She wanted to question how the glass wasn't melting, but the answer seemed obvious. This entire place was beyond the idea of logic. There was also a plaque, which Nefis carefully read, holding her breath. Divine, radiant and beautiful, hope incarnate. All-encompassing and loving, the salvation of all. Profane, ugly and dark, despair and rage entwined. The end of all bright, the herald of oblivion. Nothing, beings beyond the plane of good and evil, beyond want, beyond will. They simply were, unbound by existence itself. And then, there was the unknown. A being who belonged to none. A being who had seen them all, gods and monsters, salvation and ruin. A being who had learned their secrets, walked their paths, touched their truths. A being who had craved one thing above all else. To belong. But the unknown did not exist. He had no place in the grand designs of divinity, nor in the depths of damnation. Even those who gazed upon him could not remember his face. To the world, he was nothing. To himself, he was nothing, something even the shadows failed to notice. And so, he nearly gave up. But he didn't. He survived. Not because fate deemed it so. He survived simply because they wanted him dead. He survived despite them all. He climbed. He fell. He bled. He killed. He screamed. He wept. The unknown bore witness to horrors beyond reason, to joys he could never keep. He changed, but was always the same. But no matter how much he suffered, no matter how many times the world tried to erase him, he kept going. The moment he felt he would for once belong, there was no one there to see it. No one to say his name. No one to remember. He was back where he started. Nothing. And for the first time, true freedom was his. Why did it hurt so much to be free? Life is but a prelude to death. And death is merely the shadow of life. The unknown was neither dead nor alive, so why did he continue to exist? To spite them all. Nefis stood motionless, her eyes locked onto the swirling black flame. It pulsed softly, almost like a heartbeat, casting fleeting shadows against the glass. Her throat felt tight. This was his story. Her fingers twitched at her sides. She had expected pain, grief, perhaps even regret, but not this. Not the sheer, crushing weight that settled in her chest as she read those words over and over again. She had always believed herself to be alone. Had always carried the burden of her path in silence, believing that no one else could understand it. And yet, compared to him, she had never truly known solitude. Her existence had been acknowledged. Even when she was feared, she was still spoken of. Even when she was hated, she was still seen. But him, he was nothing. Not even the shadows had noticed him. Not even death had claimed him. Forgotten, erased, left to drift in the void between existence and oblivion. And yet, he endured. He chose to endure, long after everything had been stripped from him. He had every reason to stop. Every reason to let go. And yet, he held on. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. A faint tremor ran through her as the memory of Saint Cor's words surfaced in her mind. I can only dread, being forgotten seems like a fate far worse than death. She clenched her jaw. That wasn't what broke him. It wasn't the silence that shattered him. It wasn't the erasure of his name. It was the fact that, at the moment he had reached out, at the moment he had tried to hold onto something, someone, there was nothing left to hold. Right when he had needed it the most, everything was torn from him. And yet, he still lived. He still chose to walk forward. She swallowed, forcing herself to breathe. The flame flickered, dark and steady, and in its reflection, she saw herself, saw her own mask, cracking at the edges. Her lips trembled. How can someone live such an existence? She whispered. There was no answer. Only the sound of her own breathing, only the pulse of the flame. A second passed. Then another. And then, the words escaped her before she could stop them, soft, fragile, almost unheard. How is he able to love me after all that? Her voice wavered, and she felt her fingers curl into her palms. Slowly, she raised her palm and placed it on the glass, her touch hesitant. Why would you tell me all this when you're showing me his story? She whispered. As she did, the flame flickered, its glow growing, flashing the room too quickly for Nefis to react or get into a defensive stance. By the time she realized what had happened and assumed her trained form, the light had already dimmed, as she took in her surroundings. It was a different room. Unlike the usual places in the cinema, this one seemed like a ruin. The walls were cracked and dusted, marked with strange systematic tiles, while the roof was held together by a myriad of rotting wood and cobwebs. A stylish but old carpet covered the wooden floor. Against the walls, old antique furniture lay strewn. Light shone in from a single window, except there was no foliage or visible terrain outside. Instead, a glowing, all-encompassing light that shone through the cracks. Nefis strained her eyes, noticing patterns, no, scribbles on the walls. Her fingers ghosted over the carvings on the wall. They were uneven, hurried in some places, precise in others. The further down the wall she looked, the more erratic they became, as if time had worn down not just the stone but the hand that had marked them. 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 4 months. At the very beginning of the tallies, etched with careful precision, was a single rune, a name that had become very familiar to her. Sunless. Nefis exhaled slowly, her pulse steady but her chest tight. This is his room. She murmured. No, his home. The word felt wrong, ill-fitting. A home was something warm, something claimed. This place was neither. It had the weight of a prison, the silence of a grave, the remnants of something that had never truly belonged to the world outside its walls. And yet, it was lived in. She took a step forward, then stopped, because she felt it. A presence. Her body reacted before her mind did, instincts honed through years of survival tensing her muscles, preparing her for a confrontation. Yet there was no hostility in the air, no killing intent, no lurking danger. Just something quiet. Slowly, she turned. And there, atop the ancient bed, lay a figure. If G3 is allowed to hold me hostage with cliffhangers in recent chaps, then so am I. Took some time to make sure emotions hit, I hope they did, not. And no, it is not what you think. Don't really know what else to say except I liked writing this chap. Stay cool and drink water, I guess. Until next chap, I'm never posting it, evil smiley face. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.